Do you think it's God, you know what would be awesome? You should be like... You could be like a therapist, okay? I want to be a therapist. But I want to be like a therapist that specializes in helping people come out on top of drama. So the therapy wouldn't be to make you a better person. It would be to help you navigate, and by navigate, I mean manipulate the bad people in your life. That would be... It's called PR. But for normal people don't have PR, okay? They just go to therapy. Oh my God, I fucked up. I'm sorry, I fucked up. Unless somebody can help me right the fuck now. Nobody can help me with this. I need to restart this computer because my mouse is doing that thing again where it just randomly turns down the acceleration for half a second on this computer. I don't know why. It's doing this thing. It's a synergy problem. It must be, but I don't know why. I've restarted Synergy on both computers. It doesn't fix it. I think I have to restart. That happens to me too. What the fuck? Wait, do you use Synergy? No. Well, then shut the fuck up. Then it's not the same problem. Did you not restart in between streams? No, why the fuck would I do that? Have you considered moving on from your archaic streaming setup? Oh, and using a single PC? I think you could get away with using one PC today for sure. Like, this technology is powerful enough. The only issue is I really like the sandboxing. I like the concept of, would you call it access control? Like I think good security is security that has to be intentionally bypassed. Like, you can't fuck it up, you know? So like, because I'm using two computers, I can never leak anything from my main computer. It's impossible. I just can't do it unless I intentionally try to like go around it. So I like that concept. Okay. You could stream on a VM. Yeah, I'm good on that one, Chief. When will you move the word board into the center of the curtains? I don't know if I will or not, because I don't know if the mount that I bought, it doesn't go, I would need it to go way higher. I could put like a platform underneath. Well, but I also might need somebody, I would need somebody to help me do that too, because I think the board weighs about 55 pounds, and the mount weighs probably another 20 pounds. And it's like big and weird. So I feel like I would need somebody to lift the other side to mount it on something. And I don't even know what I would put it on. I'm not sure. Why is it so heavy? The board? It's a physical... There's like 100 letters in each slot. Not really. It's like 40 or 50, but... Can you just use a monitor or TV wall mount? Yes, it is it's like a VESA mount thing, but this is not a wall. This is a soundproofing foam thing that's like kind of leaning against the wall. You just can't tell. Why don't you get a screen for chat to hang somewhere near the curtain? It's like all black space. You mean like right here? Well, I think having some negative space is good for like shot composition. You don't want the whole thing to be insanely busy. Unless that's what you're going for. It's not necessarily bad, but... What about a monitor mount for it? I have it's technically a monitor mount. It's a VESA mount. It's a standard that a lot of stuff is mounted with. But it's it has to be a floor. It can't come from the wall because that thing is not my wall. It's yo mama. new court stuff. Is there?
In general, you always say like.
You mean the stuff we read about yesterday? Yesterday, you seemed surprised you were live like 5 minutes in a stream. From a security perspective, this is like a 10 alarm fire. Oh, that is hard to explain. I think from now on, when I'm working before stream, I realize I might as well just stream on Kick. But to go live on just Kick, I have to do like a weird startup process. Because generally what I do is I go live on YouTube. I don't need to explain all this. It's a weird, there's a plugin that I use on OBS, but it uses the same encoder settings that I use for my main stream. For some reason, I don't know why, I feel like this shouldn't be a requirement, but for some reason, in order to make the secondary stream start, the primary stream has to be started first. So in order to stream on just Kick, what I have to do is I have to go into my, this plugin setting, I have to turn off the sync stop with OBS, then I have to click start stream to a YouTube stream that's set to invisible. When my stream starts there, my recording starts, and then my Kick stream starts, and then I have to stop the stream on YouTube, and then I have to change my settings on the Kick stream so that it remembers it. It's just a bunch of dumb shit. Can you run 2 copies of OBS and close the first one after the second one starts, which is multi-streaming? The 2 copies of OBS, I don't think there's an easy way. Oh no, you can probably change profiles. Oh, I could just make a second OBS profile. Actually, I should just do that. Maybe, yeah. No, but I want to be able to just click the other button to go live on YouTube without having to restart it all. I don't know. What's the Synergy problem you're having? I've been using Synergy for 10 years. Oh, have you? Wait, a Synergy Pro? One of the 5 in the world? Okay, look at my mouse. I'm moving it evenly. See how sometimes it like lags? It's not making like, I don't know if you can tell because you're not moving it like I am, but like sometimes it lags as I'm dragging it across the screen. I don't know why, but it's like very noticeable, very annoying. Wait, does anybody know the command line program that you can download? We used to use this a long time ago to check your mouse accuracy to make sure that, oh my God, I don't remember any of these terms. It wasn't for polling rate. It had to make sure that you had a one-to-one, like that the DPI, that there was no interpolation or prediction or mouse accuracy going on in Windows. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? What's the name of the program? It just, mouse fix? Is that, it was just, it'll be a command box basically that pops up, I don't know if you would say a terminal that pops up, and then it just like shows you the polling rate of your mouse. Why not make Kick the primary stream? Because to start streaming on YouTube, you want to click a manage thing to connect to the correct... streaming on YouTube is still a little bit weird, so... Command line program, check for mouse accuracy. CPL mouse fix, is this it? Oh, random zip files with... Can't you set up a local RTMP server that does the entire encoding thing to Kick, YouTube, and other platforms where you can just enable disable outputs? No. Because technically I send different streams to different platforms. Like I send a 20 megabit per second stream to YouTube at 4K quality, I think. But to Kick, I think I can only send a 1080p stream. Order on motion to withdraw as attorney. If it says order on, I think that means it's always a judge's order. So the judge is saying something. I think that, I think for my local counsel, I think somebody doesn't work for one of the Miami law firm or something. So I think they have to file with the court to say they're not associated with the case anymore or something. So it's my guess is just the judge approving that. What type of mouse do you have? You could have debris fucking with your sensor. No. This is not a mouse problem. It's a Synergy problem. Because if I unplug my mouse from here, plug my mouse into here. See this? No problem. Wait, is my frame rate even high enough? Yeah, you can see there's no lag, no issues. KVM switch? I don't want to... The software switch works fine. Ugh, but now you see the every now and then it... Oop, there it did it. Oh, there it did it. Does this website help? Jitter level poor. Oh shit. Wait, how did it know that? Wait, hold on. Okay. Wait, jitter level poor even when I'm plugged directly in. Why? Consistency, 90%. Wait a second. Mouse key. Wait, what the fuck? Where's just normal mouse acceleration? Enhanced pointer precision is off. It's in mouse properties. I get poor as well? Wait, really? Hold on, hold. I get poor over here too. Wait, why? Hello? Poor for me too. Garbage test. Don't move the cursor out of the box. Well, it doesn't say that. It should say that. It's measuring jitter level. What does jitter level even mean? It's keeping it in the box shouldn't matter. It would tell you if it needed to do that. Is it possible that the wireless environment is too crowded in the channel that the mouse uses? I don't know. What else shares the channels? It would be the router and my modem. Does your other PC have mouse acceleration on? Oh shit, I wonder. Oh my god. Enhanced pointer precision was on here. Oh wait. Because I reformatted this. Oh, it still says poor though. Why? Don't keep mouse still either. Well, oh, it didn't fix this problem either. Does this only happen while streaming? No, I should have restarted my computer. I'm putting it off now, and I shouldn't be. I had this issue too, and it came down to where the wireless receiver is placed relative to the mouse. No, I know it can't be that because it's not happening on this computer. It has to be a synergy problem, or something related to whatever. Is this guy right about divine command theory?
Hey everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion. The fit for this video is the X-Men cartoon. Let's take a look at a video.
Before I persuade you on the existence of God, I bet I can get you closer to the idea of the necessity of believing in a God.
All right, let's see it.
Check the synergy logs to see if it's a connection issue.
And then if you do not believe in a God that is transcendent above you, how do you act? Where do you know what is right or wrong, or good or evil?
So there are a lot of different approaches to moral philosophy, and divine command ethics is among them. But one of the most ludicrous claims that you'll see on social media today is that divine command ethics is superior because it has an objective moral standard, which is God, and because without God you have no such standard. And this is laughable precisely because God provides absolutely no such standard. Because when people talk about God, what they're talking about is my interpretation of sacred texts.
This guy cooked you. No, Kant explicitly denies that reason can lead one to objective morality or truth. In the groundwork, he describes... Okay, first of all... What, you read a book from Kant? Excuse me. I've read the plato.stanford.edu introduction to moral theory. So, but okay, Chief. A morality of rational consistency... he describes morality of rational consistency and then admits that every possible way of proving it or justifying it must be a failure. Kant's own words, if you want to complain about this, do not blame my account, blame reason. Read that short works brief concluding remark to verify for oneself. Well, you could theoretically, there could be an objective moral truth that one couldn't prove rationally, theoretically, right? That doesn't speak to the objectivity or the subjectivity of the moral truth, no? Read this concluding remark. I'm going off secondhand remarks. I've never read Kant in my life, okay? I don't speak German, and philosophy's for losers, okay? My understanding is Kant said that through pure reason, capital PR, one should be able to derive moral truth, that every human, if practicing perfect rationality, should theoretically arrive at the same moral answers. Now, people might disagree because their rationality is flawed or whatever, but that doesn't come from my reading of any of Kant. This is like fifth-hand information. So we'll read the concluding remark. Is this authored by Kant himself? Groundwork for the metaphysics of morals. Okay. Fuck it. We'll read this real quick. The speculative use of reason with respect to nature leads to the absolute necessity of some supreme cause of the world. The practical use of reason with regard to freedom leads also to an absolute necessity, but only of the laws of action of a rational being as such. Wait. The practical use of reason with regard to freedom leads also to an absolute necessity, but only of the laws of actions of a rational being as such. Okay, I think I fully understand that, but now it is an essential principle of all use of our reason to push its knowledge to an awareness of its necessity, for otherwise it wouldn't be rational knowledge. Okay, now it is an essential principle of all use of our reason to push its knowledge to an awareness of its necessity, for otherwise it wouldn't be rational knowledge, but it is also an equally essential limitation of this very same reason that it can't see that necessarily X exists or Y happens or necessarily Z ought to happen, except on the basis of a condition that applies to X or Y or Z, but the obtaining of a condition won't make something necessary unless the condition itself is necessary, and so if reason keeps searching for conditions, it only pushes its satisfaction further and further into the future. So reason, restlessly seeking the unconditionally necessary, sees itself as having to assume it, though it has no way of making it comprehensible to itself. It is happy enough if it can merely discover the concept that is compatible with this presupposition. Okay, it sounds like what is being said here is basically that any system that purports to use some kind of propositional logic or some logical statements is assuming foundationally that such logical statements are necessary. And in the search to prove your fundamental reasons for having these logical statements, you're always going to be pushing further and further out the justifications that you need to prove the further statements that you make. And so you can never fully do it. I don't know if this would be like one of like a similar-ish to like a Gödel incompleteness theorem statement, kind of, but I don't know if this has anything to do with any of the remarks on morality. Where are my philosophers in chat? This is the entire point of the first critique. Okay. According to my account of the supreme principles of morality, okay, reason can't render comprehensible the absolute necessity of an unconditional practical law, such as the categorical imperative must be. If you want to complain about this, don't blame my account, blame reason. Not that blame is appropriate. Reason can't be blamed for being unwilling to explain the moral law through a condition, such as by making some interest its basis. For a law explained in that way would no longer be, if it did, the law would cease to be moral and would no longer be the supreme law of freedom. So we truly don't comprehend the unconditional practical necessity of the moral imperative, but we do comprehend its incomprehensibility, which is all that can be fairly demanded of a philosophy that in its principles forces its way out to the boundaries of human reason. Okay, where are my philosophers in chat? Destiny, as a fellow former Catholic, is your take on the fall that Adam and Eve knew they were sinning prior to eating the fruit? If so, what knowledge did they gain from it? If not, why is it a sin? Were they sinning before they ate the fruit? I thought they couldn't even do it. Fuck, should I reply to this guy or... I don't know why this guy would interject to... Why is this retard? Why does this guy stop? Oh, fuck. I had a short convo with a friend last night. Listen, I can understand people to like an extent. I don't inspire, or I don't actually fully understand how I can inspire such obsessive anti-fanning sometimes. How is this guy? I don't understand it. What is your question? Okay. I hate this Metatron guy. This is like the worst form. This is like a 2016 enlightened not even enlightened center. He's just a guy who, you know what? This is a 2010 internet Reddit atheist. That's who it comes off as, okay? So maybe I see a younger version of myself in him. That's why I hate him so much, okay? So Kyle Kolinsky tweets, I'm an atheist. Morality is not subjective, and the average atheist is definitely more moral than the average Christian. Cope. Metatron, quote, tweets and says, it's either morality is objective because it comes from God, or it's subjective because it's a construct of the human mind. You cannot have an objective atheist morality as it's a logical impossibility. So there are so many things wrong with this statement, I believe, but on first glimpse, it seems to be true, I think, if you don't have a deeper understanding of anything that's being said. So, well, real true morality could only really come from a God. Otherwise, it's all us just kind of like making up rules. So that would make them, subjective and arbitrary. And okay, yeah, that makes sense, right? Maybe on like a very first pass. But when you dive into any of these, it doesn't really work. So I don't even know. It might depend if God commands what is moral or if God is conveying what is moral. I actually don't know what the religious position is on that. So for the old adage or whatever is something good? Is there a good thing and then God tells you what the good thing is, or is a thing simply good because God says it to be? I think, depending on your stance on that, morality could be either subjective or objective. If there is a moral code of the universe and God can reveal that to you, then I think that would be like an objective universal, well, it doesn't have to be universal, but an objective moral truth. But if God could simply change what morality is by issuing different commands, then I I don't think that would be an objective morality because God could theoretically change it at any point in time. Now, I don't know if one challenge to that might be God himself doesn't count as a subjective thing because God himself is the universe and is objective. So maybe if God orders a thing, it definitionally, ontologically has to be objective. Actually, I don't know. I'm not sure. But I think that this statement would probably require justification. You wouldn't just say, oh, well, if it's a command of God, then that's objectively morally true. Well, I don't know if that's true. If God could change his mind or God could will a different thing or different gods say different things, seems like it could be subjective maybe. I also read that on your subreddit Destiny. Wait, Link, did they talk about this? Oh, yeah, Eutherifro or whatever, whatever that guy, that's his dilemma or whatever. Is something good on its own or is it good simply because God commands it or something? Something lame like that. Destiny, to make Kant's view more clear, Kant follows Hume in that the only truly deductive arguments must be tautological, and thus objective morality is based on a priori. Yeah, sure. But that seems to be a statement of all that. Doesn't everybody kind of believe that? Like to make this like a retard friendly statement, because I don't know if I have all the proper terms or whatever, it would be like me saying, somebody says, okay, well, given, A, B, and C, and then I go, given, justify those. And I was like, well, these are my a priori assumptions. These are axiomatic. Justify them. Okay, well, I don't. Maybe one of them. Well, justify that. Justify. And like, you can't do this forever. Like at some point, you say, well, it's just given. This has to be true, and we don't justify it. That reason will run ashore or whatever. Like you can't justify everything infinitely, right? Okay, that's not relevant. Okay, stop derailing me. So it's morality is objective because it comes from God. So it could be subjective still, even if it comes from God. And there could be other sources of objective morality as well. Or it's subjective because it's a construct of the human mind. Can human minds definitionally not construct objective things? Like, well, I guess you could get into like mathematical realism versus anti-realism. Is 1 + 1 = 2? Is that statement, are those mathematical rules features of the universe that are discovered, or are they mind-dependent things that are invented? Because I don't know if you would say 1 + 1 = 2 is a subjective thing just because it's mind-constructed. Hi, what's up?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi. Hello. I'm sorry, my microphone is bugging out again. Can you hear me all right?
Pretty good. I can hear you loud and clear.
Based. Hello, everyone. I just wanted, first of all, to thank people for completing yet another fundraiser, which I posted, but everyone was happy on Reddit about it. But just in case someone haven't seen the receipts and the shout-outs and all of that. Also, boys bought like a fuck ton of technological stuff that I don't understand. So I posted a video of him explaining, my friend Elia, what all those technological things do. It has to do with with FPV drones and technology that is related to that. And I was like, oh, you explain. I'm a woman,
Sure.
I don't understand this stuff. My femoid brain cannot.
It. The foids,
so,
we know.
So yeah.
Wait.
Yeah. So people. Sorry.
Do you have Are there a bunch of nets outside your house over the street?
Nets?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like FPV catching nets?
Yeah, I saw a picture on Reddit the other day that I don't know if this is super common throughout all of, I guess, like the parts of Ukraine that are closest to Russia, but apparently there are nets now that like are for catching or intercepting drones.
Yeah, but not in like big cities inside the cities usually. They're like on the perimeter, so to speak.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, so you don't really kind of depends, I guess. If it's like a city closer to the front line, then you might see like in the actual city. But because they obviously bomb the cities, so they will fly in there. So, but in my particular where I live in Kharkiv, I don't see them. But if you go like on the outskirts or like a little bit closer to the region, then that will be, you can see them. Yeah. Pretty weird.
Is
like you have a big mosquito infestation or some shit. Like very looks strange.
There's a dark. This is you You okay, you always seem happy. You would tell me obviously if I said anything that was upsetting or whatever. Sometimes it feels weird to kind of like, because I'm sitting at my house and I can like think of like, oh, this is kind of weird or kind of crazy, but I know it's your life or whatever, right? But yeah, it's a very different lived experience. There's like a weird world I imagine where like future combat ends up like looking so much more primitive than what existed in the past, just because some people discover such cost-effective ways of doing things, to where like in the future, like combat is like a bunch of people running around with really long like pole arms, like spears and stuff, to like push drones away from them, and nobody can afford to use like rifles or guns because all of it is like blown up so easily by drones. So it just ends, or like people with like lassos or net catchers or like trap shooters with shotguns just to shoot down like drones because it's so cost-effective. It feels like yeah, the combat, the battlefield in your guys' country is so much different than what anybody would have predicted any battlefield would look like 3 years ago, you know?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, even like by my estimation, because like I seen it from 2014 to then, much more bigger version of it in 22, because, it was full scale at that point, right? And then from 22 to now, gonna be 26 soon. So it's been a fucking while. Let's say, but I just it evolved even in that period so much. So it went from like being like this, like in the beginning in 22, for example, right? There was like mostly artillery back and forth, right? So there was like a lot of artillery, like World War One kind of shit, trenches, that sort of thing, right? And then
This
like
is the artillery that you guys
actually
were using to genocide the innocent Donbass Russian citizens, right?
Yeah,
I think Jackson
yeah,
Hinkle told me that one.
type, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sort of shit, yeah. But then it was like completely shifted from that to drones primarily now. So it was like the gradual sort of like process, and now it's first at the beginning it was like just drones versus like humans taking the drones down with like machine guns, and they still do that now. Obviously, our like defense teams, but now it's like evolving into drones versus drones.
Yeah.
So it's not even like people hunting like the drones with the rifle or like a shotgun or like a machine gun or whatever, right? Attached to the car or some shit. No, people saw that, I think, with like from Ukraine and stuff. But now it's like drones versus drones, because there's like those interceptor drones now that are specifically built to basically fight the drones, and they like grab it, sort of, the drone, and they explode kind of together before like reaching the destination that the drone was going for. So it's kind of like even weirder now somehow.
Yeah. One of the really kind of sad things that I traveled so much this past month or two. I don't remember where I was, but I was talking to some.
Yeah, you have been everywhere. I haven't been able to keep up with you popping up all over the place. Yeah.
I think this guy was in the Navy. I don't remember. I don't even remember who I talked to, what this was, but he was giving me a long talk basically about, I think this guy was even a conservative too. It's so funny. I meet a lot of like conservatives just in a lot of the events that I do, and every now and then they'll be like in a sector. Have you ever heard of something called the Gelman amnesia effect?
Can you repeat it? Amnesia what?
Like Gelman or Gelman amnesia. Basically, you're flipping through a newspaper. The first 5 pages, you believe everything you read. And then on page 6, there's something about Ukraine. You're like, oh my God, this is so wrong. And then you turn the next page, and then you don't know what like the subject matter for that. So you believe everything you read again, right? So when it comes to like an area that you're specializing in, you're like, wow, I see how wrong this information is. But then you go back to trusting everything else, right?
But shouldn't you then the opposite be true? Like,
well, you should,
be, like,
yeah, but people generally don't do that, right? They just, yeah. So when it's a subject matter that they know a lot about, they're like, wow, the media is so wrong on this. But then they go back to just believing everything else when they're reading in a particular thing. I'll meet a lot of conservatives who, I remember meeting this one guy at a debate conference thing I did, where this guy he worked as like a foreign ambassador, I want to say to like Morocco. And he was a hardcore ride or die MAGA guy. He was there as like, I think he was like the father of one of these conservative kids. And he was just telling me how absolutely catastrophic the USAID cut stuff was, that it was just so destructive for U.S. interest in so many areas that were not actually involved in conflict. And and then I asked him, I was like, how do you feel when you talk to fellow MAGA people about this? Like, and he's like, well, I worked in these embassies and I saw it firsthand, and it's just hard for people to understand what's actually going on there. But then I asked him, at some point the conversation goes back to like the FBI or the CIA or something, and he's like, yeah, I think a lot of these organizations are like working together to bring down the president of the United States. Right? I'm like, but you worked in the State Department. You never saw anything like this. Why would you assume that this is true of any other department?
Yeah, that's pretty horrible, actually.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. But okay, sorry. All that to bring it back. Sorry. So I was talking to some military dude, and he was saying, it was a perspective that I hadn't quite heard before, but that real life combat experience. There is no shortcut to see how things evolve naturally on a battlefield, right? Especially protracted, especially with great powers. And that the idea that Ukraine has kind of been left to fend for itself, the United States, nobody knows what war, even though we keep fucking jerking off about it, nobody knows what war would look like between the US and Russia, or between the US and China, or what proxy wars would look like, or what, like, you know, and no one has any idea. And the idea that the United States could be a heavy participant in some way, maybe not directly, but at least in some way with Ukraine, could yield so much valuable information for how do you deal with, you know, evolving military conflict in the 21st century or whatever, and then going forward, that we're just foregoing all of that potential learning experience for the dumbest political reasons ever, and all of that experience instead is being gained by Russia. It's probably being transferred to, you know, people like China, Iran, or whatever, and it's just stuff that we're totally foregoing.
I mean, people like, for example, I'm not exactly sure if that's his name, Ryan Macbeth?
Yes.
Ryan? Oh, yeah, that's the guy. He actually talked about it then, that how much information we were actually given to America when Biden was basically, you know, in power and all of that. How much like transferring of like drone data, like glide bombs data, all of that we were doing to them. So it's not like we were not even doing that. So we were already collaborating quite a bit in like terms of like information, right? Because we are like, not to like be dramatic, but we are like basically the only people now who are engaging in a like big boy war.
Yes. Yeah.
So, you know, with like a lot of like actual like super duper heavy usage of like heavy artillery, bombs, drones, all sorts of stuff. So it's not like, you know, just like not to like, you know, it's not Houthis in sandals, basically. It's a little bit bigger. Like we can troll Russia all we want because obviously it's not as great power as it pretends to be.
But it's a great power conflict. It's not like Israel, Gaza could be instructive on like guerrilla warfare or types of terrorist attacks from like super asymmetric warfare. Yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah. Real quick, someone in chat said, Destiny, isn't this why red versus blue exercises are being done? There are plenty of examples where the red team took Americans really by surprise. While that is kind of true, back when I was a StarCraft 2 professional gamer, one thing that you would learn, so there are 3 races in StarCraft, Zerg, Terran, and Protoss. If you practice really heavily, let's say I have a tournament upcoming, my weakest match is EVP, and I want to practice Protoss. When I practice a lot against one Protoss player, Minigun was a guy I would practice most against, I wouldn't really get good at Zerg versus Protoss. I would get really good at Zerg versus Minigun, and sometimes I would trick myself into thinking I'd learned ZVP really well. And as soon as I start, and what happens is when you practice with the same person for extended periods of time, you will start to develop a rhythm for each other, and you will actually learn each other's matchups so well that when you go to play somebody of the same race who's a different human, the game plays out quite differently. It'll be like, wait, Chad always scouts with his like 14th probe. This guy's got to be like 2 probes earlier. My whole shit is fucked. Not to say that red teaming is impossible, but like there's no substitute for a real life great power enemy. Even if you do a lot of practice runs on your own, there's just no substitute for that actual experience. You have no idea what technologies or things that they would develop, given, you know, all the ingenuity and all the necessity and everything of a protracted conflict. You know? Sorry.
Yeah, also like obviously, you know, you're gonna be like a fool to not admit that, you know, American military is highly advanced. You know, it's quite up there, probably the best right now. But it's just that the fact that you still used it mostly against people way less advanced
asymmetrical,
than you.
Yeah, I would argue a lot of our stuff is focused on like harm reduction almost. It's weird. People don't like to hear that, but like, but precision strikes, like how do we make it so we don't like, let's minimize civilian casualties
like
and stuff.
Afghanistan in comparison to Russia, for example. If you like just compare the numbers of mass death amongst civilians due to your actions, it's minuscule compared to literal millions that Russians nuked there, like Soviet, you know, Russia time.
Yeah.
So it's a different sort of like the type of warfare you did is completely different. So if you wanted to learn about this type of shit with the potential of it happening maybe at some point, right, with China or whatever, like Russia, unlikely honestly, but who knows? Maybe they will they will actually, you know, destroy us and then form a coalition of the biggest fuckers this time around, and it's gonna be World War III. I don't know, like it can be, I guess.
Sure.
So yeah, you could learn things obviously that way, and especially with like drone stuff,
So
because
Radiant
that's
said,
like quite new.
Ukraine and Russia are both trying to be very cheap with their fighting, and Soviet warfighting doctrine is highly artillery-based. The tech level of a NATO country in a modern conflict will likely make drones pointless or very limited use, in my opinion, with electronic jammers and better AA. While that might be true, I still remember, I feel like I joked about this and found out I was wrong about this the same day or something. Like something about how like I don't like jammers would just make everything so easy. I don't know why drones would ever be a problem. And I think someone in chat said something like, "Oh no,
jam most of them."
What?
Yeah. You can't really jam most of them
because,
these days.
Because you're running fiber, and somebody was like, "Oh, they just attach fiber all of them," and I'm like, "That? What do you? Are you saying they have miles of fiber attached to all of these?"
No,
and
no,
they
no,
do.
it's not like
well,
that.
sometimes. Well, but I mean, there's like hundreds of miles of fiber that are just like I've watched you guys go out and like collect. Like you can see people walking through and picking up like all the old fiber from these drones. Like, oh shit, I've never thought of that.
There's a lot of like nuance to this thing. Like many people obviously say like, big planes, big gains, I guess. But there's also such a thing as like, for example, you remember that like spider web attack we did with planes on
yeah.
destroyed a bunch of So it's just like it's kind of funny that like a bunch of little drones stashed in a big car or some shit just blew up so much. It's a different type of warfare, but also like I don't know if you guys saw this, but like the Russian drones flew in NATO space, and there were like a bunch of ways to try to stop them, and it wasn't effective, like the big planes and stuff like that. So there's a lot of things, and it's progressing field. So it's each day they become more devastating. So it started with like little fucking buzzers that didn't do that much damage on explosion, right? And now it's like basically an equivalent of a missile. So they have jet drones now that are super, super fast, and it's quite difficult to deal with them. And at the beginning, like you would hit like a residential building, for example, would be hit with a drone, and it's bad, obviously, but it's not anywhere near like it collapses the whole building, right? Like a missile would. And now it's like that. So they're huge, by the way, Shahed drones. Most people don't know, but they're humongous. They're not like some drones you fly for funsies, right? Or like FPV-sized drones. They're huge. Like they're bigger than an adult dude, like by 2 times, basically. So yeah, imagine that flying into your house. Now it's way less fun.
Yeah. I don't know why.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. People keep typing super retarded shit. This guy's talking to Radiant. He says, and mounted lasers are becoming a lot more accessible to NATO now. We are basically at the power levels required to defeat drones miles away easily, given good weather and line of sight. Yeah, I understand you're saying that, but like there are countermeasures that are constantly developed, right? Military tech is always like a leapfrog from back and forth from each side. I don't know why you're saying like, oh, well, we can counter this one thing easily. Maybe you could, but maybe the counter to that is they start flying with 1 millimeter thick lead fucking fronts or whatever. Now it's completely different. Who knows? Like I'm just saying that when 2 people fight against each other for long periods of time, there's a lot of technological development that happens in the course of that conflict. The fighting that's happening right now, and maybe it was predicted, I just didn't see it, but I don't think anybody predicted the fighting that would happen right now. They would have predicted that at the start of the modern Ukraine-Russian conflict. Nobody would have said, even a few years ago, it was all about like artillery shells and blowing stuff up and whatever.
Yeah.
Nobody would be saying that
seeing
videos of drones. Yeah.
And most, like, I'm not a military expert, obviously, but like I saw a bunch of people from like NATO and as well in United States generals, people who aren't retards, like, talking about it, and they seem to be pretty concerned with the fact that that they are not actively taking now information from us, and that there is a huge risk of basically lagging a little bit behind in that sense. So people, they do talk about it. Obviously, like all of us know, I think if you're not like insane that, United States is way more advanced in general than even China now, right? Or like, never mind Russia. Russia is like way behind, obviously, right? But it doesn't mean that it can't be a problem for you in the future, first of all. And second of all, there's a lot of them.
Yeah. And there's
just in huge numbers of people is already a problem.
Yeah. And the cost effectiveness and everything.
Defending your country as well.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like, not sure about that one.
The cost effectiveness of stuff is important. Like just being technologically superior. Again, like this, I mean, like these are lessons learned from RTS or EVE Online or whatever too. Like you can feel, if you're fielding really expensive, really huge, really big resource intensive capital ships in EVE, but your layered defenses aren't set up appropriately, you could lose something worth billions of ISK to fucking frigates if you're not equipped properly, right?
Yeah,
so,
smaller.
Yeah, like you guys ended up is the entire Black Sea Fleet gone?
Basically.
Yeah, like So for Russia, that sucks. But like, imagine if through this drone back and forth, they discover a cost-effective way to use drones to attack ships. Now, imagine that the U.S. could observe this in combat and develop countermeasures really quickly. What if those countermeasures came at the cost of 2 aircraft carriers, and then we figure out how to counter it? That's a really, 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 really big loss. So it's hard.
Yeah.
It's just for all that free experience to just be sitting out there, and we're just sitting here, but nothing the U.S. does is serious anymore. So yeah, it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, I guess. Actually, I would like to brag a little bit. We are almost done with the film we did all this time, and me, Devin, Corey, we are like our own media now, I guess. We're sort of creating our own little media company, because if you don't see like the change in the world, how it's the phrase, become it or some shit, I don't know in English, some inspirational stuff. So we want to be like the journalist we don't see, basically. Okay.
Yeah.
So we are now like at the process of finishing the film we made about the SNS, and it's like rescue services, basically broad term for the rescue services. So like a fireman, medical personnel, rescue teams, ambulances, all that sort of thing working together, right? And the film is quite cool. I think it's like I like it. Obviously, we made it, but I think it shows the side of it that nobody really shows, like actual attacks on civilians filmed like from us on the place, right? Actual like stuff that how people work, how people pull people out, how does the systems work, how the country and the cities keep being alive, essentially, despite all of that. So I think it would be cool, and we really want to show it in theaters, obviously, primarily like in Kiev and Kharkiv, but also in like US, Ireland, like a bunch of places. So I will post about that when I know more about if we will be able to show it like in theaters and such. But it would be cool to make another one as well that we plan to do if that one works out.
Well, that's cool. Did you work with, is Dylan at all involved in this, or this is a totally separate thing?
Dylan, no. Yeah,
Okay.
Devin is a different person. A lot of D people, okay?
Sure. Well, I wasn't curious. I was curious if he was involved or was filmed or anything about it. But okay.
No. Dylan does his own stuff, like, yeah. But I was like involved with his stuff when he was initially here. Like we did a lot of projects together, I guess you could say. But I was just mostly helping him like as a translator, or like I was the interviewee, I guess you could say, and stuff like that, showing him stuff, taking him places as well. But this is like a new stuff we're doing with another person who is also a cool American dude.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and what else? Oh, you met a paralysis demon, I saw.
Oh, yeah, that's my war zone, my war going on here, my enemies, yeah.
Actual paralysis demon. Like, I usually don't comment on people's appearances because I don't think it's like very, nice thing to do. Basically, bad manners. But man, what's going on there?
Oh,
Like,
I didn't even necessarily mean it as an appearance thing. I didn't even think about that. It's just the idea of being somewhere and then like my fucking nightmare fucking shows up who's like stalking me with her camera out.
Too,
Like,
but yeah, but it also is the appearance. Like I would be running the opposite direction of that. Like drones would scare me less, unironically.
Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you just like ran into her? Like.
Well, I was down in
accident?
Austin. There's a street called 6th Street. It's like the most famous place to be at in almost in most of Texas, even maybe, but definitely in all of Austin. It's like that's where you go to drink. And this girl just runs up on me and a friend, and she's like, "Are you stalking me? You guys were patrolling the street looking for me." And it's like, I didn't even know you lived here. I thought you still live in Florida. So I don't know.
So weird. Like, of all things. I mean, I guess if she's there, then the chance to run into her is there as well. But yeah, it's just kind of, I don't know, just made me like, I watched it, I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, actually, I thought at first it was like some sort of like skit or like meme or something. I don't know, like, I didn't even take it like as a serious thing. And then I was like, oh man, that actually happened.
Yeah.
Do people use your smile there as a meme now? I imagine.
Yeah, well, because I saw when she ran up to me, my friend, she had her phone out like she was recording shit. So I'm like, okay, well, she's trying to take some video to say that I did something, or I don't want her to cut anything together. So I just took my phone out, started recording and taking selfies and pictures. Like, yeah, why not? Fuck it.
Stressful life, dude. Like, people shoot people, like, who are doing, like, media stuff, like Charlie Kirk and stuff. And now this as well. Ugh. Can't catch a break.
Yep, it's rough. You'll never understand the difficulties.
Yeah. I mean, not to me, but it actually seems like stressful to me. Like it's a different type of thing. Obviously, I don't deal with any of that, but it just seems strange life. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just have you like been like extra careful, like worried about the whole like Charlie Kirk thing happening, like have like extra security, or like you're
I mean,
just
yeah,
like
there's a lot
fuck it.
of the schools are providing security at events. I see cops standing up buildings and everything, which is nice. I shouldn't say this. I feel like I'm inviting somebody to test my luck, but like, I'm not like I feel like Charlie got really unlucky. He rolled poorly like 3 different times. For that guy for him to be
Oh,
in a
not the
shot.
roll.
Well, I mean, like, because a guy got into an area we could shoot him. A guy shot. It was a single shot at 150 yards, bolt action rifle. So he had one shot to hit. He manages to insta kill him with the shot. It's just like there's so many things
I saw the video. Yeah.
yeah, it was just crazy. So I feel like even if somebody tried, hopefully they wouldn't be successful at one shot like that. I don't know. Hopefully not. Don't try it though. But yeah, so I don't know. I just for some reason it doesn't register as much in my mind. So, but I might have that young man's like invincibility feeling still.
Yeah,
because
I
all
was
young men
about
feel
to
like they're
say.
invincible. That's just a young man's thing. Yeah. But when something happens, apparently,
Yeah,
it's changing.
it's actually, it's actually a man thing, I would say. It's not a young man thing. Like you have like all the fuckers right now when they're like, the missile would not hit me, and I'm like,
Sure.
why exactly? Like, and he's like, because I'm a invincible dude, man. And
Yeah.
you're like, bro, you're like 70 years old. Like a wind could kill you. Like, are you serious right now? Anyway, it's just sometimes I feel like I'm not like particularly interested in like talking about like gender differences stuff. Like I don't really care that much about that. But if you actually work with people, especially in like extreme conditions, those differences do stick out, let me tell you.
For sure. Yeah.
In terms of how people behave, and in terms of like you would never, like I swear you would never catch a woman going on the balcony filming a drone that is getting closer. Like you just won't get it. It won't happen. And with men it's like a regular thing. All my friends do that. Volunteer people do that. I'm like, what the fuck? Like go in the middle and stay there. Like no, you're filming, doesn't care. Yeah, it's men. Okay.
Yeah. I think my growing up equivalent to that in the US was in the Midwest, we have tornadoes. And it would always be like grandpa would want to go out on the porch and see if he could see the incoming storm. And it would be grandma inside who's like
Yeah, it's
screaming,
that.
yeah, Kenny, get back in here. What are you doing? You're crazy. Well, yeah, just dumb shit like that. Yeah.
Exactly that, but it's drones. Like exactly that. I have actual footage of that happening with my friend Fike. He is like on the balcony filming the drones that are hitting basically like in the opposite building of his. So incredibly close. And his wife is like, Fike, what the fuck? Get it? Exactly that sort of situation. She's just screaming in the background. So go back to like where I am. Yeah, it's an interesting phenomenon, I guess.
Do you think that changes though if they experience an attack where they do get hurt or they have a really close call? Does that change?
I guess, but also I would say that people's minds are a little bit fucked now in the sense that what we call close call is like being actually directly hit, Like most people would say like getting a drone, a huge ass explosion, like basically like 2 minutes away from where you are is close call. Like I guess most normal people would say that outside of war, right? But in our mind, it's not a close call. It's just a daily shit. Okay. So if like something explodes, like basically like, I don't know, like 300 meters away from me, it's not really the closest of calls.
Yeah.
In my opinion. Yeah, so that's kind of like changes. If you actually get like buried under rubble or get like part of your fucking body turn up, then yeah, people usually tend to be more careful. Yeah. And sometimes it even like if it affects someone like super close to you, it could also matter. Like if it's like someone you loved or something like that. But you kind of like, I don't know, you kind of like get like desensitized is the word, I think. Like you just stop caring. I don't know. It's not good, but it's also, I think, an adaptation thing at the end of the day. Like, if you like cared about everything and you like, I don't know, I don't remember if I told you, but like at the beginning when like first people were killed in Kharkiv, in like my city, it was insanely distressing. Like I remember I was just like absolutely shocked. They were like, I saw them, they were like just lying around in the snow, blood everywhere, and there was like bags of like potatoes and food that they hold. And it was clear that they went to find food when there was no food at the time for 2 weeks during the siege, basically.
Yeah.
And I was doing the same thing. I was like running around trying to find some food for my family, friends, and stuff. Water. I would like go run to the like close by water stream. And then under artillery, and I would like grab a bunch of like bottles and get a big backpack, like travel type of thing, like big one that people have like when they go hiking or some shit. And I would like stuff it with water, and me and my sister would like run around and deliver this water to people because there was no drinking water and no water pronto, like no, not at all. So we were like doing the basic stuff, and we were like running back around, and at some point artillery shell landed and it killed people like basically like 100 meters away that were doing the exact same thing as we were doing. And that was like so shocking. And I remember like not only it was shocking, it was difficult, like emotionally. I would like cry and shit, and then time moved on, and that became such a regular thing that I don't really feel much anymore. So I don't know. It's not because like I don't care, or like I don't know, became cruel or some shit. I don't think, but it's just you can't. If you like live like that and you will like cry over every fucking thing, you would like lose your mind. You need to be functional, right? And to be functional and to be useful to other people, you have to be a Stoic Slav meme.
Yeah.
I guess is what needs to happen. And it happened. Like to me, it happened to most people. Sometimes something would still break through that. I don't know why exactly, but there would be like a little thing that really breaks through that somehow. So a sort of event or something that I don't know, maybe like speaks to you on some level. For example, I have sent you, I think you actually posted that on Twitter, I think, the video of elderly people like two being like exploded basically by a Russian drone.
Jesus.
And yeah, you have posted it. I sent you, and you said like people. I think you said something like people give a fuck about like Ukrainian lives only when it's
black people killing them in the U.S. or whatever.
Yeah, that sort of thing. And then you posted this. I have posted. You send you, and then the dog also dies that the elderly gentleman has, and they both the elderly guy gets his head turned off immediately, like it's just blown up, and the dog it's kind of like flops about for like a long time because I guess it's like a shrapnel pieces that hit it. And I don't know, just seeing that got me like super duper in a bad state. Although I saw this thing like multiple times, but just this elderly guy getting blown up with like white flag walking across trying to get from occupation to Ukraine essentially, and this dog flopping about, I don't know, something about it just broke through the the shield, I guess. And the other elderly gentleman sees that, that happened, and he starts like doing the prayer thing, basically, like cross, signs. And I don't know, he was killed later after. So I don't know, just something about it just stood out. But mostly it's just, I just don't care very much. I was also like very shocked first time I saw like a bunch of dead soldiers as well when I was driving to deliver stuff back in 22, like way back. And there were a lot of people, like they became kind of like part of the pavement. I don't know, it's gross, but I don't know how else to describe it. That they're like so many times have been the cars and like tanks drive over them that they kind of like get like mushed into the ground.
Okay.
So it's like a human paste. It's very not great. It smells even worse. So I remember like first time we walked past that, and I was like very, very not having it. I was not pleased at all, and now I'm just like I wouldn't even like bat an eye on that now. Like smell still would not be great, but I wouldn't really have like a distressed sort of reaction to that. I guess you could say.
Yeah, I think humans acclimate to their surroundings pretty quickly. That seems to be a universal truth.
Yeah,
but it's still
we're
kind of
like
crazy how weird.
Very cockroachy. There was like this meme that only humans and cockroaches will survive a nuclear like apocalypse or something like that. I don't know if it was only here or if it was like all over the world. But I think like that's kind of true. Like we are about as adaptable as cockroaches, it seems.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I had like mixed feelings about it for a little while because I thought, is that normal? Like not to give that much of a fuck. I don't know. It felt like wrong for some reason, like morally. But then I was like,
I mean,
if it
people throughout
helps me-
history have been like in so many fucking crazy wars or crazy circumstances or whatever that, I guess people do somehow adapt to it. Yeah.
Yeah. But also, I then came to the conclusion that I would rather be functional. Like, I would rather be useful to people, right? I would rather be able to do things effectively because many people depend on me. And rather than just falling apart over the every fucking thing, right?
Yeah.
So it's just, I don't know. I think it's like practical. Maybe it will catch up. Like I don't know how it's called exactly in English, but maybe it's the same because it's like a Latin-based thing. But all of us have like insanely high levels of cortisol,
Cortisol,
which
yeah,
is
what I
like
call it,
basic.
Stress hormone or
Yeah.
whatever.
So it's So I went to the doctor because of my insomnia stuff I have, and they like measured a bunch of stuff, typical, exam sort of thing, and they were like, "You have crazy levels of cortisol," and I'm like, "No shit."
Yeah.
Ain't no way. And they were like, yeah, they started laughing as well, doctors, I mean. And they were like, yeah, well, I mean, it's my job to tell you, but literally, like, all people in Kharkiv have those. Like, it's it's like not like something we can really do about it. And I was like laughing at him as well. And I was like, oh, give me your prescription then. Like, what should I do to reduce the levels? And he started memeing. He's like, good sleep, relaxing baths, no stress, no, I just had a little laugh, basically. Yeah, so people like kind of as well adapt to that, but they also have like a bunch of adrenaline, all sorts of stuff like constantly, and all of that I think affects you like physically as well. So
Yeah, especially in the long term. Yeah.
well, long term might not happen, so who cares? Like,
Jesus.
I'm just it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of not fun to think about like future. You mostly think about today, I guess, or tomorrow maybe at best.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how it has been for a while, I think, since 22. So I'm kind of like not trying to fixate too much on the future because who the fuck knows if there be one. So
Yeah.
why bother?
I remember in the United States, it's like people's lives were ending because they were missing their senior prom because of COVID. I wonder what it's like if you're 16, 17 in Ukraine and you're trying to think of like a college major for a future job.
Man.
And, like, I can't even
I
imagine.
feel
And you don't
so
even know how much
bad
it's just gonna be
about
such
them.
an insane.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
My sister works with like teenagers a lot as a psychologist. And like she tells me a lot about like, how they're feeling, what they're talking about, the kids, I mean, right? And it's so sad. It's like actually makes me really mad because first of all, there was like COVID. So a bunch of them missed school already because of that. And then the war, and it's like literally been like now like years of them not having any normal experience whatsoever, like in schooling, in like socializing. Yeah, there was like this story recently that I heard from a friend that she showed her like small kid. She bought her like a school, like it's called penal, but I don't think he called that in English that way. It's like a little school bag thingy basically that you can put stuff in, like organizer kind of thing, and a plastic box basically. And her mom decorated the plastic back bowl like with a bunch of stuff, like cutesy like anime things, like I don't know, like some cartoons, stuff like that. And she put a plane there, like a travel plane basically. And it's like a cartoonish plane with English saying in English saying like nice travels, so like happy travels, something like that. And the girl, the daughter, asked her, Mom, why is there like a bomber here? Like a warplane.
Oh, because her only frame of reference for an airplane is a thing that just bombs you, not even for a swing. Oh, yeah. Jeez.
And my mother, who's like friend, she's like, she was like, I'm gonna like fucking lose it. She like was so upset that she didn't even think about it. That for her, the planes still associate with travel, like with with like good times, basically, right? Because she's like 30 something, right? And her kid only associates them with war and nothing else. And that was like kind of a little bit uncomfortable. Yeah.
Well, damn.
Yeah. Anyway, I initially actually was gonna phone to talk about Expedition 33, and we still talked about the serious stuff.
Oh yeah, you're my strongest
there you
verso defender. I just steal half your arguments for stream and pass them off as my own. So
I am your strongest versus defender. I just wanted to talk about someone who is not retarded, if I'm honest, because the people's takes just annoy the fuck out of me, like
Yeah.
from both ends. Because you have like people who are super like, you know, absolutely like unhinged male truthers, let's say, like who are all about that defense. And there are people who are like, you know, people like Western ass takes as well. They're like genocide, and I'm like, oh no, not genocide. As these like Gaza people are here. So yeah, I was just like memeing about that. And then you have Asmongold ass take, which is like basically women are wrong and men are right. That sort of take.
true.
And you're like, fuck. Like, yeah, and all takes are so weird. Like, and I also kind of like don't agree like with everything you said from what I heard, obviously, but it's
You
not
can't be
as
right about
retarded as
everything.
it.
Referring to you.
Yeah, I mean, sure, buddy. you paid with so much attention, okay, compared to me who played this game 3 times.
Wow.
Yeah, and yeah, so yeah. But I do think like one thing I kind of like don't agree with you about is like the sentience bit. I think you're like under the impression that there aren't sentient to a point that they're basically like ChatGPT people, if I'm not like wrong. If
I think
that's your take.
there's fuck. I can't argue this with you actually because I might give you a take, but I think you might have given me this take, or I got it from somebody else because I really do steal like half your takes when I argue these points.
Inception of takes.
Wait, are you the one that told me the issue with the world, the painted world, and viewing them as sentient? Were you the one that gave me the take? I feel bad because I don't respond to all of them too, and then I end up stealing for stream. That basically the issue with the painted world is that what it allows Mael to do is never grow. She never has to actually grow or accept any responsibility.
Yeah, I did say that.
Yeah, because you said that like she's not going to paint a world that's difficult or challenging for her. It's always going to be one that satisfies. And then you brought up like Gustav and like these fake people that are all playing into.
Me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
For sure, yeah.
Wait. Okay. So wait. Do
Yeah.
you disagree with this? Well, okay. Well, what's your argument against your argument? Because that's what it feels like in terms of their sentience. Like they're not even truly free things. Like they're all here at the end of the day to serve the pleasures and whims of what Mael psychologically finds comforting.
So my take is a little bit like complicated because I think it's a complicated story. They're not like just ChatGPT people. They are art made alive.
Sure.
So that's a bit different. That I don't like how people are not artsy about it at all. It's artsy fartsy French game. You gotta be artsy, okay? You gotta see them as basically it's like a little bit like a Christian sort of thing in a way, right? Because it's like God is also like a painter, right?
Sure, a little bit, yeah.
For example.
Wait, can I?
Yeah.
Here's a challenge,
sorry.
actually. Here, I'm curious if you agree or disagree with this. I think this is a fundamental flaw of the game. I think they fucked up really hard here. I feel like the third act, I feel like having Verso as the main character, I think they could have done so much more, either focusing it on someone else or making Mael the main character. Because I think one of the reasons why it's hard to be sympathetic towards a lot of the painted people is you have Mael, who is a real person, Alicia or whatever, and then you've got the family who are real people who are suffering. And then you've got Verso, who's like a derivative or comes from, is painted by the mom, derivative soul of the real Verso. And these are who the entire story centers on. You get like stories about CL and her husband and, of Gustav and his girlfriend, kind of, but I feel like you just don't get enough of them. Like if there would have been more focus on those people rather than everything being like kind of related back to Verso and back to the real people, I just feel like it makes it harder to sell that idea of like, oh, these are sentient people. We should respect and think about these guys almost as much as real people. Yeah, God.
I feel like I kind of like don't agree at all because I feel like I cared a lot. So I'm not one of those people who are like, they're not real, fuck 'em. So I wasn't like in the camp of it's an easy ass choice. It was an easiest choice in the sense that I think it's the only choice I think is moral in that situation. But I sided with one side. You know, not because like I thought the other side had no good arguments. And I think like I was very sad first time. I like cried straight up because I was like, fuck, like I have to let this go. Like this beautiful world that I really got to love. The people that I related to their struggle, you start from their perspective. Like each act is you basically end each act with the grand fight for that character. So for Gustave, who is a representative of Lumiere, right? As you know, he's like even his like main theme. He's actually the only character who doesn't have his own specific theme, music theme. It's a
Yeah, I guess-
variation of Lumiere.
Sure.
So he represents that.
I'm sympathetic
Yeah.
towards that, but I guess I think the problem is I feel like so much from Verso's perspective, you would agree that Verso wanted Alicia to leave, right? We agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Like
sure,
Verso allowed Gustave to die. I think that that's
Yes.
revealed. Yeah. So
Yeah.
he let Gustave die. He knew that he needed to die. I feel like when it came to the painted people, when it came to Lune and Ciel, I feel like maybe I'm just reading the emotion wrong. Maybe I don't know. It felt like they were less like sad that they were going to be gone, and more that it almost felt like they were conveying more that they were just upset that Verso like hid stuff from them or backstepped from them. Maybe I was reading too much into that, but like, just when everything.
They were pretty fucking I mean, Luna was straight up giving you the stare from hell, like because she's, obviously fucking mad that she like trusted you again and you like backstabbing her again big time. And same with CL, because she forgives you for the first betrayal, but she then like, well, if you make, help me bring Pierre back, then we're even, basically, right? So you like also betray her, but she like steps inside to essentially like just look at you and to convey with her look what she thinks about it and everything. Like Monoko Eskia comes in to say goodbye to Versa, obviously, right? And Luna is like, no, fuck you, dude. Like, I'm staying alive until my like very last second. I'm not stepping into the portal to like disappear until the very last moment. So it's real in a sense, because I don't think it's right to say they're not sentient simply because they have the will that they enact. It's that will can be rewritten by the painter is what makes it awkward.
Sure.
So it's not that they don't have the will, right? For example, Aline created them, Lumiere people, like decorations, basically, right? For her son and her painted family to live in that city. But she didn't intervene at all. She was like this Greek god that doesn't really give a fuck, right? She created them and they started to basically live their own lives. So they get birthed, right? They grew up. So it's not like they're like, I don't know, Blade Runner, if you like that or not, but in Blade Runner, there's like this replicant stuff, right? And they're like live for 4 years and they're like they have like memories of other people, but they don't really like grow full process from childhood to elderly age. It's not like, this is completely, they're like their own thing. They created and they given this like basically a sort of freedom to go about their lives, right?
Kind of.
But how
within
much
a confine,
freedom
I think,
they have. Yeah, they're just like, I would say the good argument is that they're very limited in what they can be. But does that make them not real or not sentient? I think my take is they're less real than real people, and I value them slightly less, ultimately. But not that I don't value them at all, right?
Sure.
For example,
I think,
a dog
I think
I value less than a human.
Yeah.
But it's not that I don't value its life and I would like shoot it in the fucking head, right?
Yeah, I think I would probably agree with that. I think the issue, my big argument, I don't know if you watched it, was one with food shops, and her argument was that they were sure. Her argument was that they were as real as real people. So it's, do you choose one family or do you genocide a whole situation or civilization? Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, I think you should definitely feel sad about. Yeah, for sure. They're not nothing. Yeah. I mean, even a painting is not nothing, right? Yeah.
Yes, it's not nothing at all. It's like it's a product of beautiful creation, of imagination, of art, right? So art reflects the artist. Like this whole like thing in the game was like, the art is both can be a mirror and how it was. Art can be a mirror and a window, right?
Sure.
But great art is both.
Sure.
So that's kind of like this whole debate that was in France back in the day, in Belle Epoque, which this game is based off that period. Vaguely. It's just inspired by that period, I guess you could say. It was this whole debate about like modern art and like impressionism, new wave art, basically, right? And people of the new wave were like, it's supposed to express a feeling of mine. So how I see the things, right? So it's like it's a mirror, right? It reflects me. And the other side was arguing it's supposed to be a window. So it's supposed to show, how it is actually, like how it looks in reality. So like realistic art, versus like impressionist, Favism, all of that expressionism kind of stuff. So, there's a whole thing about this in the game as well, obviously. But so it's in a way there are expressions of the creators. it can't be any other way, because there, for example, like there's a lot of like thing that Eileen's grief, right? It kind of mars this whole world. So it like drowns it in like this grief, Gamache, like this doomsday ticking thing, Renoir, Eileen, their battle between each other, it all made this world full of grief, which it wasn't like that when Verso painted it, right? It was like happy, whimsical childhood sort of like fantasy with like no people in it at all. It was just them at first, like 4 of them, Esquier, Francois, Claire, and Verso, right? But then it was like he made gestuals from like the brushes and tools he used. He made them like into living creatures, right? And Esquies is like his plushie, basically, right, that he made alive. So it's a bit more, I think, than just like AI fucking they don't matter. It's a bit more because it's about, it's also has, this game also has like magic element to it, obviously, souls, shit like that, right? So it has like piece of Verso's soul in it, which is all painters live a piece of their soul in the canvases they create. And I think that's pretty cute because, you know, we say like a painter put his soul into something, right? We mean that like a lot of the feeling went into creating the thing, right? And yeah, it's kind of like that. But yeah, ultimately, just the problem with Mael word, of course, Mael ending is, first of all, it's a fucking Black Mirror episode. Like, I don't know how you can watch that thing and think, yeah, that's based. That's a happy one. So yeah, it's just that she creates basically like a dollhouse. She's like even worse than Aline in that sense, because Aline created her own painted family, and then she did kind of like didn't give a fuck about the rest of them. Like the rest of the people in Lumiere were just doing their thing, right? Before the fracture, I mean.
Sure.
And here she like actively there. So she can like enact control over like literally everyone there. And how could she not? Because she is escaping what Aline was kind of escaping, you know, death, mortality of her, like, you know, brother who died. And I think it's kind of like tragic that Aline is so powerful. She can create this like awesome new world, right? New people, but she can't fix shit in real life, which is what makes it real life.
I will say,
if you die in real life, you die.
I don't know if I missed part of this, but like you can tell me, like technically, wasn't Aline similar to Alicia in that didn't she also get lost in the canvas? Like, wasn't the fracture, was it Renoir breaking her out initially, or?
Yeah, basically the timeline of the events is that if you like pick up all the fucking journals, you can really figure it out. The timeline is basically she was the real Verso dies in the fire because of Alicia's mistake, essentially, because she in some way like colludes or like at least chats with the writers, which is like the opposing fraction that you know painters are fighting. And as a result of that, because of her, not because of malevolence, but you know by mistake, it costs like Verso his life, who saves her and dies in the process, and she gets like fucked big time in terms of like she's maimed in constant pain with no eye and all of that. So Aline can't deal with any of that shit because like she lost, I imagine, her favorite child that died by the accident of like basically her younger child, the least one, the one she likes the least.
Is there any indication that she didn't like her before that, or was it just that she kind of blames her for losing her son?
I guess there's like this pretty normal like favoritism, because when you get in the mansion, in real mansion with Alicia maimed and run around, you can like interact with the wall, and she says like here's the wall where our family's painting are presented, and she like, and there's like Verso's painting, Claire's painting, and she's like, and this is my little one in the corner, the only one Maman deemed good enough for the wall.
Okay.
So there was like this some sort of like I guess treatment, but that's kind of normal. Like most people like
because it could just be like and it could be maybe because you know you've got elder children versus younger children. But I also wonder just maybe because she was younger too. Maybe she didn't have time for it. But,
I mean it's kind of like typical. Mom tends to like really often love the son very much, but also like fathers also oftentimes prioritize the smallest kid, like the daughter, for example. And it's kind of how Renoir seems to feel. Like Alicia seems to be like his actual favorite because, you know, most vulnerable, they kind of feel protective and stuff like that. So it's kind of, you know, it's kind of like they are like a bit toxic as like aristocratic God-given powers of paint shit family would be, but it's not like anything that people paint them as actual fucking demons sometimes. I don't know why. It's not indicated. Her real animosity became clear when she even says so to Alicia in the painting. She's like, you child, you like disobeyed me and now he's dead, something like that. that, she says. So she basically like says that Alicia disobeyed her, and because of that Verso died. She also explains in her own letter that it pains her to look at Alicia because the scars remind her always of that day. So like she can't escape it, and just looking at her, that grief kind of reflects back. She can't like stop thinking about it. So she starts to basically disappear into canvas that Verso made to feel his presence essentially, because his soul is there and shit. And she then starts to go more and more, apparently, by the arguments she has with Renoir. And then she ultimately just stays there permanently. She creates Lumiere people, and she creates her painted family, the version of each family member, basically, how she wants them.
Sure.
Does Alicia
does Alicia get into the canvas before or after the fracture?
After.
It's after. Okay,
they already fight in there. So
because the fracture is what starts after the fracture starts is when the countdown starts, right? The Gomage starts. Yeah. Okay. So it would have been after. Yeah.
She's like sitting there, like basically killing herself slowly, because her body like starts like having the effects, I guess, of being in the painting for so long. And then Renoir barges in basically at some point, and he's like, "Wife, what the fuck?" Like, and he then tries to get her out, and she's like super resistant, and then they fight, and then the fracture happens. So the world like gets torn to pieces essentially, and piece of Lumiere drops on the island where we start the game, and all Lumiere like stays on the continent essentially. And then she gets trapped under the monolith, and he gets trapped in the drafts, and they basically just go at it. And the Gomage, and he tries to eliminate all of her creations to reduce chroma of hers in the painting, because she who controls the chroma controls the canvas. Basically, yes, chroma is like energy, like it's paint, right, in this world. Life force, I guess you could say. So the more she has of her like life force, the more powerful she is, and she's already apparently more powerful than him if you listen to Claire. So and then Claire barges in as well. She tries to basically assist Renoir by creating nevrons that trap the chroma. So they kill Aline's creations, and she can't get back the chroma. So she gets gradually weaker, basically. And Renoir can take over.
In the Okay, wait, two questions.
I mean,
was there any significance to fucking Julie? I think I discovered one diary, and I read it, and it was like, oh, this is who Verso, I'm guessing, is, because at one point Verso's like, there's one person I can bring back, and then you find some diary on the world map, I think, and the journal says that like, oh, he talks about Julie's fiance. Is this supposed to be anybody important, or is it just literally just like that was his in-world?
You see this girl like in the flashbacks in Act 1.
Okay.
Just at that point, you don't really know who that is. You see like Verso and her like expeditioner team tries to kill him basically, and they fight, and then he kills her as well, and then they stare like with Alicia, his sister, at the monolith. So she was like basically his lover that realized he's immortal because he was like gravely wounded, and she saw him regenerate, and she then at that point lost basically utterly all trust in him, and thought that she already was suspicious because they were the only survivors, basically, right? Renoir, from the Expedition Zero, and then she like becomes suspicious, and then she captures him, interrogates him, like it's kind of indicated that they like borderline maybe tortured him or some shit like that, and then he ends up killing all of them basically, and. The letter is kind of like, I guess, indication of mostly not of Julie herself, but of like alienation that they feel, painted family, because they are not part of this really world. They're like suffering greatly because they are basically imposter syndromes. So all the other people are just new people that were created, right? They're not copies of real people. But they discovered, Claire tells them in the story, right? The real Claire, that they are basically just copies of real people, and that they were created by Aline as substitutes of those people. And that like fucked big time with them, and with Verso in particular, because he's like very he can't really, he talks about it with like Monoko-esque people he trusts, basically, that he can't really feel like, if anything, his feeling is real or it's just a real Verso, like where's the difference between them, right? His own experience, and his memories are fake technically because they're not they're Verso's. No, I mean the real one, right? So same with like Alicia.
Do you think it was kind of weird that like that Simon character was kind of like stuck in as this was supposed to be Clea's painted boyfriend?
Yeah,
And
he
he's
was
like
like
the
part
most
of the expedition.
okay, and he's like the most powerful like boss creature thing, but it feels like he's literally just stuck there. And then there's like a few sentences referencing him, but then nothing else is really brought up much of him. I don't think, right?
It seems like real Claire juiced him the fuck up.
Yeah.
Like that's why he's so
Like
powerful,
a
and he was
romance
also
novel,
stuck.
vampire rape monster, some bullshit for her to yeah.
I mean, real Claire used him, not the painted Claire. That girl was stuck painting Neverons as a slave because real Claire repainted her. But she like manipulated basically him and empowered the fuck out of him to do her bidding essentially. And then when he kind of realized that, it was already his like mind was messed up because she like painted over him so many times. So yeah.
Oh, do you think? I feel like there was no significance to the in the what is it? There's like a paint.
Oh,
there's
he
like-
killed the Axon. I
oh,
remember.
he was one of the guys.
killed
That killed, yeah, one of them. Yeah,
Yeah, the old Ymir, the clear one, by the way, which is interesting.
sure.
She hated the versions of her in this world so much that she's like, fucking kill that thing.
Nice.
Yeah, it's just just Claire.
On the
Typical Claire behavior.
there's like a dimension that you have to go into and you bring I think like 3 canvas pieces to unlock like a boss, and then you kill the boss. Do you know what I'm talking about? And
The Lamp Master paint shop or
Yeah.
something like that, yeah?
was there any significance to that boss, or did it felt like that was just like a filler? It was kind of weird. I thought there was going to be some kind of like very story relebant thing in terms of the
No,
boss
it
there,
was
but it was
just basically do that shit and get the perfect
the
catalyst.
chroma, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's about it. I mean, there's some little dialogue with little
boy.
Verso.
Yeah.
But that's like, he mostly just, when you talk with him, he mostly just shares a perspective of a child Verso, which Mael fans tend to use against people who pick Verso because they're like, look, little Verso thought they were real. And you're like, no shit.
Yeah.
Kid thought that they were super duper real. Ain't no way. It's just it's just kind of like funny in that sense. He did think so though. He says like I think their paintings or not, they have souls. I think he says so. He says like it's not right that Claire like tortures this painting because it still feels basically right. So it's it suffers, so it shouldn't be harmed. Which doesn't disapprove anything, I think. But I also agree with that they shouldn't suffer. Yeah, problem is like with Mael ending, of course, is that how the fuck do we even know what is real, what is not? It's like this concept of like Sartre. Do you know the guy, philosopher, existential philosopher, French one?
Yeah, I use his Nazi quote a lot. Yeah.
Huh? Nazi quote?
He's the guy.
Do
He's
I
the
know-
guy who has the quote of like, it's like don't ever pretend that like anti-Semites argue in good faith, like they delight in bad faith or argumentation. Right? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh. Maybe, yeah. I mean, yeah, he was like a Marxist lefty dude, so I'm just not that familiar with that sort of thing. I'm familiar with his like, like philosophical stuff.
Sure.
Sorry, I said Sartre. I messed up. Sorry, Baudrillard. It's another dude.
Oh,
Baudrillard.
okay. Never mind. The simulacrum
Yeah,
guy.
yeah,
Okay, just
yeah.
kidding. Okay.
Yeah, that guy. Hyperreality.
Yeah.
Mix the baguettes, okay? Sorry. It's just it's just that he is like talks about that a lot, like and I think like there's a lot of interesting stuff in this game about that because, for example, Mael creates kind of basically a hyperreality. So a reality that is, and the canvases, right? It's so real to people that it kind of like substitutes reality.
Yeah.
Like change, it becomes in the line in hyperreality of Baudrillard is in this. You can't distinguish anymore between the reality and hyperreality. So that's kind of like where they get lost, I guess you could say, in the sauce, because who wouldn't though? Like most people would lose the sense like of what is real and what is not. And that's actually an interesting question in this. I think in this game, should we prefer reality if reality success? Maybe she's like legitimately happy in this, she's not maimed. She has like people who love her here. She has a family she found. She's like very confident and then completely different from like beaten up, shy shadow of a person we meet in real life that she is, right? With her like scars and like no eye and no voice and all of that, right? So that's I think is interesting. My choice is reality, obviously, but that would be at least something instead of like, you're doing the genocide. They're real, just as real people.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. Yeah, but I don't know. I just find it quite interesting. There's a lot of things that are very cool in it, and I also find that interesting that Verso by Baudrillard would be like basically like a simulacrum. Oh no, sorry, simulation, because he's like the copy of the thing that actually existed, or painted Renoir, right? Whereas the Lumiere people would be like super hyper reality because
Sure.
they're not a copies of an existing thing. So maybe that's kind of why they feel more secure with themselves, because when, like, for example, CL and Luna learns about that they are painted and the world is painted, they don't have like this super duper big mental health crisis, because ultimately, like, what changes? Really,
Yeah, the
like,
comfort
for
that
them.
their intuitions are
Yeah.
pointing towards is that they're part of the fake world and that fake world is real. But
Yeah,
Verso's
so
intuitions
for
is
them
that
it's
something's
kind of
not
like,
right and he has to,
yes, he constantly is in this like state of, I don't know if you read that thing, but it's actually Sartre this time around.
Okay.
It's called Nausea, the book he wrote about this. It's kind of similar to Verso, actually, in a sense. It's about this guy that Antoine, who starts to like feel that everything is not real and fake. And he like goes around the world basically feeling this nausea because nothing seems real, and he's like this nauseated by other people because he like projects his own view of the world on them, and he feels they're also are all like suffering and nothing is real, all of that, like basically losing sense of purpose. There's no sense in the living, all of that. And like this Verso kind of is that character because he knows it's fake and he knows it's he's a copy of another person, and he can't enjoy really anything here with that knowledge constantly being there. So whereas Lumiere people can, I guess, in a way. I mean, they have a cool conversation with Manoko about that, actually, because Manoko is like, am I like loyal to you unconditionally because that's who I am, or because I'm literally a dog? Like, I'm a painting of a dog. Like, I was painted that way by real Verso to be loyal, right, to him.
Yeah.
So is it my loyalty mine, or is it like painted by the painter to be that way? And that's kind of like the question, because he himself says, I don't want this painting to end. I actually want to chill with Noko. I kind of want to be his parent, basically, right? But he still helps Verso every time. So that kind of like begs the question: is it because he just super loves Verso, or is it because it's kind of like he's painted to be that way? Like that's just his purpose that he was imprinted with.
Oh, like the one
So
Asian
that's
girl in
kinda like-
Attack on Titan, that family. Did you ever watch Attack on Titan?
Yes, I did watch it. I also read it, unironically, the whole thing.
Yikes.
So yikes. Big
Verso
yikes,
doesn't
big
change.
nerd than-
Verso's mission never changes in the game. He doesn't have a change of heart, right? He just lies sometimes. Like from the very beginning, when he finds Mayel, he's helping her, and his goal is from the very beginning is to help her get out, right? That's why he allows Gustav to die and everything.
Yeah, I mean, partially, there was a time when he wasn't so convinced, because at the beginning we find that journal with Julie, and he says,
no.
Maman will repaint you back.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
at that point,
but from when we see him in the game, like as soon as he meets the party, he's okay.
Yeah. It's been 100 years of this shit. Of course, like by that point, he's like exhausted all fucking opportunities to do anything. So also he obviously doesn't want to tell like anyone the truth, because his agenda is to remove the fucking Eileen from it, and that's his main objective at that point. So yeah, he pretty much just lies a ton, which is it is what it is. Yeah. And he just changes his mind, it seems, because Renoir tells him that his father painted one, says to him like, oh, you haven't been like active for a long time, like why the fuck are you trying to intervene now? And it's because Mayel is here now, so he thinks he can use her now to finally achieve his goal. So that's the kind of like the different thing. And I mean, it's kind of fun though that they all kind of do their own thing in their own way, because they're like very good copies of real people. I mean, the painted family, they're good portraits, I guess you could say, because Verso ends up being like kind of like similar. He prioritizes real Renoir's Desandres, like Verso did, because he sacrificed his life for his sister, and it's kind of like ends up what yours ends up doing as well. Like painted Renoir also kind of similar to real Renoir in the sense that he's just drawing everything to save his family. So like he like kills expeditioners and painted people to help Eileen, just because he knows Eileen is the source of their life, and he tries to preserve his family and stop Verso from the suicidal mission he's on. And they're kind of like similar in a way to the original paintings, I guess. Yeah. Fucked up though that Aline painted her daughter with scars. Like, I must
she fucking
say.
hates her,
Yeah, I mean, it's just that she was like, okay, so I'm gonna fix the fact that Verso is not dead here, but you're gonna be fucked up either way. So
she also painted
understandable
Verso as a
why-
fucking Chad, fucks all the women type kid as well. So maybe that says more about the
I
mom
mean,
than
he
anything
was
else.
probably that way in the real life. They like look the same. I don't know. But I agree with your first for Verso though, so I must admit, like GGG needs to hear this. Like I am fully on that. I was listening to your opinions about Expedition 33, and I was like, how does he think they're not sentient when they literally they have will and they act against Eileen, they act against other people in the story as well, and even like Nevrons have like some ability to break free. The white ones, they do, like act against Clea's will essentially. So they clearly have an ability to exert their will. But then you went on about like how actual hotties in the game are dudes, and I was like, yeah, that's based. That's a base take.
I think there's
I came to
it's probably
for Luna, by the way. Came for Luna's feet, stayed for Verso, okay?
True, Verso, the Chad. I think it's probably a universal human theme of like what is free will and how much free will do you need, and like I mean even the Bible in Genesis gives us free will, and that's probably always a question of like how much free will do you actually have, and how does that impact us at every stage of life? So yeah.
I think theirs is very limited, and that's a fair take. We can see that it can be like literally rewritten by the painters. So that puts into question, I guess, how much we value that free will. Really, also how much you value death, like of these people when they can be just fucking repainted. Like Gustav's like whole sacrifice and the tragic death, and you let him go and you mourn him, right? And then he's like right there. Like nothing happened in Mael's ending, and it feels uncomfortable, like to me as a person who saw quite a bit of death, right? It feels uncomfortable to me, the idea that I could just ask someone to bring the person I love from my memory. Like,
maybe, yeah, but I think it's only uncomfortable because it's all self-serving. Like I think there's a world where you see these people brought back in a happy ending of the game or something. Like if Mael were to be able to leave, if Alicia left the canvas and they were happy, and then the people in the canvas were happy, you'd be like, oh, that's cute or whatever. But to see that they're all brought back just to self-serve for Mael's fantasy skills, weirder. Yeah, more
that's what makes it so fucking awful, and that's why I didn't pick it. Not because I was like I don't care, but because I knew that the version she will recreate would not be the painting the canvas I love at all. It will be another version. It will be a copy of a copy. How many fucking copies can there be? And also, like, she will fucking die here, and then Renoir will probably barge in before she dies to try to save her, and then it's like another fucking fracture or some shit. Probably Aline, the heroin addict she is, will drop back in. So yeah, it's just because she drops back in literally, like, even how many a day have passed like in real world, and she's like back in this bitch, like in the end, and helping like Alicia against Renoir, right? So it's just it's just so, and she lies as well to him, like straight up to Renoir. She says like, yeah, you're not missing me, not losing me forever, just for a little, doing the bargaining thing basically, right?
Yeah.
And then she's like, no, I'm staying
forever. Yeah.
Lied. Yeah, so that's that almost obviously the last straw was when she like attacks little fucking Verso, like the soul of the boy, like the Verso tries to bring his hand to him, and she then slaps the hands with her rapier, with your sword. And I'm like, fucking hell, she's not even glancing in the direction of the actual soul of her brother. She's not like asking that real piece of him, right, what it wants. She's like absolutely uninterested in that. She's only interested in like preserving this a simulacrum essentially, right?
Yeah.
Because that's kind of like that kind of sucks ass, and so yeah. Also, I think she has options, to be honest, like in real world, because she can fucking repaint something else. Like Verso tells her, like, you can have this amazing power to paint, right? You don't have to suffer a life you don't want. So she has that choice in real world to not be a cripple, to live in another painting, for example, if she wants, right? But Verso, for example, does not.
Maybe, yeah. Wait, do you ever do recreational drugs at all? I don't know what you guys do in Ukraine.
Not much, but a bit back in the day when I would say fresh and young.
It applies to it would apply to alcohol too. Like I always tell people, like when you're looking at drugs or you're looking at alcohol, like these are, in my opinion, these are things that should be like life enhancers or fun enhancers, and that's it. So if you want to have a lot of fun over a weekend, you want to have some fun with friends, do some drugs, drink alcohol, whatever, that's fine. But when you start using them as escapist things, I think it gets really dark really fast, because all drugs are really good at helping you escape from your problems for a temporary period of time, and it's very hard once you've seen that easy out, I think, to actually fix your problems, and then you get lost in that. And so I view, like, I look at the painting stuff as a kind of a similar thing. Like, recreationally, can you have fun and go do this? Sure. But like, if you're using it to escape from reality because you want to confront it, that's always, basically every time, is going to send you down a bad path. Yeah.
I think that's a relatively good analogy because it's like you're drinking, right? If you like drink recreationally, like with friends, it's one thing. But if you can't really, unironically, spend an evening without getting drunk, now you have a problem because you're using it not because you're like happy chilling with friends. You're using it because that's your only source of like escape. It's your source of happiness.
Yeah.
And that kind of, it is addiction in that sense for Mael and for Aline as well, because they say so in the game. They're like, it's the only place we started to feel happy again. They like verbatim say those things that addicts say, unironically, if you
Yeah.
like speak with like drug addicts and things like that. So yeah,
Okay.
that was pretty. I was sad though. It
Sad for
wasn't
what?
like an easy choice to
Oh.
me. I mean, I was very like super into Askia and Monoko as characters, for example, and I really like felt bad, like destroying this thing and letting them go. But I mean, how many times can you bastardize this canvas? Okay.
True. All right, I have to
it's
read.
just-
I've got an interview I have in like 20 minutes, and I need to read on a Supreme
Oh,
Court
I'm
thing
sorry.
beforehand.
Yeah,
So, no, you're good.
it's just the nerd in me. Okay, pops up.
You're good. Here's a picture somebody sent me. This
yeah.
is a funny meme. I don't know if you've seen this one
But-
before, but
Can you say it again? It's kind
I
of
sent
like-
you a Discord message. That was a fucking meme. I don't know. Somebody sent this one.
Okay. Yeah, we'll look. Yeah, bye-bye. Thanks for the chat.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Stay
bye-bye.
safe.
See
Be
you
careful.
sometime.
Thanks for chatting. Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Get him out of here. No, I'm just kidding. Let me grab a Red Bull, and then I'm going to try to read through some of the Supreme Court decision, and then before I talk to Brian. Uh-oh. Big bad. Big bad for the Trumples. Fuck. Do I have time to go over it? What are these? Hold on, I opened a few links. I'm going to say it. The GOP has a Nazi problem, and the more we pretend like we don't, the worse it's going to get. We do. Don't tell me we don't. Good job, Laura. Dipshit. Reader, I laughed so hard at this excerpt from Olivia Newsies. Newsy? How do you say her last name? Destiny, going back to your response to your previous message, you're incorrect. Using my example, coercion requires justification. Is a tautology because to argue against it in itself is a contradiction. It is a priori. You don't justify a priori because they are logically justified in and of themselves. To ask someone to justify a priori is a misunderstanding of logic or misuse of a priori. You would have to explain that more. What is when you say coercion requires justification? I don't even know what you mean when you say that. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that every a priori statement can be like deductively justified or whatever, or is deduction not even relevant for talking about these things? I don't know. Okay. Okay. Don't care about this. Don't care about this. Don't care about this. Okay. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Did my mouse fix itself during that talk? Nope. What is is there a decision on this somewhere instead of a fucking tweet? One of the most annoying fucking things that Twitter did was deprioritizing tweets that have links in them. I fucking hate that change on Twitter. It drives me fucking crazy that there have to be games played now with like doing another tweet or quote tweeting a link or whatever. It's so fucking annoying. President Trump showing MBS the auto-pin picture he has put up for President Biden.
Questions from reporters. We anticipate both leaders will take questions. We will cover that live as it's coming up. This visit is clicking along pretty quickly now with some unexpected stops along the way, but the Oval Office is just a few steps away from where they are now. So we may hold for just a second while they...
What a disgusting fucking loser. We should be able to do annulments for presidents. By the transcendental principle of deferred actuality, the mind does not think so much as it rehearses the possibility of thinking, generating a metaphysical afterimage that we mistake for cognition. What we call experience is merely being's habitual mispronunciation of itself, a self-referential echo that insists on sounding profound despite having forgotten its own premise. Thank you. Good one. Have you ever played this old game called Terraria? Ugh. Excuse me, I beat... Was it called Cataclysm? Or Calamity, sorry.
I'm very proud of the job he's done. What he's done is incredible in terms of human rights and everything else. And he's the crown prince, the future king, and I just want to pay my greatest respect to your father, King, who is an amazing man. I met him early on. He greeted me at the airport at an age that was pretty high up there, and it was about 117 degrees, and he was standing on the red carpet as I came out of the plane, and he's amazing. And when I met his brilliant son, it was at the Oval Office. Shortly thereafter, you came in representing the country, and I called the father. I said, "This guy is fantastic." And I don't know if that helped you or hurt you, but obviously it couldn't have hurt too much, because here you are.
Is it appropriate, Mr. President, for your family to be doing business in Saudi Arabia while you're president? Is that a conflict of interest? And Your Royal Highness, the U.S. intelligence concluded that you orchestrated the brutal murder of a journalist. 9/11 families are furious that you are here in the Oval Office. Why should Americans trust you? And the same to you, Mr. President.
Now, who are you with?
I'm with ABC News, sir.
You're with who?
ABC News, sir.
Fake news. ABC fake news. One of the worst.
Smack him in the face. Such a disgusting human being.
I have nothing to do with the family business. I have left, and when I've devoted 100% of my energy. What my family does is fine. They do business all over. They've done very little with Saudi Arabia.
His whole family. Whatever happens, I need to develop a position. Wait, is it tonight or tomorrow? For the Wick show, I need to develop a position on what we should do post-Trump. His whole family's wealth needs to be confiscated and by expropriated by the United States of America. 100%. That's the first thing that needs to happen.
Actually, I'm sure they could do a lot. And anything they've done has been very good. That's what we've done. We've built a tremendous business for a long time. I've been very successful. I decided to leave that success behind and make America very successful. And I've made America more successful by far than it ever was, and that it ever could have been, no matter who was president. There would be nobody bringing in $21 trillion, that I can tell you right now. As far as this gentleman is concerned, he's done a phenomenal job. You're mentioning somebody that was extremely controversial. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about, whether you like him or didn't like him.
I'm getting fed baited. You're coming for me, Cash. Just to be clear, the guy that Trump was talking about was a journalist that was critical of Saudi Arabia, of the monarchy. This journalist stepped into an embassy in Qatar, in Egypt, it was another country. He stepped into a Saudi Arabian embassy, I think, in another country to get some travel documents, and then they murdered him there. Was it in Turkey? They murdered him there. They cut his body up into pieces and they hauled him out in a trash bag. That's who he's saying. And it was, I think our assessment is that it was probably ordered by Mohammed bin Saud, MBS. It was probably ordered by this guy. So for him to say people didn't like this guy, what? So he murdered a journalist? That should make everybody in this room terrified. For the U.S. president to say that.
I can tell you right now. as far as this gentleman is concerned, he's done a phenomenal job. You're mentioning somebody that was extremely controversial. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen. But he knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that. You don't have to embarrass our guest by asking a question like that.
It's okay, just yes, Mr. President.
Please, go ahead.
Fuck, this is 160 pages. Mohammed bin Salman of the Saud family? Is that how it goes? I don't remember the structure of. I can explain it. Well, I want to read it, or parts of it at least. Let's go some of the top, some of the bottom.
Is that pretty good?
Mr. President, why wait for Congress to release the Epstein files? Why not just do it now?
You know, it's not the question that I mind, it's your attitude. I think you are a terrible reporter. It's the way you ask these questions. You start off with a man who's highly respected, asking him a horrible, insubordinate, and just a terrible question. And you could even ask that same exact question nicely. You're all psyched, or somebody psychs you over at ABC, you're going to psych it. You're a terrible person and a terrible reporter. As far as the Epstein files is, I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. I threw him out of my club many years ago because I thought he was a sick pervert. And I guess I turned out to be right. But you know who does have? Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, who ran Harvard, was with him every single night, every single weekend. They lived together. They went to his island many times. I never did. Andrew Weissman, I hear. All these guys were friends of his. You don't even talk about those people. You just keep going on the Epstein files. And what the Epstein is a Democrat hoax to try and get me not to be able to talk about the $21 trillion that I talked about today. It's a hoax. Now, I just got a little report, and I put it in my pocket, of all the money that he's given to Democrats. He gave me none, zero, no money to me. But he gave money to Democrats. And people are wise to your hoax. And ABC's, your company, your crappy company, is one of the perpetrators. And I'll tell you something.
So why not just sign it now?
I think the license should be taken away from ABC because your news is so fake and it's so wrong. And we have a great commissioner, the chairman, who should look at that, because I think when you come in and when
did you hear that? Did anybody hear that? You didn't hear it because there's nothing. That was the sound of silence as every single hack cuck fuck who tried to make this weird wishy-washy argument of, well, Trump didn't actually say the FCC should go after Kimmel. That wasn't actually Trump order. Trump didn't actually get it. He didn't actually. And then when Trump says it's like, nothing. They have nothing to say.
When you're 97% negative to Trump, and then Trump wins the election in a landslide, that means obviously your news is not credible, and you're not credible as a reporter. So I've answered your question. You should go and look at the Democrats who received money from Epstein, who spent their time. Larry Summers was with him all the time. That creep of the fund guy was with him all.
Okay, stop looking at me shit. I need to go through this real quick.
Families of relation. That's. I feel painful about, families of 9/11 in America, but, we have to focus on reality. Reality based on CIA documents and based on a lot of documents that Osama bin Laden, he used Saudi people in that event for one main purpose, is to destroy this relation, to destroy the American-Saudi relation. That's the purpose of 9/11. So whoever buy in that means they are helping Osama bin Laden's purpose of destroying this relation. He knows that strong relation between America and Saudi Arabia, it's bad for extremism, it's bad for terrorism. And we have to approve him wrong and to build our relation, to continue developing our relation. It's critical in the safety of the world. It's critical against extremism and terrorism. I feel painful about,
My understanding is what he's saying is technically true. A lot of people like to say, I think I've said this in the past before I knew more, that Osama bin Laden was a Saudi Arabian. All the hijackers were Saudi Arabian. Osama bin Laden, I'm pretty sure, was fucking exiled from Saudi Arabia. He was not on good. There's a reason why he was in fucking Afghanistan or whatever. Some of it, to some extent, was to, I don't know if he chose every hijacker to be Saudi Arabian for the express purposes of harming U.S.-Saudi relationships, but, Pakistan, not Afghanistan, sorry. Or no, it was that, shut the fuck up. The Taliban were in, Al-Qaeda was initially in Afghanistan. He was ultimately caught in Pakistan, but he operated out of Afghanistan with Al-Qaeda, right? Didn't they initially? Eventually, he fled to, I think, Pakistan. There's the politics in the Middle East it's funny because tankies get this a little bit better, kind of, unfortunately, than non-tankies. The Saudi Arabia is seen as basically the U.S. puppet, essentially. And your extremists do not like Saudi Arabia. Now, in the U.S., all Muslims, depending on who you are terrorist enemies or whatever. But that distinction is very important for a lot of people in the Middle East. This is why Saudi Arabia inspires a lot of hatred from some groups of people. And then if you look at the Hassan types, they're always hating Saudi Arabia. They'll say it's for human rights abuses or some other bullshit, but it's because they view them as a U.S. puppet, an arm of our imperialism. Wasn't bin Laden's initial big issue that the U.S. had military bases in Saudi? I don't know. He had a lot of different issues. He just didn't like U.S. intervention in the Middle East, basically, at all. Jeffrey V. Brown, U.S. District Judge. In August 2025, the state of Texas enacted a new electoral map to govern elections for the U.S. House. Okay, this is a big deal because this is a circuit court ruling. So remember, in the federal court system, so if you're bringing a case in the U.S. to a U.S. court, not a state court, a U.S. court, the federal courts are located in states because you have to be somewhere geographically. But your first court is your district court. So the Southern District of Florida, Southern District of New York, whatever. And then when you appeal, you go up to your appeals court, which are your circuit courts. And then if something goes, the next step from a circuit court would be the U.S. Supreme Court. So my understanding is that this is a United States District Court, Western District of Texas. Oh, wait. I thought Kafka said this was a circuit court decision. This is a district court decision right now. So this will be appealed up to the circuit court. And then from there it would go to the Supreme Court, if it got that high. The scary thing about this for the Trumples, though, is that if they can't get... I don't know what these guys are arguing for. Let me read a little bit. There's a world where if the judges don't rule favorably on this, basically they don't get their redistricting done in time for midterms. That would just be an unbelievable, horrible outcome that Texas basically got the okay from Congress and Trump, go ahead and redistrict, and then Newsom said, oh, well, we're going to redistrict California then. Democratically, we're going to do it. California gets their Prop 50 redistricting done, and then Texas gets theirs rolled back. That would be crazy. That would be such a horrible outcome for Republicans. Okay, August 2025, the state of Texas enacted a new electoral map to govern elections for the U.S. House of Representatives, claiming that the 2025 map is racially discriminatory. 6 groups of plaintiffs, the plaintiff groups, ask the court to preliminarily enjoin the state from using the 2025 map for the 2026 elections. Destiny, how did the California ones pass but not the Texas ones? I don't know. Maybe someone will challenge the California ones, but we'll see. For the reasons explained below, the court preliminarily enjoins the state from using the 2025 map, the court orders that the 2026 congressional election in Texas shall proceed under the map that the Texas legislature enacted in 2021, the 2021 map. The way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to stop discriminating on the basis of race. Chief Justice John Roberts. Public perception of this case is that it's about politics. To be sure, politics played a role in drawing the 2025 map, but it was much more than just politics. Substantial evidence shows that Texas racially gerrymandered the 2025 map. Here's why. Is this a judge reading this? Okay. This language feels a lot more informal than what I'm used to reading in these. But maybe it's because it's a district reading. California Prop 50 was based on the Texas thing. Fuck, I'm not gonna have time to read this before my show. Hold on. This is a 3-judge panel on the Fifth Circuit, but not an appeal. Oh, okay, gotcha. The amendment proposed by Assembly expressly amends California adding a section there too. Proposed amendment, the Election Rigging Response Act. President Donald Trump has called on Republican legislators under the state community special legislature of the state of Florida as established Republicans urge the state. President Trump and Republicans are attempting to gain enough seats. President Trump election rigging scheme is midterm elections. California to commit to fair and impartial it's a duty to defend democracy. People of California politicians have the power to approve temporary congressional response to President Trump's election rigging scheme. It is the intent of the people of California's temporary map to be designed to neutralize the partisan gerrymandering being threatened by rallying led states without eroding federal administration. Yeah, I have to read what's added to the article itself, because this could be the justification for passing it, but I don't know if this would require Texas to do it. But we'll see. Oh my fucking god. Manage webcam. This. Test, test. Nope. This one. Test, test.
$5024. That's 702-763-5024. Or check him out at radioYOU101.com.
All right, welcome back. It is Pushing the Limits on a Tuesday. I'm very fortunate that I have a Rolodex of some wonderful people. Ron Filipkowski, obviously being one of them. He joins us every week. Ryan Shedd, one of the best left-leaning podcasters around, is going to be joining us in studio tomorrow. And, you know, I joined the Un-F America tour with Z and the gang. I just think it's awesome. I'm very new to this. We're going to be out there in Phoenix next month. And there's just a lot of wonderful people within the Un-F America tour. We just had an event here in Vegas a few weeks back, and gave me the opportunity to meet Destiny, who is obviously one of the largest streamers on the planet. And he's one of the very few people in the political world that I tend to agree with like 99.9% of the time. And he's a busy man, and he's nice enough to be joining us right now on a Tuesday afternoon. Destiny, it's good to see you, my friend. How are you?
Hey, pretty good. How you doing?
Doing okay, Destiny. Thanks again for joining us. I really appreciate it. There's so much to get to with you in a short period of time. I have to start by asking you about this Epstein vote. Seems like there were a lot of Republican cowards out there that did not want to vote yes until they felt like they probably had to now. What do you make of this vote, and did you see this coming? I think, only one person voted no on this. What's your take on this?
I mean, it's inevitable at this point, right? If you know it's going to pass, you probably don't want to be the person voting against it. I I don't like following the Epstein stuff that much. I've read that the FBI is trying to redact a bunch of stuff. I don't know if those are the same documents that Congress has access to or not. So I don't know if like redacted documents will get released or not. But I think after the shutdown, I think after the rising prices, just it's like hit after hit after hit for the Trump admin. This Epstein thing is just another thing that's piling on top. And then when you're seeing the base start to fracture, when you're seeing Marjorie Taylor Greene start to stake out a position that is not squarely inside Trump territory anymore, I just think this is just another domino falling where, if the vote goes one way, you don't want to be the wrong side of that, just in case the political winds, really take off in the other direction. It's my guess.
I don't know if I've ever asked you this, but I mean, do you believe Donald Trump was with underage girls, not just someone who was friends with Epstein and maybe was on Epstein Island? I know this is speculation, but do you feel eventually there will be women that will come forward and bring his name out? I know there's a lot of these women that are probably afraid of lawsuits. I just talked to Ron Filipkowski about that. But do you think eventually there will be some evidence or a witness that will come forward and say, yes, Donald Trump did do this to me?
My feeling is that I'm such a boring anti-conspiracy guy. I feel like if he would have done it, I feel like it would have come out by now. That just seems like such an impossible thing to hide. And I think it also strains credulity to believe that Epstein had all this information and none of it ever came out and he was imprisoned, right? People always talk about like this, the black book, the client list, the black mail. Like, well, the whole point of having that is so that nothing bad happens to you, right? So how was he arrested so easily, imprisoned, and then I guess assassinated, if you believe that? Yeah. Like, what was the point of having the blackmail list? And it's like, well, people say, well, it doesn't always work 100% of the time. It's like, okay, well, why isn't it released now, right? Clearly, you would have to have some kind of something. Otherwise, what's the point? So yeah, I feel like if you would have done it, I feel like it would have come out by now. My take is that I feel like there's probably a lot of just really unfortunate lineups of Trump was probably a lot closer to Epstein than he likes to admit publicly. It wouldn't surprise me if Trump knew that Epstein liked to fuck young girls. I'm sorry, have sex with. I don't.
Okay.
Wait. Okay.
That's
my bad.
You're good.
Okay.
We have a 5-second delay. You're good.
Okay. Jesus, my bad. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, that he knew that like Epstein was doing stuff that he shouldn't have been. If we were in any other media environment, in my personal opinion, the headline breaking story of all the Epstein stuff that got basically no viewership was when Trump was standing outside of some helicopter and they asked him about did you know Epstein was taking girls from Mar-a-Lago, and I think he opens with like, well, I'm not going to say a name, and then he's like, yeah, we knew he took this girl who I think was the one who ended up committing suicide, right? And he's like, yeah, and after he took a second one, we blocked him from taking any more. And it's like, how do you just admit this? This is some stuff that you plead the fifth on. Why are you saying this in front of the media?
Do you think that could be sex trafficking? I mean, I know your take is, well, he probably didn't, he probably wasn't, most likely wasn't with an underage girl. But do you believe that? Because I'm trying to figure this out. He is so adamantly, obviously, against these files coming out. He's done everything and anything, and so is the administration, lying to try to protect him, because we know he's all over the files. But you don't think necessarily there was anything criminal and it just makes him look bad? Is that kind of your take on this whole thing?
I mean, I feel like there was something criminal. I feel like somebody would have pursued it. That would be my take, yeah. When it comes to trafficking, it's probably so many layers removed, because you would have to prove intent at different stages that somebody knowingly was transferring somebody to knowingly be a sex underage, slave or whatever. Like, yeah, it would probably be really, really hard to prove all that, yeah.
Yeah. Before I get to this meeting earlier today with the Saudi prince, which was just unbelievably unfortunate and just despicable, I do want to ask you about him calling a reporter again Miss Piggy yesterday. It's like, I have a bone to pick with Tim Pool and others who don't seem like this is a big deal when the president attacks women, attacks journalists, really attacks anybody he disagrees with, and calling a reporter Miss Piggy. And the right-wing media don't seem to have a problem with that. I say this all the time, Destiny. Imagine if Joe Biden or Barack Obama talked to a reporter from Fox News they didn't like that. They'd be leading with it for weeks. And it just seems like the right, they just ignore it. He called a reporter Miss Piggy yesterday for asking what I thought was a very legitimate question.
Yeah, today I watched him go off on an ABC reporter saying that ABC needs to have its license pulled because she asked a question. And I'm curious, where are all of those defenders before who were saying, well, Trump didn't actually go to the FCC chairman and tell him to pull the affiliates from, Jimmy Kimmel's show and all. He didn't actually say that. He didn't actually do that. And here Trump just does it openly on, TV.
Yep.
There is no... It's a joke. Like, there's no consistency here. This is just a team sports game for MAGA, like more so than any other group I think I've ever seen in my lifetime. In retrospect, how funny is it that I think his lifetime earnings with Burisma was like $5 million. Hunter Biden's was. No foul play was ever proven there for anything. And the guy that initially informed on him to the FBI admitted to the FBI he made all of it up. That guy's, convicted now of lying. And then Trump, meanwhile, is doing billions of dollars of business all over the world, is openly on camera, talking to, what was it, the leader of Indonesia, saying that he can arrange a meeting between him and Eric. It's just like, this is a joke. They don't care about any of it. The frustrating part is going to be in like 3 years when they all pretend that they were always against it and they spoke out against Trump too, and none of them did,
Yeah, none of them. No backbone at all. Let's talk a little bit about this meeting this morning where, you mentioned the ABC reporter who I thought did a great job and asked very prevalent questions about Epstein and about the Khashoggi murder, because we know who this Saudi prince is and we know who they stand with and that murder, which was horrible. And yet Donald Trump is again coddling another evil man, just like he does with Vladimir Putin or Kim Jong-un when asked about the Otto Warmbier stuff. What did you make of this horrible, and I thought it was another embarrassing meeting with a horrible person? This comes a week after, as you know, he invited a former Al-Qaeda leader in the White House. I mean, what do you make of this? This is not America first.
I mean, what do I make of the United States president, the country that's supposed to be the shining beacon on the hill of democracy, an example to the rest of the free world, when our leader basically signs off on the assassination of a journalist because people knew he was a bad guy? The biggest challenge, in my opinion, in doing politics from the center left right now is to not say things that will get me arrested when I listen to Trump speak. So I don't have words. That's just an unbelievable statement. Yeah. But one of the things that I've said before, I don't know if I've told you this, that you have to think of like, don't ask the Trumples, don't ask them like, would it, you don't ask them like, do you think Trump will do this, or do you think Trump will do this in the future? You ask them, would they defend it? And I think they would. I almost think Trump could order the assassination of a journalist, and I feel like 40% of MAGA would almost be on board with it. That's just it's unacceptable in so many different levels. But I feel like I've said this for years. I don't even know. Yeah.
You made national news and you took a lot of flack on Piers Morgan because you're asked about obviously the murder of Charlie Kirk, and I totally understand where you're coming from. And you said, why should I have to call out? I'm kind of paraphrasing what you said. Correct me if I'm wrong, but why should we have to apologize for an attack on Charlie Kirk, and when Donald Trump doesn't call out any of the political violence on the right? And you took so much slack for that. I totally understand where you're coming from. Obviously, I know you. I know you don't want political violence on either side of the aisle. I know that about you.
Sure. Well, to be clear, or sorry, finish your question. Go ahead. My bad.
No, go ahead.
To be clear, it's not that you personally know that. I've said that publicly too. I think I actually even said it twice on that Piers Morgan show. I go out and I do these events. I don't want to get killed, right? I don't think it's not good that we're killing each other in the United States, and we have been quite a bit over the past half decade. We've been engaged in political violence, like killing political leaders from politically motivated individuals. It's not good. It's crazy. It's insane. But it's more insane to me that it's impossible on the right for them to just tell their president to say, hey, all of us should calm down. That's insane to me. And to be paraded around as a liberal when every single lawmaker, every single left-leaning liberal talking head is all saying violence is bad, we all need to bring down the violence, we need to stop, to be like, do you disavow violence? And meanwhile, Donald Trump is basically cheering it on. It's unacceptable. It's an inhuman behavior, in my opinion.
But your point is well taken, because you never hear the right. How many of them apologized about what took place on January 6th? I mean, some of them were calling it a tourist visit. The Marjorie Taylor Greens and others of the world. Donald Trump pardoned some of those people who beat police officers with their own batons, called them hostages and patriots. We didn't hear a lot of apologies from the right. They don't want to call it an insurrection. If the left did that, the left would still be apologizing about it today. Why? I mean, there's so many double standards, and I totally understand where you're coming from, but yet people seem to be bashing you. I'm not celebrating the life of Charlie Kirk. That doesn't mean I'm celebrating the murder. And people seem to conflate the two, right, Destiny?
They seem to. They're not. It's just political games. Because if it happened, in the other way, they would immediately have, a different explanation for it. And the MAGA movement, I've said this before, I kind of joked in the past that the conspiracy theories of older movements made sense. Like Israel doing 9/11 makes sense from a conspiracy standpoint, right? Okay, Israel wants to make us go to war in the Middle East, and the Jews are going to blah, blah, blah. Sure, it makes sense.
Right.
But when you look at the conspiracy theories that exist today, they're just nonsense, right? So now we're up to, I don't know what number we were at the last time we spoke, but now we're up to 30 million illegal immigrants came in illegally when Biden was president. So 30 million over 4 years. I think the actual number is like 2.7 or something. But 30 million came in. over 4 years. Apparently, they all rode on cows, which brought diseases with them, which is why our domestic agriculture has been hurt, according to Besant. But not only did these 30 million illegals come over here, and not only did our unemployment rate remain at like 4.5%, all of them also somehow had the money to buy homes, and they forced everybody to their homes too. So, and they're also getting loans for homes. It's all of it is so contradictory and self-defeating, and it's just so stupid, and it's not serious. It's very unserious. It's a very unserious conversation.
Speaking of stupid, Destiny, I don't understand the obsession with those on the right when it comes to trans people. You see the right-wing Twitter all the time. You see these people on the right, Benny and all these other morons that are now obsessing that Crooks, the guy who attempted to kill Donald Trump. Oh, well, he identified a different term. He wasn't he. He identified as a she or whatever the hell they're obsessing over about. And I'm thinking to myself, why are you obsessed over trans? They do the same thing with the Charlie Kirk murder. Oh, well, Tyler Robinson had a boyfriend or a girlfriend that was trans. And I say to myself, we've had 1,100 mass shootings in the last couple of years. You know this. And a sliver of that, maybe 7 or 8 of them were done by trans people. Why is the right so obsessed over trans people? And after there's a mass shooting, they seem to obsess over it. Like, I just don't understand it. Yesterday, that's what Republicans were talking about. They weren't talking about Epstein. They certainly weren't talking about health care and food stamps being taken away from millions. They were obsessing over this guy Crooks, who, by the way, is dead, that he might have identified with different pronouns. Like, Destiny, I don't understand their obsession.
Yeah, and I want to be very careful here because I haven't read the reporting on that, mainly because I saw Jack Posobiec promoting it, who is an insane person to me, so I almost believe it the opposite.
Yes.
I don't know if you've read this or not, but my understanding, I say understanding because I read 3 tweets on this. Somebody said that the reason why they thought he was trans is because he had a DeviantArt profile and the pronouns were they, them. But I heard people saying that, like, when you create a profile, if you don't change your pronouns, they just default to they, them. It doesn't mean you're actually trans or whatever. Do you know? Did you read anything about this? Do you know
Yes,
this? Okay?
I read that as well. It's total nonsense by Jack Posobiec. By the way, the same guy who started the Pizzagate scandal. That's how he became famous, who put lives in jeopardy. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think there's any.
Isn't he the author of the book? What is it called? Like Subhumans or Inhumans or whatever? About how liberals are all like secret communists or whatever. Jesus Christ. Yeah. He's
a complete fraud. Yeah. And but here's the thing, Destiny. Fox News is leading with this stuff. Jesse Waters is talking about it yesterday as if it's a real story. And let's just say, hypothetically speaking, Destiny, this was true. What the hell does it matter? What does it matter if he was trans or not? I don't understand the what are they saying? Everybody that's trans is mentally ill, right? That's what a lot of these people on the right say, which I think, by the way, is absurd. But like, what are they trying to do by? They just enjoy attacking transgenders? Like, I don't understand why this is even prevalent to the Charlie Kirk stuff. Yeah, Charlie Kirk did not like transgenders. He was anti-trans. Okay, great.
Well, and I think it's because Democrats somehow got bamboozled into staking out an unpopular position on it, especially related to the trans athlete stuff. And since conservatives identified that as like one cultural issue that they could push on and win, they just decided to basically stake out their entire campaign on trans issues. Like, literally, that's everything. Like, that's like Trump could be standing in DC, giving a speech comforting the nation as nuclear missiles are heading towards us, knowing that we're all about to die, saying like, well, at least we got rid of transgender for everyone. And then the bombs explode and we all, die. And it's like, that's like the one issue that conservatives love to obsessively harp on over and over again. And then the goal, obviously, is if somebody's trans, they must be left wing. So if they can paint them all as trans, then they can also paint them all as left wingers. But there are really great clips. I don't know if I've ever showed you or sent you, probably not personally these before, but like Megyn Kelly talking on a show, The Fifth Column, I think. When I say things, Republicans understand everything that I say because they do it. They understand that you can never apologize, you can never show weakness, you can never disavow your side, you always have to do everything you can to avoid responsibility, to push shooters on the other side. And that's how they act all the time. And then if anybody on the left even seems to do that or calls out that game, then they jump that person. But they know that it's a good strategy because they do it effectively. Because let's say every shooter was trans, so how easy would it still be to say, like, yeah, even if they were trans, nobody should do political violence? That should be a really easy thing to say, even if none of the shooters are yours.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I always wanted to ask you this because I think for the most part, you're one of the top 5 or top 10 most popular people covering politics on social media. And I don't believe you've ever said anything to get clicks or to make money. I genuinely believe everything you say, you mean. But what do you make of so many on the right that even Marjorie Taylor Greene is accused of getting paid by the Trump administration to spew propaganda? We know that whole Russian thing that involved Tim Pool and Benny Johnson and others. I feel like a lot of these people don't actually mean what they say, Destiny. I don't think Jack Posobiec means what he says. I don't think Benny Johnson always believes the things that he say. Do you get that sense with these people that a lot of them, maybe not all of them, but a lot of them say things just to get clicks and make money?
There's some fancy abbreviation that I don't know if it's the NSA or CIA or somebody has when they analyze like the Russian propaganda model. You can identify there are different vectors that you can work through to get people to do propaganda for you. Some are financially motivated, some are ideologically motivated, others can be motivated by other things. I think that when you look at, if you want to have like a real view of politics, you need to be able to look at people and understand why are they saying the things that they're saying, like what is the purpose, what are they trying to get. It's like when I look at Marjorie Taylor Greene right now, I something I've said for a while is that so Trump is a cult leader. Trump is a narcissist, and that's it. So there are no political people that he's appointed to reign in his stead. So Trump is not trying to make a king. He's not trying to help the party. He doesn't care about anyone himself. So once Trump is gone, the Republican Party is going to be scrambling for who the new leader is and to fill that vacuum. And I feel like people, I don't know when they're going to start jumping ship. I think my prediction was midterms a while ago, because after midterms, then that's it. That, Trump's not relevant anymore, and people are going to try to fill that void. I don't know if Marjorie is trying to stake that position out earlier than others. She has, in my opinion, a lot of political capital, and maybe she could do it. So when I view, I get very annoyed because sometimes I feel like people on the center left, the far left, I've written all these people off, whatever, but the far left people are crazy. But some people even on the center left look at what Marjorie's saying and they're like, oh my gosh, she's actually coming around. She's being reasonable. It's like, no, she's vying for political power, and she's trying to stake out an independent position from Trump. And that's why she's pointing out the bad things he's doing, not because she has some principled position on anything. If Trump were to take her back under her wing and they were cool, she would go back to everything immediately again, Yeah.
She didn't seem to have a problem with Mike Pence getting the death threats. She didn't seem to have a problem with all these people on the right that didn't agree with Trump, and they did the same thing to them as they're doing to Marjorie now. So I couldn't agree with you more. I don't feel bad for Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think she's a phony, and all of a sudden now she wants to play victim. Well, guess what? I think it's too late. Last question I wanted to ask you, Destiny, is that, as you become more and more popular, and you're a household name now, of course, you get more attacks from trolls, even death threats, and people that want to talk about your personal relationships in the past. I mean, I'm not at your level, surely, with the following that you have, but, as I've become a little bit more popular, I've started to have to deal with nonsense like that too, the things that people say about me. I'm wondering how you deal with that personally, like in your personal time. Does that bother you at all? Do you just ignore it when people are talking about your family or past relationships, really personal stuff that I'm sure a lot of it is untrue? How do you deal with that personally? Do you let it get to you? How do you deal with that?
My goal is to make such a splash interpersonally that someday I end up in some of these Substacks or blogs. So, working my way there. I don't know if you saw that one recently about the congressman of the Olivia whatever. So, hey, make a good story, make it interesting to read. I want to have a fun autobiography at some point, or biography. I get assassinated, so fuck it. Yeah, screw it.
Yeah, that would be fascinating. By the way, I really enjoyed that debate you did, the abortion debate you did in California. I think I was second up to bat. If you weren't able to do it, I was going to do it. But I thought you did a wonderful job, and it seemed like it was a really good conversation. Respectful, right?
Yeah, a little short, I think, but yeah.
Yeah, I thought you did a really good job there. All right, well, I'll let you get back to it, Destiny. Always appreciate what you do, and I certainly always appreciate it when you take the time to join me on the show. We'll see you in Phoenix, my friend, right?
Yeah, I'll see you there.
All right, see you there, Destiny. Thanks again for the time, man. Appreciate you.
Bye.
There you go, everybody. Destiny. Also, by the way, his name is Steven. We can call him Steven, but I like to call him Destiny. Yeah, he's extremely popular. I mean, he's been very popular for a very long time. I would say he's probably one of the—
True, I am. Okay. It's a policy. Okay, this is the section. Section 4 is added to Article 21. It is the policy of the state of California to support the use of fair, independent, and nonpartisan redistricting commissions nationwide. The people of the state of California call on the Congress of the United States to pass federal legislation and propose an amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Wait, it is the people of the state of California, the Congress of the United States to pass federal to require the use of fair, independent, and nonpartisan redistricting commissions nationwide in response to the congressional redistricting of Texas 2025, and notwithstanding any other provision of the Constitution, the single-member districts for Congress reflected in Assembly Bill 604, pursuant to the requirement, be used for every congressional election for a term of office commencing on or after the date of the Assembly becomes operative and before the certification of new congressional boundary lines drawn by the citizens The Attorney General has the sole legal standing to defend any action. California Supreme Court has original exclusive jurisdiction. All proceedings which congressional citizen redistricting commission established section 1. Okay, so it doesn't matter if the Texas stuff gets blocked. I think they can still go through with this. Yeah. Okay. Earlier this year, President Trump began urging Texas to redraw its U.S. House map to create 5 additional Republican seats. Lawmakers reportedly met that request to redistrict on purely partisan grounds with apprehension. When the governor announced his intent to call a special legislative session, he didn't even place redistricting on the legislative agenda. But when the Trump admin reframed its request as a demand to redistrict congressional seats based on their racial makeup, Texas lawmakers immediately jumped on board. On July 7th, Harmeet Dillon, the head of the Civil Rights Division at the DOJ, sent a letter to the governor and attorney general of Texas. We saw this. This is what was on Twitter. Making the legally incorrect assertion that 4 congressional districts in Texas were unconstitutional because they were coalition districts, majority non-white districts in which no single racial group constituted a 50% majority. In the letter, the DOJ threatened legal action if Texas didn't immediately dismantle and redraw these districts. That's bullshit. They were never going to do anything. This is pretextual, meaning they just said this to say, oh, look, now Texas has to do it. A threat based entirely on their racial makeup. Notably, the DOJ letter targeted only majority non-white districts. Any mention of majority white Democrat districts, which DOJ presumably would have also targeted if its aims were partisan rather than racial, was conspicuously absent. 2 days later, citing the DOJ letter, the governor added redistricting to the special session's legislative agenda. Plaintiff can bring a racial gerrymandering claim under the 14th and 15th Amendments. A racial gerrymandering claim alleges that the state, without sufficient justification, has separated its citizens into different voting districts on the basis of race. The plaintiff must prove the state subordinated race-neutral districting criteria. Intentional vote dissolution. So these are the reasons why they can bring action. It is not illegal for a legislature to enact a redistricting plan with the purpose of favoring one political party over another. When a plaintiff brings race-based gerrymandering claims, partisan motivations acts as a defense, not a jurisdictional bar. These principles will likewise prove critically important below. Ooh, okay, hold on. Let me think about this. In Rucho versus Common Cause, the Supreme Court ruled that partisan gerrymandering claims aren't cognizable in federal court. What do we mean when we say that? Like they don't have the jurisdiction, they don't have the legal authority. It's just not a thing that you can really. Partisan gerrymandering claims present political questions beyond the reach of the federal court. So it's like okay. It's just not. So that's not a question for a court to decide. Okay. Subject to legal restrictions that exist in some states, but not in Texas, it is not illegal for a legislature to enact a redistricting plan with the purpose of favoring one political party over another. When a plaintiff brings race-based gerrymandering claims, partisan motivations act as a defense, not a jurisdictional bar. These principles will likewise prove critically important below. Ooh, okay. So that's a little counterintuitive. You might think that somebody says, you actually, you were race-based districting or whatever, and you, or hold on, the plaintiffs in this case are people challenging Texas. So those people are saying you're race-based districting, and then on the other side, they have to prove that they weren't race-based districting, but they could use partisan districting as a defense of that. They could say, no, we just wanted to favor Republicans. That argument wouldn't be illegal. That would actually be a valid defense. We were doing a partisan redistricting, not racial redistricting. One of the best uses for AI is finding out where words come from. It helps you understand things better. I think it would, maybe if you have like the Lexus or Westlaw AI, you have to be careful for legal terms because legal terms can have very distinct legal meanings that sometimes AIs won't always get. I wonder if if I were to ask, what is obscene content in the United States? Obscenity is a narrow category of, this isn't the AI answer, of unprotected expression that meets all the following criteria. This is a good answer. It's not an AI answer though, but like there are words that we use that are common words like obscene, but it's not, but it has a particular legal definition. It's an important legal definition. That doesn't just mean like wacky and crazy. Destiny, I do this with medical terms. Oh, that is true. Yeah, because I had to look it up before because the last time I went to the hospital, my doctor told me I had big dickitis, and I didn't even know what that meant. But I actually found out he didn't even medically analyze me. He just knew it because his mom was so sore every time I'd hang out with her the day after. Woo, yeah! Sorry. I'm done. 4 years before the legislature enacted the 2025 map, challenged here, the state redrew its congressional map to account for population shifts in the 2020 census. 4 of the 2021 map's congressional districts are especially relevant here. Do they manage to get it out of your ass? My dick? I usually store it in there. It's actually super handy. When you have a really big dick, you can just tuck it back and then just tuck it in there. And then when you get a boner, it pops out. So you're good to go. You're like a transformer, basically. The first is CD9 in the Houston area. Although CD9 was majority non-white under the 2021 map, no single racial group constituted a 50+% majority by CVAP. The district was 45% black, 25.6% Hispanic, 18.1% white, and 9.3% Asian. Have we figured out the Hispanic categorization yet? I feel like I go back and forth when I answer mine on my census stuff. Not census stuff. I don't even know. Sometimes they ask for race and ethnicity. I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to put. And I know that for crime stats, one of the reasons why it's hard sometimes to find like Hispanic crime stats, I think for a while the FBI didn't, I don't even know if they had a Hispanic category. They just called them all white or Caucasian. And sometimes it's like mixed. I don't know if, I wonder how the census measures it. We could just look at the questions, I guess, but. What is this? Bro, districting in the US is fucking wild. When I took the census in 2020, they made us classify Hispanic people as white. Damn, these guys are almost completely surrounded. It's like they're playing the blob game. The sponsor of that bill that became the 2021 map, Senator John Huffman, stated repeatedly that the map makers did not look at any racial data as they drew the 2021 map. Instead, they based the district boundaries exclusively on race-neutral considerations like partisanship. The plan that the mapmakers drew on partisan grounds appeared to also satisfy VRA Section 2, Voting Rights Act, as Campos interpreted it, so the legislature passed the map. If we take Senator Huffman at her word, then any coalition districts that ended up in the 2021 map were a coincidental byproduct of the legislature's decision to draw district lines based on race-neutral considerations like partisanship. In other words, there's no evidence in the preliminary injunction record that the legislature purposely drew coalition districts that it wouldn't have otherwise drawn based on concerns that a court would otherwise invalidate the 2021 map under the Voting Rights Act, Section 2, and Campos. Thus, there's no indication that the 2021 legislature placed a thumb on the scale in favor of minority coalitions based on a now discredited interpretation of Section 2. Welp. Okay, I don't know if I need any more of this. There's probably other arguments here. It's challenging to unpack the DOJ letter because it contains so many factual, legal, and typographical errors. Indeed, even attorneys employed by the Texas Attorney General, who professes to be a political ally of the Trump administration, describe the DOJ letter as legally unsound, baseless, erroneous, ham-fisted, and a mess. Oh no. Destiny, how is this kind of loophole even allowed? Like if a party was just overtly racist and they gerrymandered only for them. Well, when it comes to arguing racial stuff, you can also argue effect. You don't have to argue just cause. You can argue effect as well. So like if I were to say something like, I'm banning I'm going to make it so police arrest everybody that buys Jerry Curl. I don't even know if that's it. Or whatever, like that, like if the effect ends up, being like 99% some racial group or whatever, then you end up like that can get struck down as well. Well, for the foregoing reasons, the court grants the plaintiff group's motions for a preliminary injunction. As to their racial gerrymandering claims, Plaintiff Texas NAACP's motion for a preliminary injunction, Plaintiff Intervenor's motion for preliminary injunction, the Gonzalez plaintiff's motion for preliminary injunction, the Brooks, Lulac, and Malk plaintiffs' joint motion for preliminary injunction. The court thereby enjoins the state of Texas 24 maps and orders the state of 21 as okay. So they should appeal this. I imagine they'll appeal this district court decision. Damn. Good luck. Okay, Kafka. There's a Cope argument that this invalidates Prop 50 because it originally was supposed to only trigger if Texas went through the new maps. Nope, we read that. I don't know, or that might be a Cope argument, but we read the Prop 50 addition to Article 21 or whatever, and it doesn't do that. Hi, what's up?
Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
Nothing much. What's up? You wanted to come in here, motherfucker.
Oh, I thought you were trying to read this before you went on to talk about it. That's why I was like, I was going to explain it to you.
Oh,
That's
I didn't know
all.
if you were going to ask me questions about it, so I just wanted to be somewhat familiar with it. But
Okay,
I feel
yeah.
like this
No,
looks, assuming the legal arguments are true, and they're not, and this court is not getting anything wrong in the first couple paragraphs. They said that there's nothing so far in the record. So for a preliminary injunction, both sides have the right to present evidence to the judge, and it sounds like the defendants in this case, which would be the Texas Attorney General, the Texas Department of Justice, or whatever.
Ken Paxton.
Yeah, have submitted absolutely nothing in the record to demonstrate that the districts were drawn along racial lines. And if they haven't submitted any evidence of that, I feel like they probably need that if they're going to win their case. And all this evidence should be public because this redistricting stuff is not done like, in secret. So that seems pretty bad for them. But yeah, what's your take?
So, okay, I think you might have misspoke there real quick.
What?
There's no evidence that the redistricting was done on partisan lines. There is an immense amount of evidence, explicit evidence, that it was done only based on racial lines.
Wait, really?
Wait,
I read that completely backwards then. Hold on.
Yeah. There is an overwhelming amount of evidence that this was done racially and without an intent to do it partisan.
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm referring to the redistricting that was done in 2021. Are you referring to the current redistricting?
Oh, I'm talking about the current one. Yes, in 2021,
yeah.
there's no evidence. There's no evidence that there was any racial.
So now they're trying to say that the 2025 one, I guess, now that they're trying to get rid of Section 2 or whatever, the Voting Rights Act, they're saying they can do it on racial lines. But the argument I think that the plaintiffs are using is that, well, in 2021, that was done on partisan lines, not on racial lines, which means it was legitimate and you can't just undo it or whatever. There would be a different process or something. Or you can't undo it just based on the bullying from the government or something. Yeah.
So then yes, and the way that they're getting there is they're saying, hey, there used to be this thing called a coalition district, and it goes over this on page 6, where for 36 years, the Fifth Circuit said, hey, if you could get a group of minorities together of 2 or more races, okay, that would allow you to meet a precondition from this other case that would show that the vote dilution has been happening.
Sure.
And so it's this kind of complicated thing where they're saying, okay, we had this old map was drawn in a way that had these coalition districts. So we're coming in to break up these coalition districts because actually that case it did get overturned in 2024. However, it doesn't mean that they can then come in and change those districts based on race.
Sure. Yeah.
And so then what's happened is like every piece of Republican like correspondence and public statement on this has explicitly said this is about race. There's even a statement from the governor where he said this is not about race, and if there's any benefit to the Republicans, it's incidental. Like there's a very, very detailed analysis of the computer programs used to draw the maps. That's included in here. The way that the legislative session was called shows that it was entirely relying on the federal letter that asks them to redraw it based off of race. So like there's the letter that said, hey, we want you to redraw it based on race. And then they called the legislative session that in the agenda, it did not say they were going to do redistricting.
Yeah.
And then the governor came out and said, I want you guys to add it because of the letter that the federal government sent me. So there's literally no way to get away from the fact that this isn't we don't even need to get to the vote dilution or the effect, anything. It's just the intent is so plainly obvious. They don't need to go on, but like they still examine it. And then on top of that, there's a lot of places where there was like white majorities that weren't touched. There's a Republican district where it was 65% Hispanic and conservatives won that district, and then they still redistricted it to reduce the amount of the Hispanic percentage in it. So it's like they literally all they did was change that district so it was less Hispanic.
Sure.
And it's like, yeah, it's just so overwhelming. And there's some
For
there's some
fellow
funny stuff in here.
retards, quick
Yeah.
question.
Okay.
You're saying that they changed the reason the new map happened is because they were claiming the old map was racially tied, correct?
Yeah, they're saying there was
Okay,
like
thank
they're saying there's a racial intent and effect behind the old maps with zero evidence, as Destiny said before. There's no evidence of it, and there's ways to show that. There's even ways to show like an implication.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, what happened was there's a thing called the Voting Rights Act. Okay. And in Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, you can't discriminate, I think, on voting-related stuff, on voting practices or procedures. You can't discriminate based on race, okay?
Or gender, I would assume, but yeah.
No,
it's race.
Gender's not an aspect of this.
It was part. I think was this part of the Civil Rights Act or a bill accompanying the Civil Rights Act? But it was 1965, so it's
around there. Yeah.
So what they're saying is what happened was the U.S. Congress, the United States Department of Justice. I don't know what the Supreme Court case was, but so I think there was was there a Supreme Court case that changed their mind on how you could district things? That like basically people were saying you can do racial districting and that doesn't violate Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. But I think the Supreme Court just recently changed their mind and said, actually, if you racially redistrict, that does violate Section 2. Is that what this is?
By recent, do you mean like
the Fifth
within
Circuit.
like the?
It's the Fifth Circuit, not the Supreme Court. Sorry.
It was a Fifth Circuit decision.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was a question of a racial nature that was decided, and it does not do what the government says it does. It has something. It's totally unrelated to what they're claiming it does.
Okay, sure, but okay. So basically, what they're saying is so the Fifth Circuit, Texas is part of the Fifth Circuit, right? We've got these massive circuits that encompass multiple states. These are the your first level of appeals courts for federal courts. Okay. So Mr. Moon. Okay. So the government, the United States government. Okay. Pam Bondi, the Department of Justice, they basically go to Texas and they say, hey, you guys had a Fifth Circuit decision, okay? That's the courts that you're a part of. And they said, you guys can't consider race to do your districts. So the maps that you guys drew in 2021, those are unconstitutional and they're bad and you need to redraw them or we're going to sue you guys and make you redraw them. Now, it's probably a strained legal interpretation. It's probably bullshit. The Fifth Circuit interpretation this is probably not true. And also, it's not a genuine threat from the U.S. government to the state of Texas, but it gives Texas a reason, Abbott, the governor, and Paxton, their attorney general, to go, oh, well, I guess we got to redraw, guys. Let's go get rid of these 5 Democratic districts, okay? But that argument from the letter that the DOJ sent to Texas is saying, because of what your Fifth Circuit said, you guys can't draw districts based on race. So now you guys need to redraw those 5 districts. Well, now what has happened is that a Texas court, a U.S. court in Texas, okay, their district court, has said, well, actually, if you go back and you look at the 2021 districts that were drawn, These districts that were drawn weren't drawn for racial reasons. These were done on a partisan basis. It wasn't drawn. They weren't drawn for racial reasons. So whatever, even if we go with this dumb interpretation of your Fifth Circuit decision, you can't undo
We shouldn't have to redraw
districts because they weren't done on a racial basis. And it doesn't seem like right now the government, the defense in this, the state of Texas, has produced any evidence that those maps were drawn for racial reasons in 2021. But it does seem like they want to redraw them for racial reasons in 2025.
Got it.
Or
So,
okay.
and that was Trump's Department of Justice who did that?
Trump's DOJ is the one that was bullying Texas. It's a pretextual thing to get them to redraw the districts to get more Republican districts. Yeah.
Okay. Could that be like illegal?
What do you mean?
If they have no proof?
The letter that they sent?
Yeah, like the letter that they sent. Like, let's say they have zero proof that it was done on racial or whatever, but
apparently
they're saying
there's all these like rules of civil procedure. Supposedly there's like sanctions in districts, but now from my own personal experience and now from watching how the government acts, I actually think you can just file whatever fucking case you want in any fucking court. It doesn't matter how fucking retarded your argument is. People will listen to you say dumb shit. Like, in my opinion, court in the United States is basically expensive therapy. If you want to go and you want to vent some argument, the judge will be your therapist and he'll listen to you, and you have to fuck up really fucking hard in order to get in trouble for it. So
yeah, it's not a horrible explanation. I mean, like there's no recourse against the government for for these things that are happening right now. There's no like damages that you could get out of this. It would just revert back to the older maps. That's the result that we're looking for.
Well, I mean, I feel you could argue some forms of damages or some forms of what do you call it, like vexatious litigation? You can sanction people for bringing bullshit theoretically, right? There's like
no. They're suing the government right now. The government's the defendant. So how would you sue the government for vexatious litigation right now? That's what I'm saying. This current case that we're looking at right now, if we want Texas to revert back to the older maps, I'm not sure what you could sue the government for.
Well, because
to receive damages.
Well, because technically they quote unquote threatened legal action. They didn't actually take any. So yeah, that's true.
Right. Yeah. But like, if you were to be, say, sued for a totally bullshit reason that was shown in court to not be true at all, there's potential to go for the vexatious litigation. It's really fucking hard to get, and judges do not like those cases at all. So it has to be pretty egregious.
Yeah, very egregious. When you say pretty egregious, the standards for this stream are very high, but egregious means like insane. Not like this guy's using an argument that's obviously retarded, but like this guy is like using the unbelievably fucking most retarded argument in the fucking universe. Yeah, this is like
paper terrorism plus like a huge amount of prejudice that would result in like personal damages outside of the courtroom. Those are the kind of things that you would want to like show. And then also, if it was just the first time, a lot of the times they're like, maybe if he does it a few more times. Like, I know in some states it has to be like 4 times before they'll ever actually do anything about it.
Sure.
So like in a normal reality, let's say we have a functioning president who sees that his head of the Department of Justice sent this letter with like quote unquote zero founding, etc. Wouldn't we want the normal president to like remove them for being literally retarded?
Well, it's hard because the tradition and norms is that the president of the United States has, in order to carry out faithfully his duties as executive, he has departments that exist in the executive branch, and he has officers at the heads of those departments that he's allowed to nominate, and then he appoints them with confirmation from the U.S. Senate, and they're the ones that head those departments to help him carry out his roles. They're not supposed to be puppets for him. Now, if you've ever heard the phrase unitary executive theory, some conservatives are running with this idea that actually the reality is we really wish that like God could be president and could literally do every single job on his own, but because we have limitations as humans, we have other people that are appointed to these roles, but they really are just an extension of the president's own mind and will. So in the real world, what would happen is if you thought as president that this was a thing that you could do, then you would what you would do is as president, you would go to your Department of Justice and you would go, hey, what do you guys think about this legal argument? And you would say, Eric Holder was the... was he the head of the Office of Legal Counsel? Who was he in Biden's, or not Biden, I'm sorry, in Obama's White House? Fuck.
That's a good question.
What was the Holder memo about? Was this about like targeting American citizens? When
he was AG.
Attorney General, okay. When Obama wanted to target, I forget the name of the guy, but he was working with Al-Qaeda, I think, and he was an American citizen, and Obama wanted to target him overseas. Instead of just doing it and saying, I can do whatever the fuck I want, Obama went to his Department of Justice and he asked them, do I have the legal authority to do this? What do you think? Investigate. And then they go, and these are some of the brightest people in the United States, well before this administration, who will dig up the legal answers, they'll do the research, and then they'll give you a memo and they'll say, here you go. What Trump does is Trump goes to the Department of Justice and he gives them orders. He doesn't care what the legal argument is. He just orders them to do a thing. So the norms...
And they say, yes, sir, I'll do it.
I'll figure out a way to do whatever you want. Yes. Whether that's arguing process and procedure, whether that's arguing substance, whether that's making some bullshit up, whether that's whatever, they'll just do whatever he asks. So that's why right now the DOJ is in such a sorry fucking state. It's because it's just working as an arm of Trump's personal will. It's not actually functioning as a semi-independent body in the executive that's supposed to be doing good legal work.
Which is why we have him on Twitter, or on, I guess, True Social, saying so-and-so should be tried, and then they are now under investigation, etc.
In my opinion, unless I'm missing some part in U.S. history, this is one of the most egregious oversteps of presidential executive authority insofar as operating the DOJ for lawfare. The idea that these are the types of things that people fantasized about Obama or Biden doing in the background without even statements that were that strong. But for Trump to literally call 3 people, like he's calling, like A-ball corner pocket, I need you, Pam Bondi, to indict these 3 individuals using this lawyer, and then for that to happen, that's just egregious. I think it's unprecedented. I don't know if anybody's ever done this.
Should that be like impeachable, or are we in a weird argument of I think you said like the
impeachable? Yeah, of course. Trump has done 4 million impeachable things, but impeachability is that's a political question.
Judicial question.
Yeah, that's a political question to be dealt with by Congress.
Which won't happen because
the Republicans
houses.
Yeah,
spineless.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and so you were right in that, like, the direction of the DOJ is certainly unprecedented and is obviously horrendous and stuff, but also it's not only does this letter that we see in this case, but the many cases that have been coming out recently and the trials that have been going on has been showing the absolute kind of just dearth of horrible lawyers that are in the DOJ. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to use the DOJ to enact his will, but it doesn't seem like they have competency such that they can actually win these cases, even if they had the legal backing. So what you'll see is if you go and read some of the charging documents and things like that that are coming out of the DOJ right now, they are written like press releases. They are overwritten. They have a bunch of like very, exciting facts and gigantic allegations that have no business being there, but they know Fox News will publish them, and they know ONN will publish them, or whatever it's called, and OAN will publish them. And so they're just using the DOJ as a form of like intimidation and propaganda, essentially, because they're shooting for settlements, they're shooting for people to fuck off, and they're just using to say, look, we filed this lawsuit. And for most people, when they see a lawsuit get reported on of the DOJ is suing this person, they don't understand the process and they think that person's already convicted and guilty. Way to go, Trump, you convicted these people that you accused of mortgage fraud, right? So that's kind of like the point of a lot of what's going on.
Yeah. And the issue too that you're running into is that generally people that if you're working as a U.S. prosecutor, these are some of your most, I think, prestigious jobs, arguably, maybe aside from like clerking, like in law, right? Like you're like a U.S. federal prosecutor, especially some districts. These deal with huge federal cases. Like people want to clerk for them. They want to work in these offices. These are just very prestigious jobs. But there's been a big loss of talent in these prosecutor offices because people don't want to work for this administration because the arguments are ridiculous. They're lunatic. They're like Haskell
it's unethical
said,
to bring them.
Yeah, like you can make strained legal arguments, but these are beyond that. They're just the worst. I didn't read this fully. I read some of this, but supposedly one of the I don't know if the judge just was ruling on this related to the grand jury indictment of Comey.
Yeah.
But is it Lindsay Halligan, who I think is she is a prosecutor who's working out of the Eastern District of Virginia.
I thought she was the U.S. attorney out of the Eastern District, which is a prosecutor. I'm just saying that's a more offensive thing that she's a U.S. U.S. attorney.
U.S. attorney, my bad. In the Eastern District of Virginia. So I think her background is in what is like insurance law
Insurance defense. Yeah. Insurance defense.
It's typically like I believe people will take pretty predictable paths to different sections of law. So like if somebody is like a judge, I think they're normally you're an attorney first, right? And then like you'll clerk for judges, Like it would be very weird if a guy went to law school and then worked in big law in New York to do like corporate litigation, and then went down to California to do like environmental protection, like defense, and then was suddenly like nominated to be a federal judge with no other, like that would just be a very strange, like, yeah. So this lady has no background in, I don't know if she has any background in criminal anything.
No, she has zero.
Yeah.
This
so
is
just
the first time she ever presented to a grand jury.
Yeah. If you ever watch any of the Jan 6 stuff when I was going over it, one of the big deals was that people were roasting because there was this huge meeting, I think, on January 3rd where Trump was trying to get rid of the Attorney General, which is your biggest prosecutor in the whole country. That's the head of the Department of Justice, and replace him with a guy called Jeffrey Clark, who had never done anything criminal. And I think, was it Hirschman or whatever, were making fun of like this guy wouldn't even know where to go to get a grand jury indictment. This guy couldn't even find the grand jury. He's never done criminal anything in his life. Why would you make this guy the head of the DOJ?
I mean, he's got Kash Patel leading the fucking FBI.
Kash Patel is more qualified, I believe, than this Lindsay Halligan person. Like this, because
okay.
the arguably head of the FBI, these people are like figureheads. Even you could argue people like your Hegseth, like these are civilian. It's a different thing, but like. For your prosecutor jobs, I think you should have a background in criminal prosecution. Like, you should be there, yeah. But like I think Kafka, I'm sure you've heard this. My understanding is that she just got roasted, or there's an order out or something that she needs to reply to because the judge was accusing her of telling the grand jury for getting the indictment on Comey something about using Comey's pleading of the Fifth as evidence against his innocence, and the judges. Did you hear about this?
Yeah. I was briefly in some conversations about it the other night with Gilmore. He has a very much better understanding than me. But yeah, her handling of the grand jury was so poor, and almost certainly like she broke ethical or at least legal rules around how to conduct that, such that they are now providing the sealed transcript, I believe, of the grand jury to Comey and his counsel, which does not happen. You do not get grand jury hearing transcripts, things like that. They are sealed intentionally against the defendant. It is very hard to get those. For her to fuck up so bad that he is getting that speaks volumes as to how much bullshit these charges are and the actions of this attorney. It's very, very like if this happened in any other scenario, this person would resign immediately.
Yeah,
I think. This
and
is
keep in mind that like
horrible
a grand
thing.
jury, you just need half the people there. I think it's 23 people, and you need 12. Or something? Am I right on that?
It's like 24 and you need 13 or something. Like that.
Something
one
like
more
that.
than a majority. One person majority.
And an indictment is done on the standard of probable cause, meaning the cop sees something that looks like weed in your backseat, basically, right? So the standard of evidence is very low for an indictment. Federal prosecutors have depending on how you measure it, anywhere from like a 90 to 98% conviction rate when it comes to indictments. So if you're indicting somebody in federal court, the grand jury question. I would say, Kafka would agree or not, maybe is severely overdetermined. You should never having to be fighting with a grand jury to get an indictment. You should be you have way more proof, because in court you're trying to convict at a 99% standard, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt. The getting the indictment should be easy as fuck. So the fact that they're stumbling in the indictment stage, especially on a prosecution where politics shouldn't impact your job. But I mean, to some extent, you have to think about it. You're indicting a former head of an FBI where there's a lot of political questions and accusations around it. These are the most important times where you want to dot all of your I's, cross all of your T's, and make sure everything is by the book. So that's, yeah.
I mean, there's no statute of limitation that they have to fucking run up against, right? Like,
literally,
they're not scrambling. They should have all of their shit.
Yeah.
They were fucked on the statute of limitations. But also two things on the case with Comey. There was one for the grand jury indictment. There were 3 charges. One of them did not succeed. The other 2 only succeeded by like 14 out of 24 votes. So it was an incredibly thin margin by which they got the indictment on the other 2. And so it like, yes, it's still an indictment, but it's a thing which is like, this is so clearly like on the line. And then if you have any understanding of the facts of the case, it is, there's no way this thing it could ever result in a conviction. They just do not have the facts to convict him on what they're alleging. There's a really good Legal Eagle video if you haven't watched it. They go over it plenty, and they're better than I could. But it's just so much bullshit.
But it sucks because once you start these cases, then you get to go fishing, almost similar to civil stuff, but probably even more so on the criminal side of things. Now you can start issuing subpoenas, you can start investigating stuff, forcing depositions, forcing
Now you have to
testimony.
look into all the
You
shit.
can go and try to find whatever you want, and now you've got the power of legal authority behind you to compel, meaning with legal authority, force other parties to cooperate. You can go to chat programs, email providers, and demand emails and stuff, and dig and see what you can find. Yeah.
Well, and that's why it's so important that Comey is making the legal challenges he is getting that grand jury indictment transcript, because this is throwing that kind of wrench in the works that says, hey, look, like before they dig into my life, look how much they're fucking up. And courts notice this. Courts will take, we'll see this. Courts do try to protect people's individual rights as much as like the meme is that the courts don't care.
These are federally appointed judges, correct?
Yeah, these are lifetime judges. They so this guy, I'm not sure who appointed him, but like there are people from the Reagan administration still on the bench. So it's there's all sorts of federal judges out there.
I'm just like, I guess we're kind of in a world where we're getting Trump judges, and what if they start ruling on fucking Trump cases and just giving over like the
it depends.
DOJ,
You got to
like,
make
retarded fucking rulings?
There's a big difference between Trump 1 judges and Trump 2 judges also, but go ahead.
Yeah, because the judge in the redistricting case we were just talking about, that was a Trump judge, and they still
Trump 1 or Trump 2?
That was a Trump 1. He was 2019. But yeah, no, I mean, it's good to be skeptical of that. And if you look at a lot of the voting lines, almost all of them are coming down to Trump versus non-Trump judges. Like the tariff case that was recently at the Supreme Court, when it was at its appeals level, it was 2-4, 2 to overturn the tariffs, 1 to not overturn it. The one that didn't want to overturn it was the Trump judge. So
Supreme Court said they're not going to take that, right?
No, the Supreme Court took an oral argument for the tariffs. They did.
Oh, okay,
oral
they didn't
argument
take the gay one, I think.
Yeah, they said gay people can stay married for now.
Thank God.
For now.
Yeah, which great, I guess. That's like a good consolation prize. I'm not upset about it, but like, okay, like I don't know. It's a thing where it's like I guess they're like they realize that people are tired of or not interested in hating on gay people as much as people are interested in hating on trans people, because this Supreme Court has issued so many bad decisions around trans rights and things like that. And they do it not only in opinions, but also through the shadow docket, not even giving people the ability to actually like make the argument for why trans rights and trans protections should be upheld. Which is
what the fuck is a shadow docket?
So what'll happen is the Supreme Court gets thousands and thousands of cases sent to it every year to appeal, and they don't have time to do them all. But recently, technically, it's existed for a long time, but kind of a more recent thing is they will just issue a ruling on a case that gets appealed to them without any opinion.
Without any like
yeah,
that
no
seems
oral
crazy.
argument, no, and they have the authority to do that technically. No oral argument. They don't write an opinion. What's been happening sometimes, which has been interesting, is they will do a shadow docket vote, and then only the dissenting liberals will write an opinion. So sometimes you'll see a vote and it'll just say like Justice Ketanji Brown wrote this dissenting opinion, and it's only her words to an order that she disagrees with. And so you're seeing that happen in cases where like they really should be issuing an opinion because it's one that clearly should not have been decided the way it was. It's clearly against precedent, but they're deciding it that way anyways. But by doing this, they're giving Trump what he wants, but not actually overturning precedent. So like, let's say a Democrat president came in, they can say, well, here's the precedent where it says you can't do that. And then if you try to bring up the Trump thing, it's like, well, yeah, we let Trump do that, but we don't know why. So there's probably a reason why that didn't violate precedent, but you still do violate precedent, right? So it's kind of it's fucked. It's not a good thing.
This is probably one of the best reasons, I think, and it's the most compelling and convincing to me for having a reformation of the Supreme Court, is I think we should just have more Supreme Court justices and figure out how to get more Supreme Court rulings so that they're not so restricted, because it's been, it's a very limited Supreme Court, and you have, so many cases coming through, and they're just so crunched on time.
Yeah, there's no real reason why it has to be like all the judges have to sit all the time for every case. So like the appeals courts of like the Fifth Circuit, they will do 3-judge panels like in this case, even though this is a district court case. But if you have an important enough case, you can do something called en banc, where you can apply to have every judge in the circuit sit at the same time and deliberate over the case. And however many judges there are, that's how many sit and decide the case. So let's say we have 30 Supreme Court justices, and you only ever get 3 at a time, a three Supreme Court justice panel at a time. They make a decision, but then let's say, okay, no, this is important. I want an en banc. Okay, well then we can bring all of them together to do that one en banc. But at least you'd be able to get through way more cases and actually get opinions and things like that.
Yeah.
There's reasons not to do it, but there's also like, there's nothing that's like actually stopping us from doing something like that.
And you could have the appointments would work like way better too, because you could say like every single president then gets 2 Supreme Court justice picks.
Exactly.
And then you can rotate them out. They don't necessarily have to be lifetime appointments.
Well,
Who would choose who gets on like
which rotation? You wouldn't even need a rotation. You would just say you would only get I mean, like I agree with you on the rotation, but this makes it where it's like, no, you don't even need to rotate them. It's just however many there are, that's how many there are. If they all die in a fire and there's only 3 left, we've got 3. If they all live to be 500, well, we've got 1,000 of them. So what? You only ever get 3 judges on a panel, and then all the judges have to decide whether or not they're going to do en banc or not.
Sure.
How do you choose who gets to be like the 3 judges on like
you just
which
do it randomly.
case?
That's how we do
just
it.
random.
Yeah,
Okay.
right now we do. You just any judge appointment is random. You can't choose your
interesting.
appointments. Yeah.
Sometimes you get a bad judge.
Yeah, like Eileen Cannon, what I would call a bad judge. So yeah, this is a great ruling from the Fifth Circuit. It's going to be really. I don't know if I mentioned this. It's going to be really funny if it gets overturned by the Supreme Court.
Wait, you keep saying from the Fifth Circuit, but this was just a district court, so this has to go up to the Fifth Circuit now, right? The appeals court.
It's in the Fifth Circuit. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
when I'm
sorry.
saying the Fifth Circuit, it implies the appeal court. It is not.
Mm-hmm.
It is in the Fifth Circuit. This is a federal district court within the Fifth Circuit, right?
I only say that because my understanding is the Fifth Circuit is generally seen as being a bit more conservative, right? So there might be like a decent chance that this gets overturned on the Fifth Circuit, and then it gets appealed to the Supreme Court, right?
Yeah.
But right now, the old district maps are back, correct?
As of
Until the
right
appeal?
now, they should be, yes.
Got it. So then how long do we guesstimate, or we have just no idea, until like the Fifth Circuit picks it up and like does the whole fucking case?
It will be fast.
Or are we going to get
It will be fast.
It will be fast, okay.
It'll be fast, and it's also at that court's discretion.
It'll be before like the next election that it'll matter.
Oh,
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, without a doubt. This case by itself was already pretty fast tracked. I believe it was filed. Yeah. So this was filed or the change happened in October, and then they did a very fast oral arguments within it was filed in October. They did oral arguments in October for the preliminary injunction, and then this came out now.
Oh, damn,
like a
that's
month
quick.
later. Yeah. In some cases, it takes a really long time to get orders on preliminary injunctions.
Can the Fifth Circuit just say, fuck it, we're not taking it? Like, we don't think there's grounds? Okay, yeah.
Sure.
And if they
appeals
say
court have
no, then
discretion.
they'll be like, Supreme Court,
I don't know if they
help us?
I don't know if for this type of decision, I don't think they would ever not take it. They would just either affirm or
No.
overturn
Yes.
the lower decision, yeah.
Yeah, but
That
it's
makes
just
sense.
like mechanically they have discretion to choose which ones to take and which ones not to.
Got it.
But yeah, so it's interesting to see this come out of this court and have it go this way. You're right that it could go up to the Fifth Circuit and get overturned there and then go on to the Supreme Court. The issue is that this is so like abysmally against the Voting Rights Act that they would have to basically just get rid of the Voting Rights Act to make it okay, like the Supreme Court would. And if they do that, then it means that currently the challenges against Californian Prop 50 are all based off of racial gerrymandering under the Voting Rights Act as well. So if they have to get rid of the Voting Rights Act to make the Texas gerrymandering survive, it will ensure that for now, at least, the Californian gerrymandering will survive based on the challenges that are against it, which is
It's like a burn it all down solution.
Well, yeah, it's a burn it all down, but it's like they're damned if they do, damned if they don't, right? Because California, like I think that they didn't do racial gerrymandering, but they can't get rid of California's gerrymandering without the Voting Rights Act. There's nothing else that would really help them do that right now. And so because the funny part is that like California, as Justin explained earlier, can just come in and say, no, we did this because we wanted to help the Democrats, which then makes it where the federal courts have to go, oh, we can't actually decide this.
Because everything's just
more
based
particularly,
on race.
they couldn't say that. What's the legal term that they used? what is it?
Nunc pro tunc?
Yeah, they couldn't retroactively do that. They would look at the record at the time. So like if California right now was saying like, oh, let's racially, demographically change these things, and then the Supreme Court looked at it and like, hey, you can't do that. And they're like, no, we didn't do it on race, we did it on something else. Then they'd be fucked. But they I assume they haven't had that conversation, not doing that. And that's the issue that Texas is running into here, where they're like, you're trying to say that this new Supreme Court decision on redistricting makes it so the 2021 districts were drawn improperly because they were racially motivated. But there's no evidence in the record that they were racially motivated. And the district court here says that Ken Paxton didn't submit any evidence that it was racially motivated, and it needs to be to use the recent circuit decision to say that they were done, illegally. Yeah.
So then the other aspect of like this, the other reason why this case I think is important too, is because they didn't just do those 4 districts. They did like 9 districts all under this same thing. And in every single one, it's very clearly based off of race. So like the feds asked for 4, Texas did 9. And so like, it actually is like a really, it's much larger than what it initially seems like. And so like, it's really nice.
And this would give them more House seats?
Yes.
This would
for the U.S. House of Representatives.
Yeah, this would theoretically give Texas more House seats, or give the Republicans more House seats, though there's been, I don't know if it's cope or if there's any actual like merit to it, but like the problem is that to make these new districts like this, they have to take strong red districts and put and make it where, like, let's say it's a plus 12 district. Well, they're going to put it down to a plus 7 district so they can take that 5 and put it in a district to make that district go from a plus 3 blue district to a plus 2 red district. Well, now you've got 2 districts that are actually a lot closer to being purple than they were whenever they were clearly red and blue. And so like what you're doing is you're saying like, okay, before we had there's like a 85% chance that Texas is going to go red in the election. By gerrymandering it, we get more House seats, but there's like a 65% chance that Texas is going to go red now. And depending on how, the political winds blow, and whether Democrats get more morale to go vote and Republicans get demoralized to vote, that 65 could get closer to 50, then get closer to like the Dems actually having chances of winning. And so that's a lot of reading the bones, and I'm sure a healthy amount of cope. But it is a real consideration that like just because you're redistricting like this does not mean it's a guarantee that you're going to pick up those seats, and it's certainly not a guarantee that you're going to pick up those seats in the long run, right? These kind of gerrymandering moves, when you look at them over like decades, often you'll see the things shift and the gigantic majorities that you get out of it start to kind of even out and level out in different ways. There's how effective it's going to be if they get it is questionable, but likely it would help them out. Though California's move, Utah, and I believe Indiana is working on it, all are doing good work to counteract it. Utah recently went from a 4-1 Republican favor to 3-2 Republican favor for their House seats, and that was upheld by their Supreme Court.
Wow.
Yeah. So, all right. Anything else on this? Because I'm technically at work right now.
Jeez. Classic lawyer. Did you guys see the new Latino? I'm trying to find it right now.
That like
the Latinos
supposedly it's like minus 36 approval for Trump or whatever. Oh man, dude, I'm feeling my inner minority racism coming out from the. Remember the Bernie Bros in 2016, where all the white kids were like, "These fucking blacks turning against Bernie Sanders? Are you?" Oh man, for like 2 seconds.
What are you voting for?
They went deeper into the closet looking for those uniforms. They're like, "These guys don't know what's good for." Yeah, seeing all these fucking Hispanics, like, I actually don't like Trump now. I was like, wow, really, dipshit? You just figured that out? Good one.
Mr. Mooten, I think the issue is you're looking at a poll that isn't weighted to take out all the 30 million illegal votes.
True.
Who got fucking kicked out. Yeah.
Because if you get rid of those, the Latinos still love Trump. So,
they love him, dude.
Yeah. They weren't going to deport my type of Latino. So I don't know enough about the Latino community, but I did hear some people saying like, oh no, like some like ethnic groups like, or people from like the Dominican Republic or something were like, no, I don't like any other type of Hispanic. As long as the Dominicans get to stay, get rid of all the rest of them. I don't know how true that was, but I thought that was.
Well, I can speak as a Cuban. That is, all Cubans think that. So.
The Cubans in Miami during the first Trump term, I was in fucking like an Uber, and they were like, "Oh man, President Trump's so good. I love him." It's just like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, is that how they talk, Mooten?
That's exactly how they talk.
That's cool. And every time I would get into a fucking taxi in Columbus, where you're from, the taxi driver would be like, hey, you want a pizzeria? Hey, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Because you're Italian?
I know you mean, yeah, pretty much.
That
I don't hear a lot of
Never
racial.
mind. Shut up. Don't. Never mind.
I don't hear a lot of racial.
Shut up, Kafka. You're Danish.
accents.
I can tell you're Danish.
That's so nice of you to think so highly of my pedigree.
No, if he was Danish,
I mean,
Oh my
ethnically,
God.
not linguistically,
Apparently.
not from the country he's from.
Apparently, I have a fat accent because when everybody saw me in Houston, they were like, "I can't believe you're so thin. I thought you were a fat guy." So that's apparently my ethnicity.
Wow.
Okay. Good luck with everything else. Hope everything goes well. Are you doing anything else today, or are you just going to play more anime games?
he's got to go over his court docs. I'm sure there's some new ones.
No, it was just them letting them file some exhibit under seal. Nothing yet.
Did they get it right the first time, or did they have to refile it like 4 times?
Have they gotten? These are the
Any of
thing.
it
It will
right.
sink my case. I'm praying every day they keep it to you. Have they gotten the USB drives to the court yet? Does anybody know?
I don't think.
I think they've misfiled
is there-
these things like 12 times. Have they finally gotten the? Have they gotten the food shops? The food shop streams. Have they gotten this to the judge? He needs to see her streams. He needs to see her VODs. Joan, please.
Can they not just write a transcript of what was said? Is that not?
No, they have to see the video in context. You idiot.
God.
We're still talking about these fucking USB sticks. I mean, come on.
I don't know. I remember it's also funny just because like, isn't this about the transcript that was at the time sealed but now has since been unsealed?
Wait, what?
Is it that when you went on the stream and she's alleging that you showed food
No,
shops
this is a different one. This is
transcripts?
when they were,
Oh.
I think this is them proving that I tampered with the evidence because I'm on Food Shop Stream talking about trying to make these, the CSV file like presentable. And she is quoting from Food Shop Stream saying, he's saying that there were no original copies, so he's inventing all the evidence. And she wants to submit the 2 VODs from Food Shop Streams to the judge for him to see that I'm evidence tampering.
But you were just trying to fix the fucking time codes, right?
No, I
That
was making up
Oh,
evidence.
no?
All my logs are fake. All my messages are fake, and I've made up every single thing I've said. But I'm doing it so
they're writing it
strategically
right
that
now.
nobody has been able to call
appreciate
out
you.
a single time I've tampered with it because I'm the absolute genius mastermind.
Okay. These are funny memes. I'm going to ask you not to do it when I'm in a call with you. But isn't this like the 3rd time she's tried to like say that you've tampered with evidence or something? Or
Yeah,
like
they
that you're
have
destroying
to,
or
because
something?
the issue is they have no evidence, and I can submit evidence that proves every single thing I'm saying. So the only hope they
Right,
have is to
okay.
try to say that I'm actually tampering with all my evidence to put us on even ground to say that, well, look, neither of us have evidence, which I don't know how the fuck that's going to help them, but yeah.
Yeah.
Judge,
Okay.
they're looking at the evidence. There's nothing in front of him. I mean, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? Nobody gave me anything.
Yeah, it's just...
All right. I mean, I still get to bill for all this time, so like I'm not gonna. It's not that bad, but I do need to go. I actually have shit to do. Before I go though, everybody go read the Pragmatic Papers. Y'all should check out. There's a debate happening between Reason Riffs and Counterpoints on Friday about tit for tat strategy. Destiny, apparently your tit for tat strategy is not good, or maybe it is good. We'll find out.
I'm hearing a lot of
Mr.
Dems
Moon,
picking
you're
up this
gonna be
language,
there.
so hell yeah. Mr.
What am
Moon's
I
going to
being
be
there
there?
for?
What?
Yeah,
What?
he's going to be doing the ban appeals. We're going to try.
Wait,
to do
what
ban
day?
appeals
What day? I need to
before.
know.
We're doing it Friday.
Ooh, I can't do it this week because I have family in town.
Well, if that's the case, then we will get one of our pitch hitters who.
But next week I'm free.
Yeah, that's fine. We've got a few people on the bench. Gilmore owes me, so he'll probably be ready to do it. Speaking of, Gilmore does have a podcast he asked me to plug. I cannot remember the name of it. 1 second.
Good plug.
God damn it! I know. I feel bad. He did ask me to do this. If I can't find it in like 3 seconds.
Is it actually okay to just call them judge? You always see them say your honor in TV and movies. You would address them as your honor, but I'm pretty sure you can refer to
They are a
the
judge.
judge. Yeah, that's the judge.
Here we go. It's
Could they possibly
called.
file under seal to support 160 and 161?
I don't know how to say this guy's name actually. The Gondim and Gilmore Show. I'm just gonna put it in chat. Fuck it. You can call judges your honor, judge, or in a legal document refer to them as the court. Most, in my experience, a lot of state court judges prefer judge. Federal court judges can be really hoity-toity, and they might be like, "Hey, fucking, it's your honor," and whatever. Yeah. All right.
Cool.
I love you all. Be safe.
Have fun. Be careful.
If you have a court case, like an actual like court case where you have to go at whatever, you know what I mean? Like it goes to court, right? Is there going to be filming in there or no?
No, because it's a federal court.
All right, I'll have to wear my Ray-Bans. Someone's got to stream it.
Defendant has recently engaged in additional online conduct that underscores the necessity of the request for protective order. On October 29th, defendant published on the social media platform X a post identifying plaintiff's spouse by her legal name, accompanied by a screenshot from an it's just screenshots of my Twitter post with of Pixie's wife.
Is it just links this time?
No, but that's what Exhibit A probably is those screenshots. Somebody was asking what they could possibly submit that was redacted, but that's what it reads like.
I'm going to be sitting in on I'm going to be at the court case. I'm going to be sitting in there taking notes. And when it goes to recess, I'm going to be outside. I'm going to be on my phone and be like, DGG, I have an update.
I mean, that's what some of those court reporters do.
Spaghettiing.
Yeah, they tweet out the live updates. Yeah.
Wait, they're allowed to be on their phone during it? Or they tweet like as they're...
I don't know if I think during recess, they go out and they tweet. They're probably not allowed. No, there's no way you're allowed to be on your phone in the court.
There would be no way they'd be allowed to be on their phone.
Yeah. It might be interesting to see whether Judge only granted the motion in part. Wait, did he only grant it in part? Hold on, let me see. Is it out yet, the full thing? Or that would be really weird. Paperless order granting in part and for good cause 161 motion to seal to the extent plaintiff seeks to file under seal Exhibit A to DE 160 the notice of Local Rule 7.1 before expiration. We direct the clerk to maintain the unredacted version of Exhibit A is sealed pending other order of the court. Seeks to file under seal Exhibit A to DE 160 the notice of Local Rule 7.1 before expiration. We direct the clerk to maintain the unredacted version to reading that sealed pending other order of the court. What's the other order that they're waiting for? Oh, I don't know what that means.
Oh, that's a genius idea. You got to get an artist in there, Steve. Okay, if it happens,
sick drawings
and then you got to sell merch of it.
Like Miskiff being outside his courtroom?
Like you on the stand with like they like do the artist rendition of you up there. Yeah, get Gemzar. Huge courtroom sketches. Holy shit! Maybe you need to go to trial. I'm not sure. You can show up and like looking like Piccolo.
Based.
I tweet out, he's aura farming.
Oh, I laughed. Don't worry.
No, it's all right. How long until the quote-unquote main doc's out? When do you get to click it? And what does buy on Pacer mean?
Pacer is the federal court filing system. You can just buy documents ahead of time. But I don't think it's going to be interesting. I think it's just a boring... They can file something under seal.
Got it.
Got it. Bump. Wait, do we know what J-Reg's real first name is?
You're asking me. I don't know who the fuck J-Reg is.
Shut the fuck up. Oh. Life begins at inception. What is this?
I believe life begins at inception. Anything after that, in my opinion, is
Inception, what movie was that?
So with the dreams, where you don't know if you're dreaming or not, like you control your dreams.
control my dreams.
Like it came out in like 2011 or something, and it was like.
No, I have no idea. I don't know what you're talking.
With Leonardo DiCaprio, and at the end of the movie, you don't know if he's dreaming or not.
No, I've never seen. Oh, are y'all talking about that movie he made?
Yeah.
Well, you were talking about the movie. You said Inception.
Inception, right?
No, I said nothing about a movie. I said
starts in
life
Inception.
starts in
At
when-
Inception.
Right.
Yeah.
So what does that have to do with the spinning
What
top?
does that have to do with?
Wait,
Take their voting card.
is Inception, was that a real word before the movie? The inception of this
I think
idea.
so.
The conception of this idea. The inception, the conception. What's the difference between inception and conception?
Yeah.
Inception is the establishment or starting point of an institution or activity.
The inception of the United States. Oh, sure. Concept is more for ideas. Incept. Concept. But there's not an incept, is there? Is incept a word?
I think incept is a word.
No shot. Incept. Hold on.
It's graduate from a university with an academic degree. Historical British?
Huh. Incept. Begin, commence, undertake. Archaic. That's an archaic word. Why is it, what's the difference between, we have intercept, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we never use the word contracept, right? But we have contraception.
Contraceptive.
Yeah, but and then we have interception. Why don't we just call contraceptives interceptives? Don't they intercept the sperm?
I can't use that emote again. I'll have to type it twice.
Contra is to counter. Okay. Some don't intercept the sperm, the pill, but prevent meeting of the egg in the uterus. Why is it called contraception? Shouldn't it be contraconception? Because you don't sept a baby, you concept, you conceive. You don't sieve, you conceive. So it shouldn't be called contraception. It should be called, because it's conception, not seption. So shouldn't it be called contraconception?
Are you corn popping out?
Are you corn popping out?
Always. Well, Pressig, that's a banned word on YouTube, so I didn't want to say it.
Con is a prefix like contra. You just replace the prefix. Well, why wouldn't you call it then like anti-mentarianism? Why do you call it anti-disestablishmentarianism? Isn't est or dis anti-dis? Why is that a word then? It's called a cranberry morpheme. It's just fallen out like cran instead of black for blackberry. What?
Just this fucking ContraPoints video.
Why does inflammable mean flammable? Yeah. And then regardless and irregardless, right?
You want it, or you don't have to have it? Would you like it?
She's smart. She said yes.
So cute. Do you want one, honey? You want one?
God, Grandpa.
Look at him. Oh, he's got a lot of Italian blood in him. Look, that's for you.
Well, you must know what your name is.
My name is Donald. Okay, do you want a pen? Want a pen? 1, 2, 3.
Wait. Was he seeing ghosts? Wait, who was the fourth one for? Wait, what? Did we just have a sixth sense
They would have
moment?
made fun of Biden so much for this shit, dude.
Wait. Who's the fourth person?
Blood in him. Look, that's for you.
Well, you must know what your name is.
My name is Donald.
Did he have to stop and think?
Okay, do you want a pen? Want a Ben?
He always holds one pen for Bubba.
1, 2, 3.
Wait, show me the full video. Was this like a full video thing, or was it just a recording here? Just recording. God damn it.
Definitely.
The Situation Room tonight.
We gotta definitely write a song about how we do not diddle kids. Do not diddle kids, it's no good diddling kids.
There is no quicker way for people to think that you are diddling kids than by writing a song about it.
You gotta write a song that says, ooh, I wouldn't do it with anybody younger than my daughter. No little kids, gotta be big, older than my wife, older than my daughter, something like that. We gotta definitely write a song about how
Cinema.
True. Wait, have you seen the movie Thinking About Ending Things or whatever?
I don't think so.
I've heard it's a good movie.
I'm
thinking of ending things or something.
I'm thinking of ending things. It's got a 6.5 on IMDb.
Oh, my bad, Mooten. Have you heard of a movie called Avengers: Infinity War or Iron Man 1?
Avengers: Infinity War. Yeah.
Yeah, you should check those out. Those will be
8.4.
Right up your alley.
Holy shit! I gotta watch this.
Fucking idiot.
Guys, right after this, we're gonna do a full Avengers marathon. We gotta watch them all. This is a good franchise. This is what I'm talking about.
God, I fucking hate you.
I hate you.
You're ruining my life. You're destroying my life. You destroyed me. Fuck, I need to get those added.
You've killed me.
You've killed me.
You've lied to me. Get out of my house. Get out of my fucking house. Smack. Do I like the Avatar movies? Are we talking Last Airbender or are we talking failed franchise?
This guy's mad. Ken Paxton is the Attorney General of the state of Texas. Wait, why do we do this? Is this some French shit? Why the fuck do we do this where they should be called the General Attorney? Can we change this? I would have supported that change. Do you know what you call it when there are multiple people who are the Attorney General? Do you know what you call them?
I would assume it's Attorney Generals.
Retard. There's the retard. They're Attorneys General.
That's stupid.
Yeah, because the general is like the appended, but they should just call the General Attorney. But I don't know if I think there's a French convention or something. It's unbelievable.
Would it be like the General's Attorney then?
No, it'd be the General Attorneys.
Oh, General Attorneys, yeah.
Yeah, because it's the General Attorneys. But they're the attorneys who are general. Okay. Would you do more debate type content on No Jumper? Adam is doing a debate show now, and you're always great to watch. Talking with that group. Maybe. The next time I go out, I'll hit him up for it. I'm sure he'd let me. I just need to schedule it when I go out there, yeah.
Where is out there? LA or Austin?
LA. Jesus. Destiny talking to the carpet cleaning customer seconds before queuing a new game of League.
Oh man, sorry. Oh man, sorry. I gotta get out of here. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, well, rest up.
Oh yeah.
Is this Smiling Friends show good? I've seen clips of it. It seems kind of funny.
I might get soyed for this, but I think the new Rick and Morty season was pretty good. Pretty funny.
What season are they on now?
Like 8.
Wow. Oh, but you were like a season 2 lover, weren't you?
Season 1 and 2. 2 was good.
Yeah, okay.
It loses it at season like 4 when there is a fucking abortion space baby for some reason.
Yikes. He like Pickle Rick. This is a guy.
Pickle Rick!
This is a guy running around with his pod racer like in Pickle Rick. Yikes.
Have you got any TikToks of Ben fucking...
Listen, bro.
God, what's his name? No, it's Instagram Reels. Hold on. Ben from Star Wars Pod Racing. He's got a name. Ben Quadinaros?
I don't know. Link me.
I'll send you him. I haven't... He's a fucking hero, I guess, in Star Wars universe.
Fuck. If my court case is fucking over by January, I think I've said this on. I really want to run I want to run a congressional campaign or work like very closely alongside one in like a +6 Republican district, like one where like it's outside the scope of the DNC, like the Democrats have kind of like given up on it, but to like do staffing, funding, and hopefully some kind of media collab to try this, like my understanding of like this vertical model of appealing for everything. It would be fun to try that. And if
what state would you want to run it in?
I don't know. I would have to put out a caller for
research.
Yeah, it would need to be. It has to be. It can't be totally fucked. Like I don't want it to be like a +20 district. Fuck that. I'm not doing this shit. But it can't be like a +1 or 2 because these are like the whole fucking country.
The Dems are already on it.
Yeah, and everybody's dumping money. Yeah, so like a +6-ish, like Republican district, and then if we could like back something there, we wouldn't even have to win. But if we could bring it to like within like +1 or 2.
Well, then next year the Dems will give a fuck about it, right? Or the next time it goes up.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, and it would prove a model in terms of like my understanding of how the media works right now. But also, it would be cool because I feel like there's a huge opportunity for the Democrats to expand their presence across the U.S. in 2028. As MAGA falls apart, it would be a mistake, I think, to just turn over all of those districts back to the ordinary Republicans. Like I think they could fight in.
Did you watch the MTG interview this morning?
No.
She was with a bunch of the Epstein survivors or whatever, and she went on there and like did a quick little speech, and it seems like she's trying to co-opt MAGA and take it over.
Yeah, I think she's trying to stake out a political future for sure on her own. Yeah,
100%.
Aren't you worried about anti-fans torpedoing it like the Omaha election? No, one, it would be a national level race, not a city level race, and then two, it wouldn't be for like a super underdog. It would be on like a district where there's like a chance, and it's a federal level election, not a city level election. And I learned lessons from that in terms of the type of candidate I would need to pick, and like managing expectations, everything as well. So. CO3, please. Don't email me. I have to be over my court case before I even present myself as being able to do something like this. So if it ends in January, I think I can do it. If it ends in December, that would be amazing on the motion to dismiss. But yeah, it'll come down to that.
That's what we did by fighting so hard against the most powerful people in the world, even the President of the United States, in order to make this vote happen today. I was called a traitor by a man that I fought for 6 years for. And I gave him my loyalty for free. I won my first election without his endorsement, beating 8 men in a primary. And I've never owed him anything, but I fought for him for the policies and for America first. And he called me a traitor for standing with these women and refusing to take my name off the discharge petition. Let me tell you what a traitor is. A traitor is an American that serves foreign countries and themselves. A patriot is an American that serves the United States of America and Americans like the women.
Is that was she implying something there? That was crazy.
Standing behind me. And I want to tell you that this only became possible today because the American people whom we serve as representatives here in Congress demanded that this vote happen, and they put more pressure on every single elected politician in this city than has ever been put on them. And today you are going to see
She's tweeted about him with AIPAC a lot?
probably a unanimous vote in the House to release the Epstein files, but the real fight will happen after that.
Damn. Bro, this clip keeps popping up. It's fucking brutal. Can we please stop with this Twitter? How do I fit this in my header meme? Ha! God, it's such a horrible fucking trend. I'm over it.
I'll try to.
God, this is so brutal. I'm sorry. Every time I see this pop on my Twitter again, I watch it over and over again.
Well, I'll try to rephrase this. I'm gonna reframe, and I'm just gonna be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're
mean?
a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to
Do the women that you try
show
to
your hatred against?
Do the women that you try
convince
to
them that they shouldn't?
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring
women? Do they know
Charlie,
that
did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called me
into
fucking
anything?
stupid.
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people
Okay.
on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm
You
doing.
gotta get
which
this
is-
lady on the podcast.
Dude, she
You
like
gotta get her on
fucking-
stream.
She fucking laser-eyed him. She homelandered him.
Yeah.
She was just like, Andrew, your wife is a slut. She just like laser-eyed him. Oh my God.
Anytime I see this guy, he just brings women on just to scream at him. Is that
That's what
the
all
podcast?
those. Yeah, that's what those shows do. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
And
and
then
then
he
his
called
wife
his
called
wife?
in to try to argue on her behalf. Yeah. What's your plan? Just canvassing again? I'd like to provide canvassers to do a long-term operation. So for a few months or several months. So having a permanent house, having canvassers, coordinating with the campaign for media stuff. So this means like reaching
Getting
out.
Fancy Sloth back in
and-
there?
I don't know. And guaranteeing some like minimum level of like media exposure. So reaching out to local liberal media outlets or trying to see if I can work relationships with other local elected officials. So people in the state assembly or maybe other representatives, depending on how deep my Z and prior connections go or whatever. But basically just the idea would be that like in my mind right now, I have this like mental model of like how do politics work on the conservative side, and it would be fun to try to put that model into practice on the liberal side in a district that's not totally unwinnable, but it's far gone enough that nobody will fuck with me if I try to step in and like have like a very active hand in managing things. That would be the goal. How do I apply? Don't even waste your time. If you email me, not only am I going to delete your email, I'm blocking it. And if you email like, oh, Jessica Sanders, I'm blocking your email. I don't care. Don't. It all depends on. I'm never doing this with my with that court case still going on. So
You got a goddamn court case to finish. I'm just excited for the midterm stream. I'm excited to eat some
boy.
Sabra.
Oh yeah, stop.
I'm thinking instead of 2 streams, we do 3 streams this time, and we really split them.
Good one. You won't even make this.
Explain
video,
why
like 2
people have
minutes.
rejected the left. Well, what's this here?
I will answer.
I'm good. Oh no. Oh fuck. Is he gonna attack our queen? Oh no.
To this.
Okay.
Even though what you're asking me is the hardest thing in the world to do, I'll still try. But I want the concession and promise from you that after I'm done making my attempt, you're going to make yours. And how would you convert me to your worldview? Is that a deal?
Okay, let's listen to it.
Got to go right in the mic. Otherwise, I can't hear you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
So here would be my pitch. My pitch would be that the society that you have created for us is fucked, and people hate it. They fucking hate it.
Yep.
And
True.
that's why you got Donald Trump. You got Donald Trump because people hate the fucking society that you feminists have made for them.
What is this called? Grievance politics? Where you just like cry about everything and you blame it all on some amorphous, ambiguous enemy? Just okay.
And here's why.
It's because guys don't like being told what to do. That's the big reason.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, if you ever have a rule system and a way of doing things that revolves around telling other people what to do, that's the issue. It's that women come into men's spaces, change them, and then make it mandatory that men's spaces accommodate them while simultaneously never doing any of that themselves. They want to retain their privileges while also taking advantage
I feel like
of the
Asmongold's always
privileges that
really
men have.
close.
What do
But
you
then he just goes off on like a crazy like rant.
Maybe, sure. I don't know what he's close to here, but
So they want things to be equal, but
well,
not
I think that
really
he could have like
equal
a woke view here, but he's going off on the women bad. I'd have to rehear it to tell you what.
Good.
because they want to maintain the privileges that women have innately in society, right? And so don't tell me what to do, and I won't tell you where to go. Yeah, exactly, right? And so that's not just me. I don't like being told what to do. Yeah, sure, right? It's like the same as like, you know, it's like you can't say these words. You can't talk like this. You can't be aggressive. You can't like this content. You can't talk this way about, you know, like some attractive girl, even though it's not even about her directly. It's like all of these rules that these people have created. Why would somebody want to live in a world where you're just getting henpecked to death for just trying to relax with your friends?
Okay, yeah. He's so close. True. But what he's
You're
describing
right.
from the
That's what
feminist
I'm saying.
perspective is just the patriarchy or whatever. Right? That's technically what he's describing. I don't do red pill shit anymore because fuck all that and fuck everything. And I think all men deserve to be alone. And I hate women too. So fuck everybody.
You're in your MGTOW arc.
I'm in my big Tau. I'm going alone from everybody. Fuck all the genders. I was going to quote tweet this and write a whole thing, but I don't give a fuck. Fuck it. Managing his stress, interpreting his moods, holding his hand through feelings he won't share with anyone else. All of it is unpaid, unacknowledged, and often unreciprocated. Is it any wonder women are fed up? People got hella mad at this. 3.6K retweets, only 2.4K likes. The big issue with red pill content, the big issue with okay, careful, hold on. I'm about to give you, we're going ultra wokey right now, okay? So buckle up, all right? Every single thing in society, including women, are all geared towards the aspirations of man. And one of the big issues that you've had with the shift recently with women being able to work jobs is traditionally, in order for both genders to be successful, the genders needed to be successful by appealing to the masculine drive. So if you think, okay, well, if you're a man, 20, 30 years ago, if you're a man, how do you get a good partner? You have to be even more of a man. You need to earn more money. Guess what? More money is awesome. Period. I don't know if it's not, sure, you get women with, but it's also just awesome. It's awesome to have more money. If you think of like 666, right? 6 feet tall. It's cool to be tall and strong, right? 6-figure income. It's cool to make a lot of money and be independent, right? 6-inch cock, okay? It's cool to have sexual prowess and, big dick and everything, right? All of these things, like in and of themselves even, these are just cool, good things to have. And they're fun to go for, irrespective of any fucking woman. And you can attract women with them too, but they're on their own. They're fun to go for. When you look at the aspirations on the, when you look at the aspirations on the women's side, the aspirations are to just make yourself the most fuckable woman, okay? You have to be a virgin so that a man will want to pick you up and fuck you. You have to be pretty so that you're more fuckable. You have to be a good caretaker so that you can be bred and have lots of children. And you need to be submissive and docile and following of your husband to be more fuckable and to be more relationship worthy for a man, right? And this has been, and I would argue that a lot of women even mind fuck themselves into thinking they're like, oh no, I just do this because it makes me happy. And it's like, no, bitch. Because a woman views herself with a man's eye in her mind, okay? This is how it's worked for a long time socially. And the issue with women working jobs and having some control over their reproductive systems or whatever, being able to fuck and not have to be married and have kids, is now men for the very first time, very, very first time, maybe in all of human history, to attract women are actually having to look at what does a woman actually want that isn't just my power fantasy. And those answers, traditionally, are shitty. No, guys don't really want to think about that shit, right? So what do you do? Okay, well, I've got this guy over here who's telling me to be more emotionally available, whatever that means, to pay attention to my partner who cares, to be more receptive to gay, don't care. And then I get this guy who's telling me to be more of a manly man. Hell yeah. So you go to the Andrew Tates, you go to the Red Pillies, you go to the manly men who are giving you your male power fantasy, and you're trying to become as much as you can in that male power fantasy, but that isn't enough now because women have like filled out more of these roles and aren't just making themselves the most fuckable objects. You're not doing anything to appeal to women. This is like when I would say before that there's like no value add for the woman here. So you're never. So for a lot of these, like you could say lonely people, men or whatever the fuck, they're not actually going to find real advice because the real advice just makes them feel like shit. I don't want to do any of that shit because it's not cool. It's not awesome. It's not based. It's like womanly shit, feminist shit, feeling shit, and just who cares, you know? But I think that's one of the big reasons why is the reframing of thinking like, what would a woman actually want? But like, what would a woman actually want? Not what would a woman want that men have been telling her to want for a long time. That's like an impossible shift of it's an impossible frame shift, I think, for a lot of people to have. So get fucked. Don't care.
What do women want, Steve?
Somebody to abuse them physically. Hell yeah.
Base.
How do you explain the whiplash towards more traditional gender roles, even amongst women? I'm hearing Queen Slade versions of, I want a man to pay for my expenses and take care of me sentiment from my women friends. I suspect part of it is because of the fuck man rhetoric, but I can't just be that now. I mean, people will say this anecdotally. Anecdotally, I would say I hear the complete and total opposite. But I'm pretty sure like just the stats, the numbers, like women are still going to work, women are earning more money. Like I just don't think that's borne out.
Aren't they going and getting more college degrees than men now too?
Yeah, I just think that's borne out anywhere in the data. These are just like vibes that some people have. I agree with what you're saying, but the article makes it sound like men don't manage their women's stress and feelings as well. I think traditionally, I think they don't. I don't think men have good training to manage other people's feelings very well. And oftentimes you don't even think about what should I do to manage somebody else's feelings? Because it's just not, I don't think we get the social training for it.
We don't really learn that. You get called like a gay boy if you try to have feelings
maybe
with
you
your
do.
friends.
Got him. There are certainly still women, though, that want a man simply just to provide. Do you believe it? I'm sure there are some, sure. But that's not the trajectory that we're on right now. And if you orient yourself in that direction, you're setting yourself up for failure. The article is stupid because it claims that this is the main reason that women aren't dating men anymore, when in reality, it's just because women enjoy the single life more. Well, but if they enjoy the single life more, what's the reason? Because there's not a value add. That's the issue, right? You have to be adding something to somebody's life in order for them to incorporate you into it. And I think the value proposition from, especially young men right now, is a little bit lost because people don't have a good, yeah.
We got dildos now, buddy.
Good one, true. Destiny, I want a provider man is like every woman. I mean, you can say that. It just depends on anecdotally. I don't know. I've known a lot of women that court loser men for way too fucking long. I think I watched the opening of fucking Kyla's, some video popped up on my autoplay on YouTube, and she was like running around interviewing people. And I think one of the first women, not so erudite, she was like, how much money do you want your ideal man to make? And this woman's answer was like, at least $30K.
She want a McDonald's worker. That's fucking based.
Based, queen.
I feel like when I watch those videos a lot of the time, it's usually guys doing it, and they include like, oh, what do you think the average man's salary is? And then the woman will be like, I don't know, like $300,000.
Those are like Zoomer retards, though, okay? They'll grow.
Yeah.
They'll grow. Hopefully. You say this is new, but this trend of working women has been going on for like 50 years, no? I mean, it started probably, at the end of World War II, but now we're getting to like critical mass levels, right? It's getting more and more and more. Fuck.
They took her jabs.
Are you okay?
Yeah. You?
You?
Do you think men are in a pretty fuck spot?
Yeah.
Or do you think it's like self-imposed?
Well, I mean, it's a combination of both. But I mean, like, can you blame people who are raised a certain way? I just don't think men get a lot of social training, and women do get a lot of social training. And now they also work like losers. So a woman with a job is kryptonite to a man who can only offer his wallet, you know?
Holy shit. You should tweet that. That's deep, dude.
Okay. That'll be my next merch.
Put like an edgy fucking hairdo on it.
Get some septum piercings.
That's huge.
What? Oh, I know what I was looking for. I was looking for some Kino that I watched last night.
I hope it's aura farming.
I feel like I'll wait for it. I feel like the aura farming clips are falling off. That guy needs some more ideas, okay?
He does, yeah. He just needs a new season of anime to come out. Can shoehorn them in. Jinwoo's done.
True. If they're oh wait. Is there an update on the filings Grace made against you? She never served me, so I don't know if those like go away after a while. I don't know what the fuck happens with that.
Is Nathan Reed like a real politician or reporter?
I don't know why.
Nathaniel Reed, 8,000 congressional correspondent. He tweeted out, Epstein files release, bill passes, Senate unanimously. Bill will go straight to President Trump's desk for a signature.
For what, the Epstein stuff?
That's what it seems like, yeah.
Oh. Good luck. Okay, I'll be back in a sec. Watch this.
Mm-hmm.
This is important. Oh, I can't pop it out. Good luck.
Upon which we stand.
Wait, it's not this one. Fuck, hold on. Talk, say something, entertain them.
What? I'm not seeing the video. I'm waiting on the fucking video, brother. I see. You're fucking searching for it. They're all Pepe and then doing the Hail Hitler salute. What do you want me to say to these people? These people are crazy in your chat.
I hate you.
Oh. A mushroom went to a bar and he tried to enter and the bar bouncer stopped him and he said, "Hey, why do you think I'm gonna let you in here?" And he looked him up and down. And the mushroom said, "Well, I don't know. I'm a fun guy."
Okay. Boo. Right.
Play the fucking TikTok.
Right back.
It's a gorilla. I go first. It's just a gorilla. I go first. Hi, man. Hey, we believe in you. You got this, man. Where you guys going? Nah, y'all can't leave. Don't climb that.
Rip.
I warned you. That one shouldn't count. All right, you'll be the replacement. Gotta replace the one I killed, so it's fair. Perfect. It's fair now. Figure something out quick. You're about to get bored with it.
I have an idea. Does he have sympathy?
I bet. Good idea.
Poor me.
That was stupid.
I know what to do. What?
This is retarded.
What?
Just let us out.
Consider yourselves free.
He called this Kino?
Oh, I got a baddie. Oh.
Mercy's behind me.
Okay, bet here.
He said aura farming's done?
Nah,
Brother.
deal's off. Oh, damn, they mad. Dear God.
Please give mine a try. You won't be disappointed.
All right, let me see. Okay, that's deserved. Only show me if it's a real girlfriend. She better be hot, or y'all getting a punishment.
This is mine.
Oh, let's go!
Just here to have super ego.
Are you serious? Go play with me. Damn, the gorilla's really winning right now. Oh
Let's go. I'm not good.
This is stupid. This is the dumbest reel he's ever shown. And he should feel fucking
no. Oh,
ashamed.
bet.
I'm watching teams from the gorilla.
What? Traitor.
We got this, Adam.
Dear God, he finds him cute. Okay, no, he's dead. Nah, y'all are down another one. Oh, I stand corrected.
I know what to do.
No, this isn't gonna work. Oh, it worked. Let's go. Whoa, whoa.
You killed my father.
They mad. Dear God.
What?
Wow. Jesus, are you okay?
I think I'm fine. I just need CPR.
CPR? Hey, yo. No, he's dead. Hey, yo, chill. Wait, what? Oh, he's using the bathroom. You'll
Did
have
he
one
like
chance
this?
to make a plan.
I
Don't
can
make
go
it
check, I
complicated.
guess.
Hurry up. God, he's done. What? I said not too complicated. What are y'all doing? What you gonna do with him?
Sell him
He's
on the
done
VR chat
wiping.
strip club before
Okay,
Party
y'all
Pooper
ready?
Dan shows up? You think Destiny would want to go to a fucking
That's
VR
your
chat
plan.
strip club? I would need Dan to also convince him to go.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Hey, he won fair and square.
Dude,
Wait,
if we
what?
lost him to VR chat, that would actually be cinema.
No way.
I think he might get
Let's
addicted.
go! Let's go! Now let's do 100 gorillas versus a villager. 100 villagers versus a gorilla.
I'll go first.
I bet. Hey, we believe in you. You got this, man. Dear God. Where you guys going? Nah, y'all can't leave.
We already lost him.
Don't climb that. I warned you. That one shouldn't count. Alright, you'll be the replacement.
Dude, what did this guy think? He put on a fucking 2-minute video. You're gonna have to watch it again, dude.
Perfect. It's fair now. Figure something out quick. You're about to get bored with it.
I have an idea. Does he have sympathy?
I bet. Good idea.
Poor me.
That was stupid.
I know what to do. What? You can get my girlfriend.
What?
Just let us out.
Consider yourselves free.
There's a sit-sit-ball.
Oh, I got a baddie. Oh.
Mercy is behind me.
Has Hassan said that he hasn't
There's 2 gorillas. Nah, deal's off.
gotten paid by China yet?
Oh, damn, they mad. Dear God.
Please give mine a try. You won't be disappointed.
All right, let me see.
Mercy.
Okay, that's deserved. Only show me if it's a real girlfriend. She better be hot, or y'all getting a punishment.
This is mine.
Oh, let's go!
Just here to have super
I got a Nathan for you style plan. Here's the plan.
Damn, the gorilla's really winning right
We
now.
take Destiny to a VR chat strip club. We get him drunk. Then, in VR chat, we leave the strip club. We take him to an internet cafe in VR chat, and we play League of Legends. We get him addicted.
Dear God, he finds him cute. Okay, no, he's dead. Nah, y'all are down another one. Oh, I stand corrected.
I know what to do.
No, this isn't gonna work.
Let him cook.
Oh, it worked. Let's go. Whoa, whoa.
You killed my father.
They mad. Dear God.
I'm not, I just want to say, I am not going
Are
to
you
play
okay?
League of Legends. I am no longer
CPR. Hey,
a stream evil. I am an ally to the stream.
Wait, what?
If I'm actually going to suggest when he gets back, viewer
You'll have
call
one
in.
chance to make a plan.
And I'm going to see if I can get him to
Complicated.
bait
Hurry
you
up.
idiots.
God, he's done.
I'll
What?
get him to
I
drag
said
him up
not
and
too
everything.
complicated.
I
What
want to
are
be an
y'all
ally
doing?
to the YouTube
What you
channel.
gonna do with him?
You were meant to destroy
He's done wiping.
the stream, not join them. No, I'm joining.
Really? That's your plan. God, no! The gorilla wins. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Hey, he won fair and square. Wait, what?
You need to tell him to play Arc Raiders. I'm going to be honest, guys. Video games kind of suck.
Hey, he's the goal. Let's go. Now let's
I'm
do
thinking we do
100
viewer
gorillas versus a
call-ins.
villager. 100 villagers versus a gorilla.
I'll go first.
I bet. Hey, we believe
Let's see.
in
Let's
you.
go again. 100 villagers. What's going to happen
Where you
this
guys
time?
going? Nah, y'all can't leave. Don't climb that. I warned you. That one shouldn't count.
Get him to do
You'll be the
TikTok debates?
replacement.
He's fucking lazy.
Gotta replace the one I killed, so it's fair. Perfect. It's
Type
fair
1 if
now.
he's good.
Figure something out quick. You're about to get bored with it.
I have an idea. Does he have sympathy?
I bet. Good idea.
Well, poor me.
That was stupid.
I know what to do.
Oh,
I'm back.
All right.
Was it cinema? Did it
Oh
end?
man, we've watched it 3 times now. We fucking loved it, dude.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
All right, viewer call-ins?
Why?
Because they're good content.
Hold on, what else? Finish the video? What? It's 32 minutes of Asman slop? Fuck me, dude. Hold on.
People want to know. Kash Patel, the American people want to know. How does it feel to be a cup for Israel? Answer the question.
Got him.
You're claiming to serve the American people. You're serving Israel. Does it feel to be Israel's bitch? You don't care about kids getting raped. The
Whoa.
American people want to know. Patriot?
Explain why people have rejected
Oh, go to the part where
the left. Well, what's this?
he gets roasted.
They're just going to be the king. They don't want to get.
Came from you guys. It's like all of the fascist dystopian things that I can imagine that Orwell was warning about and things like that. That doesn't come from us. That always seems to come from you guys. The people who are the fascist hunters seem to be the very worst at real freedom.
By any chance?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my pitch.
What the fuck
before
does
you
that
ask
have to do with anything?
me questions.
What does it have to do when he's accusing her of being part of a history of authoritarian movement in the United States from the left, and she asks him about Palantir, which is like the major fucking surveillance company or whatever? What do you... okay.
Questions about it, right? So if you wanted me to give you the most convincing argument that I possibly can, it would just be this: that everything we talk about is actually you curtailing freedom, not me. And everything that we end up ultimately discussing seems to come down to the fact that you just want to kind of engage in degenerate behaviors. And that's the only freedom you seem to care about, the freedom to promiscuously have sex and then have an abortion to take care of that if you need to, even if it's the case that by removing...
I think you don't want the kid, just get rid of it. You call it murder, I say, okay, sure, do it.
Damn. Okay.
Oh, God.
In this day and age?
How does California enforce that? To say, hey, we're going to go ahead and bring up Donald Trump and he needs to appear in court.
Here we go.
How does California enforce that?
They don't. That's how.
In this day and age? I don't know. That gets tricky. I wouldn't trust Donald Trump too.
Are they going to send California agents to arrest the president of the United States?
Yeah, how's this going to work?
We could send the National Guard and start a civil war.
The National Guard? You think about the word you just used.
The National Guard is under the control of the governors of all the states unless the president comes in and takes it over, by the way. Asmongold is a degenerate fucking retard.
Does he just think that president owns all of the National Guard?
He just is a Trump fucking dick suck, like through and through. He's just an absolute Trump dick suck. That's it. If you were to put a machine in front of Asmongold's head to measure his IQ, if there was a cockroach that were to crawl from left to right through his brain, the number would read higher while the cockroach was in his skull, and then it would decrease when the cockroach leaves. That's how fucking retarded the arguments this guy makes her.
Maybe Asmongold's Bubba.
Oh, God.
Our National Guard, the California National Guard. But that would be treason.
So I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe, and I'm just going to be totally honest with you.
He doesn't understand this. I don't know if Andrew Wilson understands the distinction.
Okay.
I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know.
I want to see her
crash out. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator.
This has been going on for a
or
while.
I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to
Oh, he's going to frame this as her crashing out, isn't he?
person. But Charlie, I just think honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're
mean?
a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch.
What's
Shut your fucking
sniz?
mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say?
Your
Dyke?
wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
dog.
daddies.
Sorry, dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you
What's
try
that?
to
Do the women that you try
show
to?
your hatred
Do
against?
you the women
they,
that
like,
you try
convince
to?
them that they shouldn't?
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring?
women? Do they know
Charlie,
that
did I
your
bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of
He
your?
did. He got so mad. I think that getting mad like this
Oh, that's
does
good
make you look
analogy.
like an idiot. I think
Yeah.
it does. I think it makes him look bad because
Well,
you're
okay,
now
he's-
like, I mean, bringing up like his wife or whatever. You know, like
Oh, Destiny not sharing
I mean,
his
you
screen
did bring
again.
up
Nice.
her dad, and you're asking about her dad. I mean, I don't know. He's
That's fair,
yeah.
Lucy.
Stupid.
Did I say anything about your family being stupid, Charlie?
could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing which is immoral.
What you're doing, which is immoral.
Yeah.
I think that you have been complicit in convincing young men that.
No, my family dynamic. What am I doing? Being
Oh,
married
he's
to my
getting-
wife?
this is personal.
Then why? So then,
Yep.
Under my
so all
worldview,
you did.
that's perfectly
So wait,
acceptable.
Chuck. All you're doing is saying. So Chuck, shouldn't you actually be saying that Andrew? You're doing a good thing.
I'm
Hang on,
selling you
Charlie.
on
I just want to
my
make sure I got this.
He's doing this internal critique thing. It's so boring the way that he's obsessed with this. It's such a retarded way to argue things. It's literally two bubbles bouncing into each other that can never come together. Like internal, I only do internal critiques. We only do internal critique me from my perspective, and then I'm going to critique you from your perspective, and then we like. How about we bring our perspectives together? That's the whole point of having a debate. It's so fucking retarded.
That's right.
Huh?
Am I doing a
Jesus.
good thing? Am I doing a
Like
good thing?
what? Do you think your wife is a charity case?
By taking care of children who weren't mine? Was I doing a good thing? Whose fathers abandoned them? Was I doing a good thing?
Yeah, you're doing a good thing.
Oh, okay. Well then, Chuck, why did you use that as a form of personal attack on me? Even though you think I'm a good person doing a good thing.
I'm convincing you of my.
Whenever you can make somebody mad in an argument, it looks like they lost. Whether they lost or not, it doesn't really matter. If you can make them mad, it's going to look like they lost.
Married a divorced woman with kids isn't against his Christian worldview. And if she's only been in three monogamous relationships, what exactly is the diss? I don't get it. I don't know for him in particular, but generally red pill guys all tell you never to do this. You should never get with a woman who has kids before and all this bullshit. He might in particular not do that. I don't actually know 100%, but
my worldview.
You're very convincing, Chuck.
Under my worldview,
I'm a good person.
you can marry your wife and no one would judge you, and you can raise the children that aren't yours and no one would judge you.
No, they would
But
still
under
judge me,
your-
Chuck.
Under your worldview,
Yeah.
that would not be so. Christian nationalists.
Yeah,
divorce
what about
isn't
it?
even acceptable.
Do you understand what,
that might be
what
true.
Christianity is? Do you think
Yes,
that?
I was
do you
raised
think?
Christian. Were you?
Yeah, I was.
Protestant.
Yes, I
Oh,
was.
Of course. See.
ah, queen. Wait, was she Catholic or is she some weird Greek Orthodoxy bullshit? Oh my God, if she's a Catholic queen, Protestant, fucking true.
This is.
You don't. I'm sorry.
Because the Protestant spirit is still in you.
Oh,
Oh,
it is.
God.
It hasn't left, man.
Is the Catholic
Oh,
spirit
no.
still in you?
Oh, she's a queen.
I wasn't raised Catholic.
Oh, she's not a queen. Never mind. It's gonna be some weird Orthodoxy shit.
And what are you talking about?
I was
What,
raised Protestant.
Oh,
okay,
what? Okay, she's a self-hating Protestant. That's acceptable.
you were raised
So
Protestant.
they were both wrong.
So why would you fucking criticize me for
Because
that?
It's the thing that Protestants
Yeah,
do
they're
when they
both wrong.
convert
Okay.
to like Orthodox or Catholic is they get really into the idea of.
Yeah.
Hey, Chuck, can I ask you?
They get really into the idea of rules and
Chuck,
shit.
have you ever had an abortion?
No.
Never. Would you?
Yeah.
So you'd kill your own kids? Why am I going to take moral advice from you?
You don't have to.
I'm not
Why
going
would
to.
I take moral advice from you?
So all you're
I
trying.
think that you
yeah.
lie
So all
about
you.
your worldview.
Okay.
I
Which
think
part?
that you-
Which part am I
I
lying
think that
about?
you-
Jesus Christ, I'm so sick of watching this. I'm gonna be honest. This has just been going on forever. This is gonna go on for like pretty much fucking forever.
Fuck. Play the clip, Mooten. Go. Play it.
I got it. I played it,
Play
but you can't hear it.
Make me hear it. Make
Oh,
me hear
just
it.
hold
You've
on.
done
I'm
it
sharing my
before.
screen.
I've
I'm
heard it
sharing my
before.
screen. Okay, watch me. Ready?
Wait. Go.
Oh, I don't want to watch any more of this.
Okay. Thank you.
So tired of this. I don't want to watch people argue. Like it's going in circles. Yes, it's just like I watched it for a while. It was compelling, but this is just going on and on and on. Like, what is this? I've got so much more that I want to do today. I just looked at the stream. I've been live for almost 2 hours. Like, I don't want to sit around and watch these two people argue with each other. I just wanted to watch that clip. It got a little bit longer, etc. Overall, crashing out. If somebody brings up the fact that you're dating somebody that has kids with somebody else, again, you're bringing up her dad. You're trying to weaponize her dad's ideology against her and in your favor. You should expect that she's going to bring up your wife. Like, again, that's fine. And also, I don't even really agree with her on most things. I agree with him on a lot of these things. But yeah, I'm sorry. It just doesn't look good at all. I don't know what to say. So yeah, that's it.
Nice. What is this? Lily Pichu responds to the noise surrounding her Streamer Awards nomination for Best Fighting Game Streamer. Wait, really?
Yep.
What was that? What was that noise you made?
I was laughing.
Why?
It was a sexist noise.
Why were you laughing?
I've just never seen her play a fighting game.
Oh,
I
how
don't
much
think
do you
that
watch her
was the reason.
stream?
I don't.
Oh.
So you would just.
Is it
It's not what
the
she did.
Asians
It's what I
you
did.
don't like, or the women you don't like, Mr. Mitten?
Both.
I didn't ask anyone to nominate me.
Is what I would say.
Because people complained last year. I accept being a nominee because I figure people will be upset no matter what. SK, who was also nominated, backs up Lily for the award and tells people to chill on her.
What fighting game has she been playing?
The League fighting game. Riot's one.
Oh, I didn't even know there was a League one out.
Idiot.
Tekken? Oh, good. That's the best one.
What if they nominated Emaru? I was like, why? I wish she fought off that one guy at TwitchCon.
She'd fucking win. Holy shit, I'd vote for her.
Stop. I meme jacked that from Kick Chat. Thank you. Cangron.
That's a kick warrior.
Every time I hear weird noise outside, I think someone's about to drone attack me. Kings. Okay, what's this? Hassan meets an XQC viewer in China.
Being chilling.
Thank you.
Such a pleasure to meet you.
Yes, thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. And I also watch XQC.
Oh, nice.
Yes,
Cool.
and welcome to China. Welcome
Good to be here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes.
Hi, chat.
Show his face.
Whose face?
Hassan's.
Oh, I don't know whose stream that was. I think is this Austin's? Oh, Will Knapp's stream. Have we got a response yet? Who is paying for his trip? Has anybody asked him? Who's paying for your trip?
I think there was like a big CCP interview today that came out that's like 30 minutes that I think it might get asked in.
Okay, give me 6 minutes and then we'll drag in callers. Hold on, I need to watch this real quick. So I know what I'm going to be making Nathan sign up for in 4 years.
US military drones are on the hunt. In early September, they found their prey, a 12-meter wooden boat drifting through the Caribbean. Around these waters, such boats are everywhere. Fishermen use them, and so do smugglers. Normally, US forces would intercept, board, and search the vessel, but not this time. The drone simply destroyed it. Over the next 2 weeks, the pattern repeated, one boat after another blown out of the water. Donald Trump later announced that the people on board were cartel operatives and that the strikes were part of a new offensive to choke off the drug trade before it reached US shores.
Every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence as we have no choice.
By the end of the
Was that intentional? I'm sorry. My bad.
month, the US had carried out at least 14 strikes against alleged drug vessels. But there was a problem. The strikes were happening in the wrong place. Most cocaine production is centered in Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, and Mexico, and those shipments usually move overland or across—
Wait. The president can't veto over and over again, right? Like, I understand the concept of a veto-proof majority. If too many people vote for a bill, can the president like veto it and then it goes back and then they do like a second vote? Or if there are enough votes,
No,
do they
they
just
get
not have the
one.
ability to veto it? Or he can veto once? They can so then they do a second. Do they do another vote to just override the veto?
Yes.
No, you need more than 50% to overdo the veto, I thought.
I think it's a supermajority for.
It's 75%,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I
Yeah,
think.
supermajority. 2/3. 66%, actually, Mr. Mitten.
the
Can't
Pacific,
he just
not
like
through the
invoke
Caribbean.
his presidential immunity and just say fuck it?
Well, he's not worried about criminal stuff. He's worried about PR stuff. Okay.
Then, in October, the true objective emerged. Trump had shifted toward the Caribbean theater and, implicitly, at Venezuela. The US sent its most advanced aircraft carrier, greenlit CIA activity inside Venezuela's borders, and signaled that strikes on land could follow.
Fuck, somebody pointed this out to me the other day. You know that like helicopters can like fly and shoot stuff from far away, right? Like that's kind of like the point of being a helicopter. I feel like in every movie when you see helicopters, they're always like when they go to fight people,
Very
they're like
close?
Yeah, they're hovering like right above the ground, shooting within like 100 yards. And like these things have like missiles and long range munitions and huge Gatling guns, but they're always like right next to whoever, and then that's how they always get like
but a
one-
zombie movie, yeah.
Oh. Oh, and standing still. Yeah. Okay. Practice.
Lit CIA activity implicitly at Venezuela. The US sent its most advanced aircraft carrier, greenlit CIA activity inside Venezuela's borders, and signaled that strikes on land could follow. The drones hunting smugglers have now found a bigger catch. Their next target may fly the Venezuelan flag. Today's video is sponsored by Vanguard Mining, traded under the ticker UUUFF on Schwab, Fidelity, Interactive Brokers, and E-Trade.
Traded?
Governments are tightening their grip on critical
Crypto
minerals.
stock.
Uranium is treated as a national security resource. Lithium is emerging from a deep correction, with analysts warning of another supply crunch, while copper remains the backbone of the energy transition. Vanguard has repositioned itself around this shift.
They often hide behind a hill or tall trees, pop up, shoot, and then go back into cover. Do you remember when Koibu banned that?
The fucking helicopter.
Do you remember that?
What did you say?
When Koibu banned that?
Yeah.
50 is a little
drop
broken. And then
shooting.
yeah, you can technically like stand up, shoot a bow, and then just drop to the ground, and it's either half
Lay
cover
down.
or full cover. Yeah,
Yep.
it's like a stupid king.
It's like they have minus fucking 8 to hit you or some shit.
Yeah.
From a single gold asset to a portfolio that now includes lithium, uranium, gold, and copper. The company regained full ownership of the Positos 1
Oh, I'm so online. This is an actual mining thing. I thought it was like crypto mining.
lithium project in Salta, inside Argentina's Lithium Triangle. In 2022, this same project was the core asset in a valuation of about $75 million. Today, the entire company trades near $10 million, even though it now holds that lithium asset again. At the same time, Argentina is pushing to expand the output of critical minerals, and Paraguay is opening its uranium sector to foreign investment.
Remember the dragon dropping rocks on you? Yeah. Dude, that game got so dumb. I think my favorite argument was the how I were talking about like justified true belief, JTB, like theories of truth. Did we ever talk about this?
Not really, no, but
So there used to be this concept that if you could justify some belief and the thing was true, then you consider that like epistemically sound. It was like a justified true belief. If you roll a rock down a hill and you see it go behind a tree, and you're like, I have a justified true belief. There's a rock behind that tree because I saw it roll down the hill. And then you go and you check behind the tree, and there's a rock there. You're like, oh, there it is, JTB, satisfied. But then I think they're called Gettier problems, to where you could have a justification for a particular conclusion, and the conclusion could be true, but the justification was not the reason why it was true. So maybe a kid picked up the rock and dropped another one and ran away. So you go behind the tree, you check, you think you've satisfied your initial thing or whatever, but in reality there was a different thing. So JTB is like not used or whatever. This concept of like what can you know, or what does it mean to know a thing, are like very like epistemically grounded problems. There was a spell that we had in D&D where we ran into a lot of these are very hard epistemic problems, and I don't think we ever like resolved these. When you had that one spell that allowed us
solipsism, yeah.
Was that what to let us look at events that we knew happened?
Oh, you're talking about like no, I know what you're talking about now. I don't remember the name, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You could like look into a water well, you could do water and then look into it and see a reflection and look into the past or whatever, right? Time pool, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
But it was interesting because like, what does it mean to know a thing happened, right? I want to go back and I want to look at when Mr. Moon was born. Do I know that event happened? I mean,
you assume it happened.
Yeah, but do you know, right? Or like, how would you use that spell if let's say that the king was backstabbed by his son, and that's how the new person rose to the throne, and that's the story that the whole kingdom is told, and you time pool it, and it was like, well, actually, he wasn't backstabbed. That's a lie. Well, then what do you know, right? But what if that actually happened? So do you know the thing if it turns out to be true, or do you not know it if it's
like,
not
how can you ever use the spell because you never like truly know?
Yeah. So what does that even mean? Because I think even rules as written, it says like the players can only time pool events that they've known happen, but technically you should say that should only be a thing that you've directly witnessed, because do you truly know a thing has happened? Otherwise, yeah.
So it should only be like going back and like looking at old past events that you have taken part in that you know are quote unquote true or whatever. Yeah.
Basically, yeah. Otherwise, you run into all of these very weird knowledge problems. A pool of water, images created by the spell, blah, blah, blah. As if the clerk witnessed the patch. The caster had to know some details about the event they wanted to witness. The spell was dependent on the verbal request uttered by the priest. The more detailed and eloquent the request was, the more chance the spell had to succeed. The wiser the caster was, the easier time pool was to cast. Yeah. Really makes you think.
The caster must know the general nature of the events he wishes to view.
What does that mean?
Show me the murder of King Thamek.
Yeah. So the implication of being you've never seen it before. How can you know that at all?
How can you
You've just
know
been
it
told
existed?
a story?
Yeah.
Her ass is out.
Jesus. Okay. All right. Sorry. Finishing this.
With tight supply across both lithium and uranium.
Yeah, I was going to say that too, Joe. If the spell fails, then you could literally, you could use it as like this epistemic barometer, or as this like truth divination thing. Like, let's say, for instance, let's say that the king got backstabbed, and we know it was like one of 5 people, right? It was either John, Jane, Sam, Eric, Luke, or whatever. And you could be like, okay, I want a time pool when Luke killed the king, and then nothing comes up. I want a time pool when Jane killed the king, nothing, right? You could just do that infinitely on everything, and it's like, yeah, how do you even?
Well, couldn't you just say, I want a time pool when the king got backstabbed, and then you would see who did it?
You could, that I think a DM might grant you that, but then you don't even really know if he got backstabbed. You don't know it, right? You don't really, what does it mean to know that? You've just been told a thing, who knows, yeah.
Paraguay is opening its uranium sector to foreign investment. With tight supply across both lithium and uranium, Vanguard is in prime position to be part of the solution. Check out their ticker on the screen and learn more by clicking the link in the description. Just make sure to do your own due diligence. Venezuela sits on the world's largest oil reserves, a fortune that's invited more trouble than prosperity. For decades, its leadership has traded oil for protection.
What are this YouTuber's
first with
like
Moscow, then with
credentials?
He is Caspian Report. He does a lot of these videos. That's what his credentials are. Fuck you. Okay, let me listen.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
reserves, a fortune that's invited more trouble.
Okay.
Venezuela sits on the world's largest oil reserves, a fortune that's invited more trouble than prosperity. For decades, its leadership has traded oil for protection, first with Moscow, then with Beijing. Russian bombers have landed on its runways while Chinese loans have built its infrastructure. But the walls are closing in. Sanctions have gutted the economy, allies are keeping their distance, and Trump's pressure campaign has left Maduro boxed in. Caracas has tried to play ball. Maduro even offered US firms a majority stake in Venezuela's oil industry.
I think when they took their oil industry over, I think they also engaged in a healthy amount of mismanagement as well. I think they fucked up a lot of it on their own too, but just...
desperate concession that Washington flatly rejected. That's because this isn't just about oil or cocaine, it's about power. You see, the Trump administration has accepted the reality of a multipolar world, but wants the Western Hemisphere sealed off from it. Under the Monroe Doctrine, South America is supposed to remain America's domain, not a playground for Russian arms or Chinese capital. And so, Trump wants to make an example out of Venezuela, a demonstration of what happens when a government in America's backyard flirts too closely with Moscow or Beijing. By mid-October, diplomatic backchannels collapsed, and things have been cooking since. The US quietly reshuffled its military command. The head of Southcom stepped down 2 years earlier than scheduled, which is a sign that Washington wants new leadership willing to push for regime change. Soon after came the muscle. Over 10,000 Marines and sailors deployed across the Caribbean, along with a surge of naval and air assets, all under the banner of anti-cartel operations. But something else was happening beneath the surface. Trump authorized covert activity inside Venezuela. Immediately after, Caracas claimed to have captured CIA-backed agents conspiring a false flag. Allegedly, a mercenary group was plotting an attack on one of the US warships and then pinned the blame on Maduro. Doing so would have given Trump the pretext to launch a full-scale assault on Venezuelan targets and topple the government.
Wait, how true is that? I didn't read this at all. Is this true? Or is this like, do we believe when Maduro says shit like this? I don't know the answer to that.
At least, that's how Caracas tells it. The second covert operation unfolded a week later. The FBI allegedly tried to bribe Maduro's personal pilot to reroute his plane mid-flight to a place where US authorities could apprehend the Venezuelan president. In exchange, the pilot would collect a $50 million bounty on Maduro's head. It sounds like something out of a Cold War spy thriller, and it's the kind of stunt that once helped Washington snatch cartel kingpins in Mexico. This time, however, it failed. The pilot refused, and the plan came crashing down. But failure has a way of changing tactics. If Phase 1 is fought in the shadows, Phase 2 may soon unfold in daylight. The US has massed the biggest naval force in the Caribbean since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Roughly a tenth of its navy now lurks off Venezuela's coast, including the Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier, which can field more than 7...
Damn, do they really have that many fucking planes on their... Is this AI or is this real? They really have this many fucking planes on it? Jesus.
Which can field...
Do they take off with catapults, right? They launch? They really have enough room? God damn.
More than 75 warplanes. At
Damn,
the same time,
$50
Washington
billion right there.
They can store them inside too? God damn!
Is dusting off Cold War infrastructure. Former naval and air bases are being rebuilt, and civilian airports in Puerto Rico and the US Virgin Islands are being upgraded. Both territories sit roughly 800 kilometers from Venezuela and could serve as springboards for operations on the mainland. Satellite imagery shows Reaper drones parked on the tarmac in Puerto Rico, while new shelters are lined up along the runways to increase housing capacity. Open source intel also points to refurbished taxiways at the former Roosevelt Roads military base. These upgrades would allow US aircraft to stage, refuel, and sustain continuous sorties. Admittedly, some of these assets could be employed in anti-cartel operations, as US officials argue. But F-35s and B-52s have been spotted on the ground in Puerto Rico, and that sort of firepower isn't for chasing cartel boats. That's regime change material. Venezuela stands little chance against the arsenal parked off its shores. On paper, its military looks big, but it's mostly theatrics. Years of corruption have turned it into a political prop rather than a fighting force. It has Russian-made Su-30s and a few aging F-16s, but most of these aircraft are grounded, stripped for parts, or barely airworthy. Maintenance is also poor.
What the fuck
Supply
does years
lines
of
are thin.
corruption mean that it turned their army into a paper tiger? What are we talking about there?
Imagine how loose your mom's post would be if I fucked it for years with BBC.
Okay, so what are they fucking it with?
I think
are
that
they
the
just
issue
like
that
not
you run
putting money
into
into
is,
it?
yeah, you get, well, it's that you get people who just like are scraping money off of programs, accepting bribes, allowing people to be lazy. They're not reporting things honestly. It's just like a bunch of like internal corruption. Like the worst example I could think of this was, I think in Afghanistan, when we were funneling a ton of money to the Afghanistan military like decades ago, there was this concept that I'd heard of called, I think they were called ghost soldiers. But basically, these like troop or brigade, I don't know what the fuck level of military command, it would just invent all these troops under them, and they weren't real. And then when these people were getting paid, like the people would just, the commanders of these units would just collect all the money. So it's just people being lazy, reporting stuff dishonestly, getting bribed, not doing what they should be doing, basically, yeah.
Got it, makes sense.
And the Air Force that looks impressive in parades would crumble in a real fight. Moscow has made gestures of support. Its cargo planes have touched down in Caracas, advisors have appeared on the ground, and there are quiet reports of Wagner fighters moving in. For the Kremlin, Venezuela is leverage, a way to needle the White House for backing Ukraine. But Russia's resources are stretched thinly, and whatever it sends won't be enough to change the outcome. The US carrier strike group parked outside could wipe out Venezuela's defenses in a matter of days, if not hours. But Washington doesn't need, and probably won't, rush to occupy Caracas. The play is likely slower and quieter. Hit airstrips, torch smuggling routes, and let pressure build. When needed, special forces slip in and drones handle the rest. Every strike would bleed the Maduro government methodically without ever calling it war.
Have we haven't actually struck within the borders of Venezuela, have we, right? In the past, I feel like I would have heard of this, no? The past few weeks, this has not happened, right?
Of course, this is speculative, and besides, the real question isn't how the conflict would start, it's what comes after. Toppling Maduro may be the easy part. Filling the vacuum is harder, and that vacuum is armed to the teeth. Chavez spent years flooding the streets with AK-47s, first importing them, then building a factory to make more. No one knows the real number, but estimated figures suggest up to 500,000 rifles in the hands of gangs and militias loyal to the government. So yes, America could bomb and forget and make quick work of Venezuela. But what comes next wouldn't be as straightforward. If the Maduro government were to collapse, the guns won't disappear, they'll just change hands. Factions, gangs, and warlords would tear into each other to claim what's left. It would be a bloodbath, the kind that comes from unintended consequences. After all, power doesn't make one wise, just louder when wrong. I've been your host Chillin from Caspian Report. If you approve of what we do, please leave a comment, hit the like button, and mayhaps share the video. In any case, thank you for your time, and Saul.
Wow. That's crazy.
Oh, you.
Wait, okay, last quick thing. Somebody said the first couple minutes of this or something? Hold on.
Her ass is out and she's at the doctor's office. And she's recording it for her TikTok.
I told my husband he couldn't look at me until he got to 1 million followers because, like...
What? Bro.
And that's why I'm actively trying to have an orgy.
With the cops right there? Bro. I'm not a scammer.
I'm not gonna lie, that was sexy. And that's why I'm actively trying to have an orgy.
This is so cooked. Here he is. His wife is recording him as he's getting ready to go out.
Don't yell at me like that.
I apologize. What? Bro, it's talking so low I could barely hear it. We're like $300 headphones. I'm on their Reddit, bro. He gives her an engagement ring. She didn't want to kiss him. Yo! Bro, I feel so sorry for this guy, bro. Look, I know I roasted him and everything else like that, but man, this deserves better, bro. So as you guys know, we went viral, okay, super fucking viral, because we were roasting this bitch ass nigga Akash after he was talking all that shit. And the first video I posted was my guy Kool-Aid Assassin dropping this video. So if you haven't seen those, play it real quick.
Akash only dates brown. Akash has been with one girl in his life who's his wife. That's my wife. That's an Indian woman. This is like loyal through and through.
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. I was popping my pussy and living my best life in these white boy frat houses. I'm actively
Are these out of context?
trying to have an orgy because, and you haven't seen Nap
This is an embarrassment.
yet, but wait till you fucking see him. His body goes crazy. His face card always slays, never declines. And it's kind of weird because I'm talking about your husband. I just know that Nav's dick is like at least 10 inches. Okay, I have
Shout out to Kool-Aid Assassin for making this fucking crazy compilation of this.
two butthole stories. So one time I met this guy on Tinder and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to fucking hook up. And I like woke up in the morning and like my asshole was a little sore. Oh my God. And I remember that he,
What kind of porn do you watch when you use a vibrator? Okay, not gonna lie, I don't watch porn while using a vibrator. What? I just think my imagination is vibration enough. Wow.
Oh, no,
I just feel like
don't
my own
say-
husband while I'm like
Wait, that's kind of baller, but I could never do that.
Yeah. And so I was using you and your husband split finances, and I'm gonna be really fucking honest.
Why? Why is she doing this? Oh no.
We don't.
First of all, that's a fucking red flag. I'm not like, no joke. I love you girls. If you want to work, all for that, whatever. But like any man that doesn't want to have a joint bank account or isn't being transparent with his accounts or has separate accounts, that's a fucking red flag. This is not a two-way street. This is a one-way street. His money is our money and my money is my money. And look, have I only made $600 from content creating?
Why? What up,
Sure.
$100 from last week?
But that's
To her, that $600 is worth destroying her husband's legacy.
my money. Okay.
I don't know if you watch The Boys, but I love him on The Boys.
I never watched that show, but like he's on my hall pass list.
Oh yeah.
Chase Crawford, Jacob Elordi, Austin Butler, and who else? Do you know?
Isn't Akash's whole thing is that his wife was his first wife ever, or first ever and only ever, and he's very traditional? I guess, maybe.
Why I think I have like a good marriage? I think it's because my husband's never here. Okay, so
She don't fuck with that nigga.
I've been getting a lot of comments that I'm using my husband for clout, and yeah, that's exactly what it is. No lies were told. I am leveraging the support I have. It's kind of like nepotism, but like through my husband, so like spousal nepotism. What's wrong with that?
And the name of her podcast is the Main Character Podcast, which should tell you everything you need to know about this dumb. Check this out. She admitted this as well. And this is another tweet, so I gave a part 2. Hey, Akash, shut the fuck up forever, part 2. Receipts below. Your wife swore she was a virgin? Made sense like you and Andrew Schultz keep proving us right.
I'm just gonna really just start off here. Before you got in here, I was asking Akash about like, right, his first time, like, you know, with you, not as much, but like how to go with other women, talking about never having a blowjob, what the fuck. So he's 34. How old are you?
25.
Okay, so like you meet him, he's never had sex, and he's older than you. Were you like, ew?
Yeah.
It's funny because like the guy that I was kind of with right before him was also a virgin, and
Stole it from a black dude. What's up?
Yeah, okay.
I stole it from a black dude.
The black man?
Yeah, that nigga definitely smashed before you did, you dumb.
I know,
yeah,
right?
yeah. He was like really like on some principled shit, and I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why he didn't want to lose his virginity. But when I met Akash, I was at the point where I was ready because I don't know if you told her because I was.
no, I didn't know you were a virgin too.
So I was a virgin too when I met him.
Get the fuck out of here.
So she don't know the dick is trash.
I was a virgin too when I met him. Bro, how fucking embarrassing.
She don't know no better.
Stupid.
You gotta get him ignorant, you know what I mean?
No, so I felt like I was like at a place where I was ready, and then I found out he was a virgin, and then I was like, great. Like, do I have to wait again? But I think like we just connected very well. That it went without saying that we wanted to.
How did you guys meet?
Show. She had a
The
fat ass and I chased her down.
Wait, you met at one of his shows?
We're at the Hoboken Comedy.
Bruh. All right, here he is with talking to some guys about his wife.
Different. My wife also hadn't had any sexual partners, so that helped us connect.
Okay, buddy.
A lot more.
Let me ask you this.
And
Stupid fuck.
You believe her?
if you've seen her, then it's hard to believe. I remember I was just like, what? But she was 22, I was 31. There was an age gap.
Sure. Did you lie, or did you come right out and say like, oh, me too, or was it what did the conversation go?
Hold on, I'm not making fun of anybody, and I don't mean this to be negative at all. I'm just asking for clarification. He was a virgin at 31? Is that what he said?
He's a wizard. Yeah.
Like,
I don't remember how it came. I think she said it. She said it, and then I was like,
when she said I'm a virgin, you went, I got exploded.
Yeah.
Well,
She's
happy.
He's nothing compared to.
Bro, this guy is so... see? Like, we're laughing at this like and everything, but like, this is why I tell y'all, bro, it is so important to be red pill aware with these fucking girls, man. This dude is a fucking simp.
Exactly. Dude, I was
a stallion compared to anybody else.
I was so happy.
Yeah, that's for
so
sure.
relieved.
Yeah.
And it was just like, it felt right. I was like, oh, God brought me this person that like, we already connected, and like, she also isn't having sex.
So, clearly exposed again. Now, look at this. And here's the thing. I challenged Andrew Schultz to a debate after this. I said, hey, we were right. 10 years, right? Where's my apology, Andrew Schultz and Akash? This video aged perfectly.
I mean, I'm married. Akash is married. Mark is married, right? Like, Dove is trying desperately to get married, right? So it's just like, it's possible. Now, granted, we might call you in 10 years and be like, y'all were fucking right. You know what I'm saying? And let me be wrong. Let me be wrong and I'll call you. But for right now, I think...
no, we need that apology, nigga. Okay? We need that apology.
I mean, I'm married. Akash.
I was fucking right, man. Always vindicated by these. And look at this, guys. This cannot stop embarrassing this nigga, bro. Her ass is out and she's at the doctor's office, right?
Hold on, wait.
Oh, I gotta get that on my soundboard. That's a good one.
True. Gemini 3.0 just refactored my entire code base in one call. 25 tool invocations, 3,000 plus new lines, 12 brand new files. It modularized everything, broke up monoliths, cleaned up spaghetti. None of it worked, but boy, was it beautiful. King.
Hey, and she's recording it for her fucking TikTok, okay? Shout out to Brett for making
Just
this.
learn to code.
It's a ring light. Dr. Trevor, what are we doing?
So just need to sustain a brew through some physical activity at home.
Bruh, physical activity?
And we treat a lot of bridges here. Bridges for many different reasons. And so we mentioned a laser called the BD.
Also, I heard you're single. Is that true?
I heard you're single. Is that true? Bro.
Laser called the BD.
Also, I heard you're single. Is that true?
We'll go back to treat. Typically get the cut through the
Bro, this buck tooth, bro.
neck.
Wait, why?
Something else on the neck, and it's surprisingly get this little.
Her ass is out. This was taken by Akash a few days ago. Man is dead, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Okay, so Kool-Aid Assassin says it gets worse. So he made, shout out to Kool-Aid Assassin. He made another video.
You sound
So let's go ahead and check this compilation out. Man, you already know this was about to be a banger. They got the music on.
So my husband actually interviewed these red pill guys on their podcast one time, and I won't mention their names because who the fuck even cares?
Damn. The editor's going in. Wow.
But it was so funny because he actually called them out on their shit.
Hi, my name is Justine. I'm a stay-at-home wife, but I don't cook or clean because I don't feel like it.
Useless.
And my husband is a full-time stand-up comedian, and he buys me lots of nice things.
I'm mad at my husband because he's too busy working and being a provider, and I'm over here.
Did her husband go to Riyadh?
Dude.
Having all these cute outfits, cute shoes, cute bags, like want to do my makeup, want to go out, and he's nowhere to be found.
Bro, these women are insufferable, chat. I told y'all, man. Stay away from these 304s. These ungrateful fucking harlots.
Okay, you guys, I have really good news. So for the longest time, I told my husband he couldn't look at me until he got to 1 million followers because, like...
What? Bro, what the fuck is wrong with this?
Who the fuck are you if you don't even have 1 million followers on Instagram?
There's a difference being a...
Has the guy said anything about this? Is this like a thing that they're both in on? Maybe it's like a mutual troll, or... does he get like roasted for any of this, or...
Scammer and being a hustler. Two very different things.
Okay.
I'm a hustler who scams a little bit. I'm not a scammer who
I'm not
hustles.
gonna lie, that was...
And if I'm not mistaken, I think that's Nav, guys. That's the dude that Akasha's wife was talking about had a 10-inch dick and had a face card. That's him.
See, and that's why I'm actively trying to have an orgy.
What the fuck? With Akash right there? Bruh.
I'm not a scammer
I'm
who
not
hustles.
gonna lie, that was sexy, and that's why I'm actively trying to have an orgy.
Yo.
Like, Akash is such a fucking king. Like, everyone knows he's the best husband, and I don't often find
I think Myra
men...
might be taking the bait here.
They're not in on it, lol. That Akash guy is a traditional Indian. He was a virgin in his 30s. Yeah, they said virgin at 31.
that measure up to him, and like Nat...
You don't fucking deserve it because you're a whore. You're literally a whore. Like, yo, no good deed goes unpunished with these bitches, man. It's like, you can't win. You literally can't win, man.
completely measures up to him, if not more.
Okay, I have 3 questions about Luigi. Okay, Akash is...
She's talking about Luigi Mangione. So now we know what she is. She's a progressive. Any bitch that likes Luigi Mangione as a far leftist, for those of you that don't know now, because I guarantee you she's getting a lot of heat and she's embarrassed that she's been embarrassing her husband in the pursuit of her mediocre fucking social media career. Some stupid you're saying, shut the fuck up. We don't care.
Whether it's Andrew Tate or these fucking red pill...
This Rolex she has here, this is a Tiffany Rolex, by the way, guys. You want to know how much this watch is? This is the, I'm pretty sure this is the Oyster Perpetual Tiffany. And I know because you guys know I have the coral red one, right? I got the coral red Rolex Oyster Perpetual. The Tiffany came out right around the same time. So about $30,000 watch right here. $30,000 watch because they don't make these anymore. These are, they were a one-time release. I have the red version of it, but either way.
Peed on Courtney Musley. You were sitting in her lap and then you peed on her.
Bro, these ungrateful chicks, man. Ungrateful. All right, so this is her responding to me as well.
Talk to you really quick because obviously my name keeps getting brought up by either women or men. Lately it's these red pill guys because I said my money.
Yeah, because you're embarrassing your fucking husband.
His money is our money and my money is my money, which is a common saying, whatever. I'm not even gonna elaborate because I don't fucking care to explain myself to them.
You don't care, but you're over here making a fucking video about it.
Okay.
Bro, this is retarded.
But what I will say is, if you're not gonna be a man for fucking women, like if you're gonna say, oh, women should do this for us and we're the prize and blah, 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 at least be a man for yourselves. What I mean...
Whenever a woman says a real man would do XYZ, translation, a real man should do what I'm about to say, which inevitably puts them at a disadvantage while simultaneously giving me an advantage, okay? This is what women do. They'll shame you and say, oh, real man would do this. And then when they tell you what that real man should do, it's inevitably 9 out of 10 times something that puts you at a disadvantage while simultaneously putting her at an advantage. So for example, she'll say, oh, a real man would go take out the trash right now, blah, 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 right? Let's say you don't want to take it out
I feel
and
like
she's
her
supposed to do
cadence
it.
is a
She's
little
gonna
bit
go
like
and
Farah's.
Maybe.
do that to try to shame you and make you feel stupid, right? Or weak or emasculate you so that she can get her way. It's a common manipulation tactic that women employ to get you to do things, right? And fold on your...
This one has the cringe at the start and around 9 minutes.
Personally, I don't think you're still a virgin then, but technically,
listen, if you get finger blasted, you're done so.
Can't tell me you a virgin and you was popping pussy in white boy frat house. That's crazy. I'm gonna show you the one clip from me that tells me everything I need to know. And like this clip repeats itself three, 4 times in different ones, but just this instance. And like to me, nothing is even said. So apparently this is some kind of like.
What are your thoughts on this? People keep saying it's rage bait, but if the rage bait is just making your husband look like shit, I feel like that's not like an acceptable. Well, I don't understand why you would say it's just rage bait. It's not just rage bait. You're just throwing your SO under the bus, no?
I think it's like a proposal, like re-engagement. I don't know.
He's got to know. Like,
well, if he's saying he was a virgin at 31, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure if he's in on it. Yeah, I hear you there.
I don't know why, but this is happening. I try to do a romantic gesture. Now watch what I'm watching.
First of all, I want to say, Amma, happy birthday. All of this is possible because you told me I could do anything that I wanted. And the best decision I ever made in my entire life was to marry this woman right here. His birthday is in 2 weeks. And I love you so much. And the only regret that I had is that I only got to marry him once. So I want to make a little quick announcement that we're going to get married again. We're going to renew our vows in India next year. You guys want to come to that? Sounds fun. And since I am renewing my vows, I think the only thing we can do is propose again.
How is he being thrown under the bus? Well, if he's marketing himself, or he's a relatively traditionalish man, and his wife is out here talking about popping her pussy and doing all sorts of crazy shit and being super flirty and everything, it kind of makes him look bad.
Oh, pull up his comedy.
He's like on that Flagrant podcast or whatever, right?
Will you be this lean sing forever again?
Yes! Oh my god! Oh
Take that rinky thing off. Rinky dink.
Did you guys know this? Yes! Oh my god! How big is this?
Big enough for you to shut up every time I tell you.
Thank you so much.
I can't watch! I can't watch!
What is this?
Big enough for you to shut up every time I tell you.
Thank you so much.
I can't watch! I can't watch!
Jesus.
I can. Speechless.
No, I want
to see it again.
And when I saw this clip, guys, could have shown me nothing else about the marriage. It really kind of.
But wait, there's more.
I look good, Mr. Armstrong. Armstrong.
You kill me, boy, so it's out.
On Saturday when I saw her, I said, Daria, do you know? And she said, I don't know anything. I don't know
She's a good
anything.
liar.
Then she's a good liar.
That's a friend.
Then she's a good liar.
There's got to be some videos of him kissing her on the lips, right? This is like all of this is out of context. Where's Hassan at? This is all out of context.
It's a friend.
No, I don't want those gifts.
I know. Why not?
I don't care about. I like tangible goods.
No.
I don't care about.
I just like.
C'est tough en esti, man. C'est tough en tabarnak. Je veux quand même la voir. I still want to see it.
I just need a second, bro. Just like let me recoup. Let me gather myself.
You don't even have to put some sound.
You know, like
you can close your eyes and play it.
You know when you watch somebody bomb, how you cringe?
Oh, jeez.
You know how I love to watch people bomb.
Yes. This is the opposite happening right now. I want to see it again. I just want to see it again. I asked nicely. I said, please.
Before we get to that.
I want it to be first, apply your dirt. I want it to be your last, now I'm hurt. You were popping P
every week.
For white boys,
There's gonna be some dancing in me. Every week, baby.
brown boys, I ain't the
What is this AI song?
The thing is, stop. Stop. I said nothing, sir. Two things. Maybe she was not done watching The Ring and admiring the Ring, and he came in for the kiss early. That's one thing I'm going to say. Second thing is, there was kids around. Real thing, there was kids around, and then maybe it's cultural. It is cultural. Maybe it is cultural. You know, you don't kiss in front of your
Can I
parents.
just say one thing?
Go ahead.
There's multiple videos of her doing similar things where when he goes in for kisses and physical affection, she reels away every single time. Not only did she reject the kiss, she didn't even go in for a proper hug. Like to me, body language says a lot. And you can see that he's trying to connect with her and that she's rejecting that. And like, you want to do that, you can do that, it's fine. But there's no doubt for me, like, that shit play. You know what I'm saying?
That's me.
And in that moment, like, he just got down got the nice ring, did this big gesture, and you spent all that time looking just at that ring.
But it was
and
a
not
beautiful
showing,
ring.
Right? She's trying to connect with others and not the partner that she has.
Did they see the ring?
He's a pay pig.
They didn't see the ring.
That video killed me.
It wouldn't even been a thing. Again, it's like the Derek Jackson. It's like all these things. None of that would have been a thing if you're not using something to school people.
I mean,
in some Asian countries, it's complete a social no-no. It's completely a social no-no to even walk hand in hand in public. Why did you say that? What compelled you when we were watching a video about Americans in America? What compelled you to talk about some standards in some Asian countries? Why did you feel the need to? I just got one guy so hard. Okay.
You know, listen, the Flagrant crew spent time judging all kinds of people for the relationship. They did it with Will Smith. They did it with Adam 22. They've done it with a numerous amount, including the boys over that fresh and fit. So if you're gonna judge other people's relationships and your partner's a public person, I think it's completely fair game for people to judge you in return. And on top of that, it's kind of crazy because when you go to their subreddit, they've actually scrubbed all the comments.
Oh, yeah, they removed them.
That's why it took me long to get ready for this today. Because all the stuff I
Yeah,
linked,
100%.
they deleted everything.
100%.
I think it's funny that the people who spend all this time cracking jokes about people and shitting on them and not apologizing for anything are actually censoring their own subreddit for jokes that they're making now at Akash's expense. Yeah. So the comic can deliver the jokes, never apologize, but when it's his turn, all of a sudden the jokes have to stop. She responds to all the hate that she's getting, and she feels some type of way.
I want to talk to you really quick because obviously my name keeps getting brought up by either women or men. Lately, it's these red pill guys because I said my money, or what did I say? His money is.
Can't you just not want to kiss in public? I feel like that could be fair. Yeah, but if you feel like if you're doing something that's like actively hurting the perception of your partner, I feel like it's a conversation you should have. Why would you just do this? It seems like you're.
His money is our money and my money is my money, which is a common saying, whatever. But what I will say is, if you're not going to be a man for fucking women, like if you're going to say, oh, women should do this for us and we're the prize and blah, 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 at least be a man for yourselves. Whether it's Andrew Tate or these fucking red pill podcast guys, like when they tell you something, when they ask you to jump, you say how high. You're still not a man either way. Do you see what I'm saying? Like you're still a little beta boy doing whatever these men tell you. Why are you mad at us? Why are you mad if me and my husband are cool with each other, if we both make jokes at each other's expense? The difference is my husband will go on stage and say whatever the fuck he wants about me. No one has anything to say. It's like, oh my God, it's so funny, it's so relatable. But then I come on TikTok and I make jokes.
I'm curious what his jokes are about her.
True.
And now you have a fucking problem? Like, make
Do
it make
Abba and
sense. I'm
Preach have a
not
green
here.
screen?
Do what?
Do Abba and Preach have a green screen? Their editor's not editing out the background, right?
That'd be my
That would be
guess.
retarded.
But
for the fucking misogyny.
I'm not gonna lie. All these folks using like black gay vernacular all the time is just killing me. So make it. I'm not here to fucking. It's giving gay, and it's like just. Does that ever jump out to you?
Yes.
I think she has a point. A lot of men will go online and then talk about their wives all kinds of ways in terms of like, cracking jokes and all these different things. And I do think that some of the comments that people have made about her.
Or no, they clearly don't have a green screen. Just kidding. Or that was from a different stream, maybe. Who knows? I don't know. You might not even need one anymore.
And that like they're coming after her for some comments that I thought were kind of ridiculous.
Do you know why I think I have like a good marriage, knock on wood? Not my pantry meeting. I think it's because my husband's never here.
I've heard dudes make that comment.
That is the perfect example.
I've heard so many guys and husbands make those kinds of comments. Like, she's clearly trying to be funny, right? I'm sure she enjoys time with her husband, but she's like talking about how she likes her time away and she's making a joke about it. But people are using this to be like, fuck, she hates this, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, guys, people make these jokes all the time. Do you agree or disagree?
Yes, but I don't think she's making a joke. I don't think that was a joke.
Okay.
I think she was being honest. Why? Because I think she's not that wrong. She's not that wrong. There's a lot of marriages
I'm going to
that
say
fail.
right now, if you reverse the roles here and it's a man making these jokes about their wife, I think people would find it a lot more socially acceptable.
What kind of jokes?
Like wife bad jokes?
I guess, but I don't think it's like wife bad jokes so much. I feel like the implication is like an out of your league thing, where the guy was a virgin at 31, found a hot chick at 22, and now he's like simping for her hard, and she's like hardcore like cuck joking,
Like swerving him a bit and like cucking. Yeah,
that's what it feels like. Yeah, it's a bit different. I think.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
The last one I don't think was a big deal.
Probably
but
not.
yeah.
But taken in
I do
conjunction
hear
with
on the
everything
previous
else.
ones. Yeah.
The minute they're retired, and then you get to spend so much time with each other.
Right. But I'm saying when she's putting it this way, she's trying to rage bait a little bit. That's her stick. If you go on her TikTok, it's a lot of it is rage bait. She says things a certain type of way, whether it's the prenup comments, and she goes this one way. Like a lot of it is that rage baity stuff. And you know this. How many times have you been on podcasts? And I know this because I spend a lot of time now around content creators, and like you go on off podcasts, you'll see them off the podcast. You'll see them get on the podcast. Yeah. They start to antagonize a little bit more. Yeah. They start performing a little bit more. Yes. I've noticed this trend online now, where whenever people get on these podcasts, they just act like different people or exaggerated hyper performances. And I feel like when I watch her, it's a little bit of that when I watch her.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But in that case, there's some other stuff that I would be like more like, oh yeah, this is absolutely rage bait. His money's our money, my money's my money. I think that was more on the line of rage bait than this. People took it like, oh my God, he must be insufferable to be with because, I want to talk. I didn't say you can't talk all the time. I said learn to shut the fuck up. Like that comment that you just made, you should have shut the fuck up. But it was not rage bait. It was not a joke. I was being real.
There's some videos that I saw that I'm like, I don't care if you're a comic, I don't think you think it's funny. Like, this is stuff that even if your husband would do on a podcast and talking about his wife, no one would think it's okay. And in fact, I know this because I don't ever see any comedian who's prominent ever talk like this about their spouse.
Okay, so I think the first thing we shat on you about was having icks about all the things that you guys do. So let's get into it. What are your icks about us? But answer properly or you're not getting laid.
That's just a lie, though. That's just a lie, though. Here's what I'll say. I don't have icks about my wife in the sense that like everything she does is really cute to me. Do I have things that are a massive pain in my ass? Yes, absolutely. That I have. I love her. She's so adorable. When she's running 2 hours late to a dinner reservation that I worked really hard to get, and then I'm like, baby, we're running late, and she's like, are you fucking kidding me? Do you know? I don't give a fuck if we're late to this dinner. They're lucky to have us. And I'm like, oh, that's what we're doing.
Don't look at me like that.
Okay, now you see what I'm talking about? Like,
don't look at me like that.
I'm gonna say something so funny too, because like people shit on this guy right now because he's like, he doesn't have a traditional partner. Look at this woman, whatever. I think you guys would be so shocked how many women, both here and abroad in the East, run their fucking husbands. Am I tripping?
Bro, that's the whole Caribbean. You have to make it look like the man is running the house, but it's really the woman. And that's not even, I say Haiti because I'm from there and I can say 100%, but it's not just, it's the Caribbean. I know for a fact.
Bro, it's not just there.
I know it's not, but what I can say I can talk from experience, it's there. And then after that,
I think it's incredibly disrespectful to talk to your partner. Now, when you can see even like how he's carrying himself, you can see how the other guys carrying themselves. They are definitely very subservient to their wives, and their wives are permitted to like say whatever they want and be as insulting as they like. And the dudes kind of just take it, even if they're not like too okay with it. So to me, it's a bit cringe to watch, to be honest with you. And could you handle talking like that? No. Like, yo, I've been reservation really late. So who fucking what? I was like, who's talking to? I done lost my mind about.
We don't do that. I don't talk like that. She don't talk like that. We don't do that.
She's like, oh, men are misogynistic because like they're hating on us.
I'm not here for the fucking misogyny.
Nobody gives a f that you treat your husband like he a bitch. Nobody cares. The thing is, your husband gets on podcasts and talks about how great his marriage is, and then he uses that to judge other people. And then people peer behind the curtain, they saw what it looks like, and they're like, he's a fucking loser. You look like a fucking bratty loser, and he indulges you every time he fucking bends over backwards to simp for you, and then he's gonna have the audacity to judge anyone else. Like, well, then we're gonna judge you too. I saw a bunch of women who saw that shit and be like, shit, if my man lets me do that to him, I'm drying up, and that's fair. He acts like a big boy when he's talking about anybody else on his podcast, but if his wife comes calling, he a bitch, and it's okay. Some people like to live that way. Just shut the fuck about other people's relationships. Don't talk about Will Smith. Nigga, your wife's worse.
When I say I'm tired, she can't just let me be tired. I travel, I work, and I'm very blessed to do what I do.
I work really bad insomnia.
I'm so blessed to do it.
And also, you really have bad insomnia, which makes me a bad person because I don't let you sleep because you can't sleep, so we can't sleep. But I'm done sleeping, so you're not sleeping.
I know I'm angry when I hit my pet names for her very harshly. I go, because I was busy.
Link me this podcast. I want to watch this. Link me this. Whatever the underlying show they're watching is. Link it to me. Fuck it. We're here now. Now we're in.
Hey, you did it with grace.
The best part is that he always apologizes. He's like, hey, I'm sorry I was short with you. And I'm like, you were. You were.
I realized I got to take notes from Akash.
I need a second, Mike. Well played. Misogyny. This is all misogyny.
You know it's a good sound effect when you have to tell everybody what it is.
Based.
I'm not here for the fucking misogyny.
I don't know why I'm getting mad for somebody I don't
She
like.
baited you.
Eat
Baited.
dogs. Baited. I got baited. Baited nail.
Baited.
3 weeks ago.
Into what are your icks about us? But answer properly, or you're not getting laid.
Okay, wait.
That's just a lie.
This is this one is Akash? This guy is, right? And then his
The one on the right.
Yeah, and then his wife is the one on the right of the other two, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And also, just real quick, so I know where to put my mind at. This guy shit talked me before. Is that true? Somebody in chat confirm that.
Any truers?
Then we're good to go. Hoo-wee. Hoo-wee.
No, that's just a lie, though.
It is. Fuck
It's such a lie.
And don't get fucked.
Yeah, fuck around and don't get fucked.
All right, I'm not even going to say what I'm going to say. Okay, here's what I'll say. I don't have icks about my wife in the sense that, like, everything she does is really cute to me. Do I have things that are a massive pain in my ass? Yes, absolutely. That I have. I love her. She's so adorable. When she's running 2 hours late to a dinner reservation that I worked really hard to get, and then I'm like, baby, we're running late. And she's like, are you fucking kidding me? Do you know? I don't give a fuck if we're late to this dinner. They're lucky to have us. And I'm like, oh, that's what we're doing?
That was actually what was said.
You know what? I was in the room when that happened, when you guys were going to that South Indian restaurant. She was like,
Dude,
"They're
Sarah,
lucky."
the #1 restaurant in the New York Times. How hard a
Yeah,
reservation?
she's like, call them right now. Call them right now. This is not a shit on session.
I'm not even joking.
The guy on the left is the husband of the girl on the left too. Okay.
This is how main character I am. I was like, Sema will be lucky that I would grace them with my presence tonight.
Okay, now.
And then every time I come, I'm like, I'm so sorry. You know,
I'm sorry. Can I just say one more thing? I watch it happen in real time. I watch her be late to y'all's podcast in real time. I know how long it takes my wife to get ready. She swears it's an hour. It's an hour and a half minimum. Bare minimum. Bare minimum. And I watch her at 6:30 today being like, all right, I'm going to leave at 6:40. 6:40 comes and she's like, all right, 6:30 is already late. All right, I'm going to start getting ready at 6:55. And I watch it happen. And then when she's running late, she's like, babe, can you go get the car? I'm running late. I'll go get the car. I'll still be waiting for 15 minutes. It drives me fucking, and if I say a word, how dare I?
Okay.
Okay, enough. I give you.
You really?
He was super nice about this. He does. I have icks, by the way. He doesn't have icks. I have. You're cute. You're adorable. I have icks. So I have a notes app, actually. I've kept this updated in the last 5 years of our marriage / that. First one, when you hug me and your makeup gets on all my clothes.
Oh,
every time.
That's the thing.
Every time we go out.
Yeah.
I love you so. Boom. I have a makeup thing. Just.
Love me at a distance?
Yes. Yeah. At a distance. I love that. I love
Put a napkin. Put a bib on his chest and then go in.
Put a plastic bag.
I'm just kidding. Nighttime too. fine.
Put a plastic bed.
Okay, what else?
Okay,
You got
what
more?
else?
I have a
Hold up, real quick, just so we can establish mental context.
Nobody. She will say whatever the
She's
fuck she wants to
smart
say.
enough.
She will debate any
Yeah.
single person. She'll go out there and do it, right? Ben Shapiro is debating college kids.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest, right? It's like anytime he debates somebody who's like worthy, he either gets washed or bare minimum stalemate. I've never seen him actually win a debate against somebody who's like educated in the matter, right? So
I think he could body guys like Finkelstein. I'm sorry.
he won't do it. Finkelstein has been asking him nonstop. He refused to do it.
Scared.
He's scared. Of course he's scared. But now
He
Finkelstein has dedicated his life to this. I don't think Ben has dedicated his life to this. But Finkelstein has been
I
calling
think
him
he did
out
well
to
against
debate.
with Destiny. I mean, they were kind of on the same
Destiny
page.
is
I mean, come on.
He's got to play guitar on the internet. Smart dude. The fact that I'm not saying he's not smart, but I'm saying he has not dedicated his life to this. The fact that he's just picking up this hobby and he's out there debating the top dudes in this realm.
I don't know his content, but I would assume Destiny's life is not dedicated to this. His name is Destiny. It's a YouTube handle that I assume he uses for other things beyond this. So if Ben Shapiro is stalemating a guy who doesn't dedicate himself to this, that's not great for Ben Shapiro.
I think they were on the same side.
Oh.
On
Destiny
that part.
was debating Finkelstein.
But everything else, I mean, Destiny knows how to debate.
Yeah, no, and he will read the stuff and he has amazing retention every time I see him. He has like this great recall. So it seems like if he reads something, it's locked
Okay,
in
well
forever.
he's not really
Doesn't
sure.
matter. That being said, what was the argument? What were we just talking about?
Ben Shapiro getting washed and Candace Owens getting
Yeah, it's an unstoppable force. So I think what they were doing is they were worried that she was a runaway train with the brand.
She was also souring his reputation within the brand.
Within the brand.
Okay, never mind. We can't shut on that.
This is the nicest I've ever seen people about you,
Yeah.
honestly.
Jesus. Okay.
Those people were great.
You cannot eat without dropping food.
Okay, that's true.
It is insane. It is insane. It's ridiculous.
Wait, I have sad news.
It's ridiculous.
Just should we bring up when she threw up on your Yeezys?
Oh,
Should we even?
I
bring
didn't even
that
put that as a Nick, but that's a Nick too.
It was the okay, guys. It was the 2019 Yeezys. This was like before.
Wait. I don't want to blow your relationship up, okay? But so you don't ever have to agree or disagree. This is the thing that drives me crazy. I legitimately get upset when people do this, and they think it's cute, and it's not. If there are things that I don't care if they happen, but just don't lie about what's going to happen and treat me like a fucking retard, okay? If I go to get something, okay, I have enough money to buy 2 milkshakes, okay? I can do that, all right? Don't tell me that you don't want one. And when I ask, are you going to want some of mine? And then they go, no. And I'm like, I'm serious, bitch. Are you going to want some of mine? And they're like, no. And then you get some and they're like,
let me have a little taste.
I throw it on the ground. I smash it when somebody does that to me. I'm like, why do you think this is funny or cute? Or sometimes
that
if they
doesn't really
say
happen to
that,
me.
they're like, oh, I'll do that. Can I have a taste or whatever? I'll just like, there you go. Have the rest of it.
The thing that makes me the most mad is like we'll be at like a restaurant and I'll be ordering like I know the good shit, right? And she'll be like, "Oh, I want to try something new." But I'm ordering the good shit, but then she wants to taste some of my food too. It's like, "No, if you want the good shit, get the good shit. Don't try this random ass shit." That will piss me off.
And then jump
but no,
ship.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Okay. This is you being difficult. Just share the food. It's cute. No, you fucking retard. I don't mind sharing, but just say that. Like, I'm going to order a milkshake. Oh, okay. Can I have some of yours? Then I'd say, yeah, sure. Easy. No problem. But don't lie about it. Okay? And treat me like I'm a fucking retard. All right?
Hi, turtle doves. Turtle doves.
Oh my God, he still married me. So guys, find your real one.
Yeah, that's true. And the worst part about it was we were only together for 9 months at the time, so I pretended like I didn't care. And deep down,
just by 2 every time. I've done that before. I swear to fucking God, I've done this twice and I don't do it anymore. I swear to God. I swear to God. My right hand to God over my mother's future grave. This is what happened 2 times. Who says what happened? Who wants to know what happened? I will be with a girl 5,000 times. I will order French fries. 5,000 times this motherfucker will ask for French fries. The 2 times I sneakily order them their own fry, doesn't try a single fucking one. This person has become the embodiment of anorexia and will not touch a thing. It's
Well,
like
they
an
wanna win it. They're
oppositional
like, I
defiant.
told
Yeah,
you I didn't
exactly.
want fries.
Exactly. I'm like, are you is it to prove a point?
Yep.
I was like, fuck.
Is this worth it?
That is
everything crossed my mind at that point. Everything.
Real love.
Flash in my mind.
Everything.
Is real love.
I also want to say, just leave the hoodie you let me borrow. I did spill avocado toast on it today, so I'm sorry.
Okay, you can fucking. You didn't even bring my shit back.
You're coming over tomorrow.
Okay, I forgot.
When I say I'm tired, she can't just let me be tired. I travel, I work, and I'm very blessed to do what I do.
You also
I
have
work
really bad insomnia.
I have really bad insomnia. I work 335 days a year. I'm so blessed to do what I do. This is not a complaint. But when I tell my wife I'm tired, I want her to say, I'm sorry, baby. I understand. That must be exhausting, buying me all these things. Instead, she goes, so am I. And if I dare open my mouth to go, what the fuck did you do that made you tired? Now it's a problem. Now it's a fight. So I sit there.
I went to Pilates.
Oh, that's what I'm
faced my
saying.
nail. I walked happy. I could be tired.
She has a lot going on.
Yesterday, I worked the entire morning to night, whatever. I finally get a workout in because I'm trying to be less fat. And then she's like, babe, can you take out happy? I'm so tired. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And then out the door, she's like, how could you not respond to that guy's text? And then I know I'm angry when I hit my pet names for her very harshly. I go, because I was busy, my love. I slammed the door and walked out.
Hey, you did it with grace. The best part is that he always apologizes. He's like, hey, I'm sorry I was short with you. And I'm like, you were.
I realized I got to take notes from Akash because here's what happens. I'll have a long day of work and I will tell her, hey, I'm out of it. I don't want to talk about it. 2 minutes later, so what's wrong? Do you want to talk about it? And she'll spend 15 minutes just antagonizing me to talk about my problems.
You know what?
And I want you to shut up.
I'm like a girl with a way with words because I positioned that question in every possible way. So what's wrong?
ChatGPT.
Yes. So I was like, oh, what's happening?
What's on your mind?
Did something happen earlier that makes you upset?
I will make sure I'm saying it's not you. You have not done anything. I just had a long day. I want silence. That's it.
Hey, can you pass this out? Speaking of salt, what got you so salty right now?
Literally.
Yeah, it's not you, dude. You gotta write a note to yourself or something. Be like, you know what? I'm all good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use that next time.
I'll crowd her.
I spiral. I'm like, it's not.
I do that. I do that. And when she's like, can you give me some space? I'm like, no.
Yeah, actually, I just need some space. He's like, no, you're not getting space.
We're married. You ain't getting no space.
Yeah, I was like, that's a little toxic. A therapist would say.
This bitch is fucking suffer. I would kill myself. Well, this whole this is just sounds like normal stuff. This doesn't sound like anything crazy. I don't know. You guys are.
It is. That's a flaw I got. I got a flaw. For sure.
He's like, no space between us. I always do this thing with Nav where I'm like, I want silence. And then he'd be like, okay. Then I'm like, why are you not talking? And then he's like, okay. I was like, not anymore. Not anymore. Too much talking. So this one, just Lean got a lot of heat for because she was saying, my money's my money.
Fucking truth.
Your money's my money. How do you guys think you should split finances?
Can I just say that that's a common fucking saying?
Oh, for sure.
And honestly, if you distill it, it just means that your husband loves you enough so that you feel like you have some security in case he becomes an asshole one day.
So how do you guys?
I'm gonna carry the kids one day or get a surrogate.
Or get a second wife or third. Be a shake.
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah.
It's adorable when she does these things. Like, I just look at it and here's a rule in our marriage. It's been unspoken, but now we're just saying it now that we're both making content. If it's funny, we're good. Like, if it's funny, and if it's not funny and it hurt the other person's feelings, you apologize, you move on. That was clearly my wife trying to be funny and watching everyone take it. Because the idea that my wife, she's going to start making so much, you guys are going to make so much money. The idea that she would even go to the bank to try to open her own account. It's like laughable. I laugh at she would literally ask me to open the account for her.
Well, so like this is like, so it sounds like they have talked about it. Well, maybe now I'm not sure if everybody just also just blowing it up too much.
Why did they not watch this whole fucking podcast if they're gonna report on it?
I'm not sure.
And I'll be like, sure thing, bitch, and then I'll put it in both our accounts. It's not gonna happen. It ain't happening.
I was actually gonna say, babe, can you put money for me in a separate?
You're like, can you put the $500 I made somewhere else?
600.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you have money. You don't have an account yet. You got your own money off TikTok. You ain't doing nothing with it.
Yeah, I did. I deposited it into our account.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know how to do it. I made
Exactly.
it do it.
Like, it's adorable.
I don't know how to set it up.
She is. You ever see a chihuahua? She's happy when she sees a bigger dog. Just
Called you a bad bitch?
Yes, yeah. She's the baddest bitch. But just when you see a chihuahua just yapping at a big dog, that's my wife. It's all bark. It's nothing painful is gonna happen. She's just talking.
You should not have to do anything. You should make your money. I support that. Make all the money you want. You shouldn't have to do anything with finances.
Does it go into a joint bank account or separate?
I just keep everything for myself. I manage her account. I have access to it. She doesn't have to touch it. I will invest her money. Like, as long as your money's going up, that's all you need to worry about.
Yeah.
Right?
Adorable.
Yeah.
Don't take your credit card out, but it's really adorable when.
Money's our money.
No, the best is when I'll buy her something and she buys me coffee the next day.
You know?
It's the really small things in life.
Your joint account.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
No, it's my credit card still. It's linked to my
The
pocket.
day after we got engaged, I literally was like, he bought me an engagement ring. I got him his favorite star.
No, it's not only that. I got both our families out, our friends out there too. We had everyone there. We planned a trip afterwards too. Proposal, picture shoot, dinner. The next morning, I wake up. She got me coffee though.
And you know, what did you say? That was the nicest thing I've ever done.
Small acts of kindness.
That's so funny that on our first double date, she was like, that's his love language, is small acts of kindness. I'm a bitch. I read that book. And I got mad at her for not finishing her copies, how big of a bitch I am. But there is no small acts of kindness. It's called the love language. But
She gaslit me.
of kindness.
Gaslighting.
And she threw on that descriptor, small. It's like, nah, bro. She can do any act of kindness she wants.
I've told this to other people too now. They've asked me and I was like, I love the small acts of kindness. Like, she's brainwashing me into thinking that.
Keep expectations low.
Like,
Small is good.
who has
You
that
guys know
adjective?
what the worst day of the year for me is?
Oh, I know this. Go.
Tax day?
No.
It's Akash's birthday.
And I feel it because she's being nice to me all day. And by like 10 p.m., I can feel her getting just like, I'm so ready for this to be over.
Why?
It's like I turned back into a pumpkin at 12:01, May 5th, and she's so relieved that she gets to be mean again.
Okay, May the 4th is Akash's birthday. And
May the 4th be with you.
Yes.
Yeah, and every year I dread it because I have to be nice on the whole day, and I have to get him something, and I have to also be nice and do like acts of kindness.
She's said that twice?
with it.
She said that twice?
She's really not okay with it.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, it's really hard
For her, it's really hard.
for me.
She needs to just,
Listen, I'm just used to being treated like a princess all day, every day, so that one day that I don't.
Oh, what torture.
Yeah, it's
And
hard.
treat somebody else like they're the main character. That's like the love in our book. That's what it is. That's what it is. So now we want to talk about, to the 1% of men listening to this podcast, what are some green and red flags when you're dating around and stuff that they should look out for in finding a partner?
Which one do you want to start with?
Well, Nav was a hoe. Let's get that. Let's get
Hey,
that.
time out.
We can't put his funny diaries out on the internet.
Time out. I was not a hoe. I was trying to find the things I liked.
This podcast
right
seems
one.
like
And when I
a
found
whole big nothing burger.
Yeah.
They seem really nice to each other. Everybody's being cool.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, now I'm not sure. I'm doubting everything. There's 10 minutes left, almost done.
Right when I stopped.
What were we doing? Like digging inside them to find the right?
And can I say this is the best husband I've ever seen? And I'm not even saying that hyperbolically. It's a little annoying. And then like he's just getting in better
each
shape.
other off already. Go ahead.
Oh, what are y'all doing this whole time? Oh, come on. Yeah, y'all literally talk about it all the time. This guy's the best. I didn't even know he's all green flags. No, go ahead, say your thing. He was a hoe. Have you seen his Instagram thumbnail? You know I've shown that to multiple dudes. Look at my wife's podcast partner's husband. It's crazy. Ain't that crazy? I've shown it to multiple guys.
I've also shown it to multiple people.
If I look like that, I'd be fucking everything I could, Nick.
The red flag is if you don't like Drake. Red flag automatically. You're out of here. We're not
It
here.
can't be specific to you, honey.
You don't like Drake.
Honestly, if you like Drake as a guy, that's a massive red flag.
You had a $5 dono. You got to read that.
If that's the one.
Hey, Destiny, for merch, can you have Dan model them for the stock photos? P.S. How do I get cum out of them? Nice. Out of Dan? Got him.
Thing I'm like, what is that? Because he's the somebody said this. I'm stealing this from a comic, Dino Archie. He's toxic boys, Taylor Swift. If you're a toxic dude,
100%.
Drake is your Taylor Swift.
100%.
Exactly.
I'm toxic. How do you have to keep up with her?
No, he be saying some boss ass shit. What is the stuff he says to you that I'm just like, that's fire.
Oh, now just puts his dick out on the table.
My only red flags are abuse and cheating, and everything other than that, he don't want to work on, or she doesn't want to work on the thing. We probably had some red flag shit early on, but we've worked through all of it, and that was like, we're gonna work, whatever it takes, we're gonna work. That to me is the only red flag outside of the.
How did you find him? That was so mature and amazing. Meanwhile, I have a list of the things on my phone of red flags and green flags.
She got a fat ass, and I followed it outside the comment. That's how she found me.
I have a good one.
Yeah.
When you're out to eat and the girl is not nice with the waiter.
Ooh.
That pisses me off so much.
You're out.
I'm walking out of the restaurant.
Yeah.
Like I'm walking out. Like if you have a little bit of attitude, if you don't say please and thank you when you order, oh my God.
And on the flip side, a guy who doesn't tip the waiter well, that's a red
Absolutely.
flag.
Yeah,
so if
yeah.
like if we are doing your manners and everything and you tip them like 5%, that's crazy to me.
That's crazy.
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
Akash used to tip Yellow Cabs $1.
I do that too. I still do that.
Yeah,
No, the one
Do you
place I
tip
did $1,
coffee?
still coffee $1.
Did he just pay a fucking $1?
Yeah, but just because they cuck me. Because, like...
Dude, you're such a
Because they literally say... Because I'll swipe my card or... well, no, I tap my phone. And I'll go to run away and they'll be like, sir! And I'll be like, it's good. I don't need a receipt. And they're like, sir! Just push the button on the pad. Sir, just make sure that you click through on the pad. And then I'll look at the pad. And I think now on Starbucks, I think the thing starts at 20%. Like the
it's
left
like 20,
option.
22, and then like 25?
Yeah, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm standing here. You're not even bringing me anything.
They're staring at you.
I'm paying you for doing your job. I'm just paying you money, more money for doing your job. Why though?
I have a new rule. I don't tip coffee makers. If anybody who makes me a coffee, you're not getting tipped. I don't care. And the people who do ice cream, they don't get tipped. Any fast food worker, I don't tip them. I only tip at restaurants.
Based.
Thoughts on when you are... Okay, I think if you're going up to a counter and ordering, you should not
And
tip.
if I go to Europe, I don't tip at all.
Based.
Now I'm tipping more. I feel like it's my way of paying things back. But when I didn't have money...
Don't recognize him. Maybe
They do. They do. though.
Maybe
They do.
But when I didn't have money, I was looking for reasons to not tip you. I needed them. I needed them like I needed to breathe, literally.
Wait, another thing I wanted to talk to you guys about that are so funny is, Akash, I know Naveen hasn't or is the scammer, but have you been a scam before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If any girl spoke this way about you, DGG would roast the fuck out of them. Wait, which part about what? About not tipping people? I feel like most of my audience would agree with that. You should tip people, right?
You just call me a scammer?
Yeah, you are a scammer.
You should tip delivery
Like,
girls.
no, I know.
There's a difference being a scammer and being a hustler. Two very different things.
Okay.
I'm a hustler who scams a little bit. I'm not a scammer
I'm
who
not gonna
hustles.
lie, that was sexy, and that's why I'm actively trying to have an orgy.
Wait, he used to sell like iPhones, buy iPhones and sell them.
No, the worst. No, hold on. No, because I went to a school that was a little higher class, let's say, and kids would crack their phones, and their parents would just buy new phones. I looked at it, 20 people cracked their phones in a week. So I bought screens from China, learned how to fix the iPhones, unlocked them, took them back to India, and would flip them. And I did this for like 2 years until I bought a laptop, and then the cops ended up at my house.
Why?
I bought it from someone who
stole
it, and then the cops came to me, and it was luckily my
How
dad.
does that reflect upon your iPhone purchases?
Because then it began as iPhones, and it went to everything.
No,
Laptop.
but luckily, what happened?
My dad would make me take pictures and sign contracts with people. So I had like a stack of contracts and pictures of driver's license. So I'm at basketball practice and I get a call. I had like 20 missed calls, and I was like, "What's going on?" They're like, "Get home right now." I'm like 16 years old. I go home, there's like 4 tracks, and we were good though.
Okay, yeah, but I've gotten scammed for Coachella tickets. I've gotten scammed for shoes for 5 years, and he owes me $250 for fake shoes.
No, I've ever heard in my life.
$250.
City?
$250.
No,
If you look at the YouTube most replayed bar along the bottom, it's the parts of the podcast that triggered people, I think. Okay. Good one, detective.
Wife and work full time and take care of your kids and breastfeed and blah blah blah. It's like if you are working, you are doing amazing fucking things. And if you're not working, you don't just have to cook and clean. Like obviously every relationship is different. And maybe if your husband has that certain expectation and he communicates to you and you're okay with that, that's totally okay. But you can also say, hey, maybe we can get a cleaning lady to just help me out so I can just like kind of maintain and I don't have to do like a deep clean every week.
Yeah, and also people like judge us a lot about our lives and everything in general
Never mind.
from social media, but every relationship again is different. You don't know what works, and you should never compare and just keep moving forward with whatever you and your partner and your life looks like. Again, it's gonna throw you into a spiral, so don't do that. From Priya, would y'all ever have an orgy together with your husband?
Priya, I'm actively trying to have an orgy because this couple is so fucking good looking, and you haven't seen Nav yet, but wait till you fucking see him. His body goes crazy. His face card always slays, never declines. And it's kind of weird because I'm talking about your husband.
No, I kind of look at it, but I'm like, us four? Okay, maybe.
I just know that Nav's dick is like at least 10 inches.
You would only be down for an orgy if we did it?
It's thick.
I'd only been down for an orgy if we do it above my in-laws, so we're not doing it at all. No, but the second...
Like, I feel like, okay, so she's talking about her and her husband, but like the guy, the Akash guy literally came on after and was like, I've shown you a picture to other guys before. If I looked like you, I'd be fucking every, like, so I feel like I don't know. I don't feel like this is.
The second question somebody asked is your thoughts on anal.
I would be into anal, but
I have IBS. There's no way.
I do have IBS, and I heard that it can trigger your IBS. My thing is on anal, I'm more okay with a finger.
Butthole up the stairs.
They're scared they're gonna like it, and they don't. And by the way, if a guy likes anal, it doesn't make him gay, but maybe he's bi.
Yeah,
Asian. Actually, in the Bay. That's when I was living in the Bay Area, and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to fuck.
Okay.
Ooh, it's a nice
so
thing
when
to do.
Akash pulls up and he's driving you to your podcast meeting, you're coming 15 minutes late. Is he gonna get out of the car?
No, I don't.
He doesn't
No,
get
I
out.
don't. No, I don't. Now, if we're going somewhere, I try to open the car door for her.
Yeah.
But if I'm pulling up and waiting for you for 10 minutes, I'm not a fucking chauffeur, dog. Dial 7s if you want that.
If I call an Uber, I'm gonna open the door for you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm allowing you.
Yeah, I do that.
Yeah.
If we're in the garage,
Slide. I don't want to slide anymore.
it's never enough.
I told you, and I was like, you know what? You stay there. I'll walk around.
But thank you guys for being on the Main Character Pod. We love you. We hate you.
I guess
we respect
we love you, but I actually love you in one of.
You know what the worst thing is?
Your mom?
It's those fucking men who, if you don't hold the door open for like your girl the fucking one time, they chirp up and are like, oh, he's not holding the fucking door for you. And it's because I got like fucking something in my hands. Fuck those guys.
What? I guess
I
this
feel
has
like that
never
happens
happened to me my
a
entire
lot.
life because I always hold the door. Are you doing this often
Similar.
enough that you're running into this issue?
I've had it happen twice in my life. One was in a airport. I think like I was walking ahead with both of the luggages, so I'm holding both of the luggages, and I didn't like wait for her to like scan her passport or something. And someone made a comment. It was one of the fucking door guys there. And then another time we were in like a
I don't even know what you just
Lowe's.
described. You were at the airport holding the luggages, and she scanned her passport. What the fuck is the door? What door? What are you talking about? What?
There's no door. I'm just not like waiting for her. I just like kept going.
Okay, you. And the guy said you didn't wait for her?
I don't remember.
Walk me through the story. Walk me through the story again. Go ahead.
Let me give you the other one.
No. I want to hear this one. This is the first one you brought up.
Okay. Let me think what happened. He called me not a gentleman for something. We're in the airport. I'm fucking walking. I got both the fucking luggages. She's behind me. She probably pissed me off because we're in an airport. I'm usually pissed off there. Let me ask her. I don't remember. What did the guy say I'm not a gentleman for in the airport? While I figure that out, let me tell you the one. We were in Lowe's. It was Christmas time, and she sneezed, and I think I was like mid-conversation, and I didn't say bless you, and this fucking dickbag pipes up, and he's like, bless you. If I was your man, I would always say bless you, or something along those fucking lines, like a fucking loser. Peach says she doesn't remember. I don't know. We got these haterade men out there fucking jealous.
Okay.
If Peach remembered, maybe you didn't wait for me and kept walking. It's something like that. I don't remember.
It sounds like you abandoned her.
I got
like,
called not a gentleman.
Immigration.
Yeah, I abandoned her.
She was like,
I should have
crying because the guard was saying she couldn't get into the U.S. and you just like rolled your ass away from her. You're like, see ya, later, bitch.
She's a little too brown. Ice is out. I mean, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I told her to put on the fucking white cast sunscreen. She didn't listen.
Jesus. The fuck is wrong with you?
Too much. It's to keep you on your toes so you don't take her for granted. She would not be able to function without me, okay? She's retarded.
Aw. Who's juicing up Adam with all this DGG merch. Jesus. God damn.
Don't die.
Don't
What does
die,
it say?
buddy. I saw an IRL stream in Chengdu.
He looks like Afro Samurai. Do you agree?
He
The
looks
fit.
like Downey Samurai. That's what I would say. Okay, and then one quick rage baiter. What do we got?
Equality means splitting the bill. Here's what men don't understand about equality. You think equality means splitting the bill. Women live in a society where equality has never existed in the first place. Women still only make 80% of what a man makes for the same full-time job. So when you ask for a 50-50 date, know that her 50% costs more of her income than it does yours. Second of all, women pay more just to exist in the dating world, about $400 a month just on grooming and beauty. And that's not because they want to spend more, it's because they're held to the beauty standards that men built and judged them by. Not only that, women carry safety risk too. They are 2 to 3 times more likely to experience violence from a date. Men love to talk about equality, but not the part where you have to send your locations to your friends and carry safety weapons in your purse just to go to dinner with you. Here's the irony. Men only remember the word equality when it benefits them financially. Not when it comes to wages, not when it comes to safety, not when it comes to emotional workload, not when it comes to the cost of beauty, not when it comes to the social scrutiny women face on a daily basis, but suddenly you want equality when the bill hits the table. Equality isn't identical treatment. Equality is balanced responsibility. And until society becomes statistically equal, you cannot cherry pick equality only in moments where it allows you to contribute less. So yes, my husband pays all the bills, and yes, I think that's the bare minimum.
Her husband. God damn. Her husband. Well, it's not like you have to tell your friends where you're going at this point. Should be safe now, right?
I wasn't listening.
There is a point in here. She just comes off as the biggest cunt in the universe presenting it, but what are you gonna do? Okay. What am I supposed to do? Drag?
I got 15 minutes, so drag him in.
What do you want?
Oh, this is still going on?
What? Yeah, what do you mean?
Yeah,
You're
what's your fucking
literally
question?
sitting in there.
Yeah. So I was asking, how serious are you about calling for large-scale prosecution or like expropriating?
Fairly
things
serious.
from
Something big needs to happen.
former
I don't know
MAGA?
what it needs to be, but something big needs to happen. Yeah.
Do we need Nuremberg trials?
Maybe.
Do you think this will be possible when Trump pardons all of the big guys and maybe on
Yep.
a lot
Undo
of the
them.
small guys?
Cancel them.
Can you cancel?
They're trying to do it.
Pardons? Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, they're trying to do it because of auto pen, quote unquote.
That's called pretextual, meaning bullshit.
And do you think the SCOTUS can be gotten around as well?
Make
'Cause
that
they-
court bigger.
Stack
Expand
the
the court.
courts.
Expand the court.
Yeah, you just stack it.
Expand
Fuck
it.
What do you think about liberals that are against this strategy? What do you think? How do you think they can be persuaded or pressured to support it?
By debating
Try them
me.
too.
Or that. I'll debate every
Put
single
them on
one
the
of them.
fucking list.
Okay, because we had a conversation with Kafka. He might come to disagree with you about this. That he thinks more that the system, you should reform the system first, and then maybe prosecutions as a bonus. And I think like the prosecutions or like enforcement of the current rules that many of them have already been broken must be enforced. Otherwise, you have like a paper guarantee that's not worth the ink that's written on.
Well, he can tell me what things he'd want to change then, and we can go from there, I guess.
I know you're saying Final Fantasy Tactics is your last game, but you gotta play Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. It's political.
Nope.
Oh my god,
Nope.
dude, the memes are so good.
If anything, we would just do the one game. Arc, whatever.
Arc. Okay, fine. I'll take Arc Raiders. Fuck it.
Okay, what else?
Are you worried about AI bubble bursting and doing like a world recession, financial recession?
I don't know, not really. But if it happens, it happens, I guess. I don't know. I don't think about it much.
Do you
Invest
think
in
like,
gold.
Shut up, loser.
Do you think like there's something that normal people can do to ensure themselves against this?
I have no idea.
Because-
This would be way out of my realm of knowing anything, I think.
I'll tell you what you can do to ensure. You got to get a gun, okay? And if anybody comes and fucks with you, you got a gun. And if you need anything, well, I mean, you got a fucking gun there too.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, if the world goes down, you want a gun.
Okay.
Do you think generally that AI has gotten too big, like these
I don't
companies?
know enough,
like
not
Nvidia
really,
and-
but I don't know enough to have a strong opinion about it, I guess, yeah.
I think like it's becoming a big problem because like it's like 40% of the S&P is like in 10 companies, and the S&P is like 60% of the world's public companies.
Mhm.
So if those companies like fall 50%, everything will get fucked.
Sure. I mean, what can I do? I mean, I don't know. Just if markets crash, corrections happen, what are you going to do?
Final meme. Do you want to suggest a movie that DG can watch, and maybe we can suggest you a movie for you?
I'm thinking of ending things. They should watch that because I want to watch that. I will someday, though.
Okay. Well, Muton, do you want to recommend a movie that he should watch?
That he should watch or that chat
or-
watches?
Or that we should watch?
Yeah, I got a fucking movie recommendation. How about we watch
Oh, God.
Shrek #1. Shrek 2 was a hit. Let's get Shrek 1 in there.
Why didn't you do Shrek 1 first?
Because Shrek 2 is actually cinema.
How do you dismiss units in this fucking game?
Okay, but you can't
Oh.
watch the first one after you watch the second one. That's
Yeah, you can. It's like watching the prequels. Get out of here, Mr. 10 fucking question Andy.
Be careful.
It was 3. See ya.
Bye-bye. Next. Corey Campbell. You're on live.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi.
Yes. First, I want to say thank you, Mr. Mooten, for the kind words that you said back on my last appearance here.
Oh, no problem.
And also, so I watched your debate with Lila Rose, Destiny. And at least from my estimation, even though I agree with your position, and like I think you have the better arguments, I think at least from my perspective, Lila's more focused on optics. So I think, you know, to get maybe the optic win, I would maybe focus on, I should have brought this up last time, of in her world, basically, she makes rape a viable mating strategy. I think you get her to like pretty much own that, because I think that's a ridiculous position. It's one of the reasons why I'm pro-choice. But I don't think she actually fully understands the
Wait, why would rape be a... She would still want to punish rape.
But so that's where I would bring up the scenario of like, it's a very niche scenario, or the hypothetical, because I know that's her sort of counter of like, yes, she wants harsh punishments for, you know, rapists and sexual assault. But, you know, let's just say, again, this is highly unlikely to happen. It's a very niche scenario. But, you know, think of like, you know, the biggest monster in prison. You know, if they break out, okay, then there's the opportunity there. And like a woman has no recourse then if they go and rape someone.
I mean, you also have no recourse if you get murdered, right?
Yeah, but that's a different debate.
Well, but like, if you get raped, you have no recourse either. You're still raped.
No, yes, but you're now forced to carry the child.
Yeah, that's a secondary thing.
Yeah,
But she would say these are two like kind of disconnected events that you are dealing with. That like, yeah, it's bad, obviously, that you got raped, but like she leaned into this argument a lot. But I never really went down this road. The idea that just because you have an abortion, that doesn't undo the rape. But it almost seems like you're kind of implying that it is. Like, I don't know how you get to that. It makes it a viable mating
No, it's not that
strategy.
it's undoing the rape, but rather it's like, obviously you can't undo that, but rather like, at least sort of bare minimum, you're not forced to carry the child of your rapist.
Sure.
And even though, and again, it's a niche scenario, but I think just that optic win is like that counts for something. Because I don't think it really comes across like with the audience, because she just has that counter of like, well, yes, she just wants harsh punishments. Then think of either a criminal or someone who literally has nothing to lose. Think of, I guess, again, really niche scenarios of like whatever. Yeah, someone who has no other opportunities in life to procreate, and it's like, well, then if I have nothing to lose, so to speak, then
How would you have nothing to lose? Don't you still go to prison?
Well, some people don't. There are people that are clearly, they don't mind going to prison, or it's like if there's literally no other option, they will potentially desire that. These people exist. Obviously, not the norm. Or the
Yeah, but then I
majority.
feel like this nullifies like all criminal law. I don't understand. I feel like you could argue that everybody's incentivized to do anything if they don't care about going to prison. Then there's nothing you can do to harm them. No.
Right, but that's why I sort of frame it as like then rape or sexual assault is a viable mating strategy of like if it's to that point, then it's like if I'm going to go to prison anyways, or if I don't fear going to prison or whatnot, then there's a mild incentive, not incentive. I don't want to frame it that way, but rather that's a choice that someone can make.
Okay.
And then the woman has no recourse, or they can't get rid of the child.
I'll keep that in mind. Okay.
Is a cuckoo bird immoral?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Cuckoo birds, they take their eggs and they put
Oh,
it
and they
into...
throw them out of the nest and whatnot, I think.
That's right, yeah.
But they're not humans. What do you mean? Why would we even? Where's the morality? They're animals.
Brother.
Whoa,
It's a question.
Don't you believe in evolution? Where do you think we got our sense of morality from?
Well, there you go, Steve. Hooked.
Well, it developed. It doesn't mean they have it yet.
Yeah, but do you think it was just overnight? God infused us with morality along with the soul once we became human? Okay. All right, well then you're on
The
Team
cuckoo
Lila.
bird's well on his way.
And I think, and I guess maybe one other thing is, so that whole, you consent to the consequences. And, I brought up the car example, like the person who's obeying all traffic laws, and they, hit someone, a child. I would maybe modify the scenario of like, if you are obeying all traffic laws, and then someone pushes a child in front of your car, do you both get the exact same punishment? I think that's maybe a little bit better.
Sure. But I mean, you don't get the same punishment, right? Or what's the point of this?
Well, no, the point of that is that in Lila's world, should they get the same punishment?
Well, I mean, like, I feel like they have an easy out there and that they could just say, well, it would be treated like every other crime where there can be aggravating or mitigating circumstances.
But then they're not making, well, because that's where they lean on, it's like you're consenting to the consequences. So it's like they should be treated the same, right?
I mean, you can consent to the consequence of a thing, but there can still be aggravating or mitigating circumstances. I get really mad at Moot and I punch him in the face because he just made fun of the fact that my parents both killed themselves. I imagine that, at least for sentencing at least, if not for charging, like that would be a mitigating circumstance. Or maybe I see Moot and I want to punch him because he's Latino. That would be like an aggravating circumstance, right?
Latinx.
I agree, but I think it's still fair to say that Lila frames abortion as murder, right? And so,
well, no, I think they've specific. I don't know if Lila does it specifically. I feel like I've heard her say this, but I think some of them have specifically said, well, maybe sometimes it would just be manslaughter, depending on the knowledge of the person or whatever. I feel like I've heard them say this before.
Oh, okay, yeah, I guess I more had in mind of like one of the persons that you encountered on campus, and they said, yeah, when you have sex, you consent to all the consequences, and therefore, if you get a woman pregnant, then you're consenting to that. And I agree with you, they're loading it, but at least that's how I try to deal with that example of like, yes, then if someone's obeying all traffic laws, but then also someone pushes a child in front of your car, are you consenting to that despite the fact that you are obeying all traffic laws?
Sure.
And I use that analogy with like contraception, and I think you recognize that as well. And that's about it.
I mean, would you abort Jesus Christ? That's what we really got to think about here.
Me personally, I mean, well, I'm not the most pro-religious person.
Yeah, he's not pro-religious, idiot.
But I mean, that would not be my excuse or rationale for doing it. But I would not do it willy-nilly.
Well, there we go.
Would you?
Oh yeah, big time.
Big time?
Okay. Gotta go. Praise Allah.
It'd definitely be a different world, arguably better. I don't know.
Well, we probably wouldn't have MAGA around, so.
Why?
No Christians.
Okay.
Well, they would just replace Jesus with Donald Trump. He's pretty much treated.
The
that
Jews
way,
wouldn't have had to do that heinous act.
What?
That's true.
Killing God.
Okay. So the Jews are strong enough to
Next.
kill God.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene would have you believe they got space lasers and shit. We don't know what they're doing.
Okay. All right. I love you, Corey. Be careful.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone else.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Jake, you're up.
Jakey Poo.
Ah, he's trolling.
You're on.
He's here to troll us today. Nice.
You got... Oh, there he is.
All right. Here you go.
What do you got?
How many times does it take to tickle an octopus?
How many times?
Hold on.
How many times? Don't
6,
Google it.
7?
Well, you fucking Google it.
Fuck me. I don't know. How many times? Oh. I read it in chat.
What?
I
He
can't
read
say it.
chat.
I read
He
chat.
read chat.
Oh, yeah. Well, say it.
Tentacles.
Yeah, it's 10 tickles. All right. That's it. Bye.
Get this guy out of here. Ban him from the channel, too. He didn't have a disagreement.
N6, whatever. You're up.
Just not. Okay. I guess my question is a while ago I was at work and then I argued with some like boomer like lady maple Canadian conservative motherfucker.
You're arguing at work.
Based?
Yeah. Like it was just
Okay.
like so I do like ticket
That's based.
admissions, right? Okay, this is like my offhand question. I have a slightly better one later, but it's like a really short one. But
Ticket
like,
admissions?
I
What
don't
the
know
fuck
how
does
you
that
guys
mean?
I just
That
like
means he's like, he
basically,
lets
I take their
people
money
in.
and then they go into like the market. That's basically what I do on Sundays. Well, like one of these people, like one of the people I was like this old woman I was arguing with. Holy fuck! Like I don't know. I had like it was a cordial conversation, quote unquote, and it's like, but it was just fucking awful. I don't know how you guys don't kill yourselves from freaking like.
What did you argue
arguing
about?
Yeah, what'd you argue about, dude?
We argued about I think it was like 15-minute cities and like how we're all gonna eat bugs and shit. She was talking about how like the housing crisis was actually because of like these drug cartels that are like buying up all the properties to money launder and shit,
Mhm.
and how there's like this whole like deep-seated like corruption that's happening in Canada and whatever.
Mhm.
She apparently knew people that like actually went into like the Capitol building during Jan 6 because she's a big like MAGA like wants Trump to invade Canada type person.
Good. She should fucking move then.
Dude, I feel like all these people are bums though. Like the people that want Canada to become the 51st state, they're just like they're all like they can't do it because they just don't have the money to, or they're just like freaking like bums. It's just I don't know, like.
All right. What's your other
I guess
question?
it's-
Cool, dude. Cool.
Other
Thanks for
question was,
sharing.
like, a more... Yeah, well, the other one is like okay. I recently took I actually finally decided to like take Vyvanse and
Cool,
stuff.
okay.
And like after a while, it kind of like I don't know if it's like habits or whatever, or it's like you actually have to like, or like I just need a higher dosage because I'm currently taking 20 milligrams or what at the moment.
Okay, it's pretty low dosage.
So,
Just get street meth.
Do you think
Why waste your time?
street meth?
And it's cheaper. And better.
Don't listen to him. Keep going. What's your question? It's not working anymore. You need a better hit.
I'm thinking it's like okay, I'm assuming that like at some point it does just like you kind of just have to build like make sure you're maintaining like decent habits because it's like I don't want to keep upping the dosage and then like getting.
Why not?
I guess.
You need Vyvanse for the ticket counter.
I guess. I mean,
Does your mom goon on
I
Vyvanse?
guess like. No.
Okay.
No.
Go ahead.
Get this guy out of here, Steve.
Yeah,
You're done.
How long have you been
Get him outta
on?
here.
How long have you been fucking doing it for?
Since September, I knew about. Okay, like low key, I didn't take it before. I didn't
Wait,
want
wait,
to talk
wait,
to
wait.
anyone
Like
about it.
2
before
months ago?
because- Yeah, like in September.
Okay.
Oh, you have not built up a tolerance yet.
Well,
So I should.
hold on.
So it's not working, or did it work?
So it did work. Like my. Like okay, like I knew about it 2 years ago. So I took a course that I'm retaking right now, and like literally like I can read stuff and like just process it for like the amount of time I spent on studying is like a lot less than like what like before. Like 2 hours of just like reading through slides and like through my textbook and I can like process what I'm reading while like going through all of that, it's like been a lot better, and my grades have been a lot better because of it. So it's definitely working. I'm just like wondering if it's like now it's like every now and then I get distracted, and I'm pretty sure it's like me actually just being distracted. I don't know if it's like because like it's being less effective later on the day, because like it's not like I'm staying up or anything after taking it. Like I'm pretty
Is
sure.
it extended release or instant release?
Extended.
I would assume Vyvanse is extended.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. Yeah. But
I mean, I would say if it's only been 2 months, I don't think you're gonna have any huge like tolerance built up. You can always talk to your doctor about it, see if you have any side effects.
Talk
or
to your
anything else.
psychiatrist.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I can just give him a call. Like
Yeah, that's probably good because he's the guy that, you know,
Give him a call.
prescribes you medication and stuff, and that's his job, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm done yapping here. I've
All right.
Good.
Thank you,
myself
Knopf.
plugged enough in chat. Goodbye.
Stressful job, ticket counter. I mean, you got to be on the fucking ball. What do you want me to say?
Oh, so you're making fun of him for his job? What, because he's not a streamer?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah?
I'm on stream and I'm
Why don't
having
you
a
just
fucking.
say-
I'm doing a job.
Say
I'm making people laugh.
Hate all ordinary working class people. Just say that. Be honest. For once in your fucking
hate
life, be honest.
All working class people, especially nurses.
Oh, remember, Wooten thinks they're not heroes. Don't ever
No,
forget that one, guys.
Absolutely not.
Wooten
Absolutely
says
not.
They are not. Absolutely not.
Abso-fucking-lutely
heroes.
not, dude.
Hold on 1 sec. And then I'll drag one up. 1 sec.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Actually, fuck. Hold on.
Yo.
Oh, fucking goddamn it. You? Really?
Hey.
You out of everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Well, the question isn't for you, it's for Destiny.
Well, now you make me look like an asshole.
What do you want?
I know you're in here to talk about Cyberpunk.
What?
Yeah, so you debated Lila Rose, right?
Yep.
Before the debate, your position wasn't really that you should legally be allowed to do an abortion up to 9 months. But
Wait,
then
yeah, it
during
was.
debate, was it? Because you watched that one guy with the old dude that was debating for abortion, and you were kind of on the fence about it.
Well, because he wasn't arguing for the legal position. He was arguing for the moral position. I would say it's probably immoral to have an abortion at like 9 months to kill the fucking baby. That's immoral. But legally, it should probably be protected for procedural reasons that make it impossible for doctors to do like life-saving care if you criminalize this thing.
I have to leave. We're going to dinner. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Loser.
Wait, Mr. Mitten's gone?
Yep.
Oh. So for procedural reasons, what does that exactly mean?
As in, if you make it illegal, let's say a woman needs like a life-saving abortion at fucking 6 months or some bullshit or whatever, and then the doctor ends up second-guessing himself too much or fucks up because he's worried about getting criminally charged. By making it illegal, you've like criminalized some form of healthcare where you're like fucked, and now you've caused bad things to happen. So I think there's strong arguments for like legal protections for abortion, basically indefinitely. But more, I would say that it's probably immoral to kill somebody because you're tired of having them in you at 8 months or something.
Do we usually legislate against something like that?
Sure.
Oh, okay. I've never heard of that. But okay, that makes sense. Bye-bye.
Be careful. Glad he didn't ask for an example. Outplayed. Fuck! I keep pushing this stupid fucking thing. Okay, we're watching. Do you want rage bait or do you want quality video?
Federal agencies reported in fiscal year 2023, federal agencies reported $236 billion in improper payments. And that's not a one-off. In fiscal year 2024, after massive post-COVID reductions, 16 federal agencies alone still reported an estimated $162 billion in improper payments. Since fiscal year 2003, cumulative improper payment estimates across the federal government are nearly $3 trillion. That's 8% of the entire federal deficit. Pretty soon, it's going to start being real money. In fact, according to the Government Accountability Office, the $3 trillion in improper payments we can account for are just a subset of the total problem. The real number is almost certainly much higher. But even if it's not much more, that still accounts for roughly 10% of the entire national deficit. That is the definition of gross incompetence. But here we are. And the madness does not stop there. The Social Security Administration's Office of...
Just these numbers should throw up a... What? First of all, improper payments... like I know the SSA would track improper payments, but they recover improper payments. So let's say that you improperly pay out $100 billion for whatever reason. Somebody dies and a payment goes out. There's also like recovered payments as well. So you have to take the difference between the two. And that number is still, I think for the SSA is in the tens of billions. But then you also have to compare that to like what's their overall payout thing. Like if you're losing $40 billion and you're paying out $100 billion a year, that's really bad. If it's $1 trillion a year, well, you just went from 40% to 4%. If it's $5 trillion per year, now it's like less than 1%. I don't know. What is the number of, fuck ups that you can have?
Inspector General found approximately 6.5 million Social Security numbers belong to people, get ready, 112 years or older. You want to know the real number? It's 80. Not 80 million or 80,000. It's just 80.
This was an Elon Musk talking point. It was not true. They were looking at a file that like the Social Security admin sometimes will update relating to whether or not people are dead, but that's not the file that they use to actually make payments. There's also like a very easy sanity check here as well, where if you think about it, how many did they say this was? Hold on.
That's 81,000 times more than the reality. It's actually more. That's not 112 Social Security numbers belong to people. Get ready.
How many?
Million. General found approximately 6.5 million Social Security numbers.
6.5 million Social Security numbers. That would be like saying, I'm just making up numbers and I know I'm lowballing this. Let's say these guys got $1,000 a month. He's saying that over $1 trillion a month of money is being scammed from the government. $1 trillion? $1 trillion? A month? Really? Wait. $1 billion. Sorry, I just fucked up my thing there. It would be $1 trillion, 1.3 trillion a year. Forget I said that. Delete that part. Hold on.
Belong to people, get ready, 112 years or older. You want to know the real number?
This was debunked several times. Yeah, it has been. Yeah.
It's 80. Not 80 million or 80,000. The government is designed. It's actually more. I'm rounding down. That's 5 orders of magnitude of discrepancy. That's so far off it's a comedy routine. It is as if the government is designed to make fraud easy and race us towards bankruptcy. To put it plainly, we are getting robbed. And not by scammers overseas, by our own government. Elon and Doge tried to warn us, but what they got in return was firebomb Tesla dealerships and uniparty bipartisan support for continued spending, no matter how much waste or fraud there is inherent in the system. Now, I want to stare directly at that because it's never hopeless. All of this is fixable if we can understand what's happening, call it out, and map out a plan. Right now, the machine is rigged to ignore, if not facilitate, waste, fraud, and further destructive political outcomes. But it doesn't have to be. All right, guys, buckle up because this one gets ugly, but salvation awaits at the end. Parts 1 and 2 may be the valley of despair, but by the end, you're gonna know exactly what's going on and what to do about it. And as G.I. Joe taught us all, knowing is half the battle. So welcome to part 1, what's really going on and why. In 2022, the federal House and Senate election cycle cost approximately $9.5 billion. The median amount raised by a senator running for re-election in 2024 was approximately $11 million. That's roughly $15,000 a day. Almost 93% of the members of the 117th Congress had a leadership PAC that collectively raised $243 million just between January of 21 and December of 22. According to the Campaign Finance Institute, fewer than 50 families supply the majority of mega donor funding in US elections, a closed feedback loop of money, policy, and media reach. And in 2023 alone, federal lobbying topped $4 billion. This is the tragedy that has turned Washington, D.C. into a swamp of entrenched political interests and has turned governing into a game of self-preservation rather than public service. And that's why 1/3 of senators have held office longer than the median American marriage lasts. Politics is a business and its product is power. And baby, business is booming. As James Burnham pointed out in his seminal work, The Machiavellians, Defenders of Freedom, every group, no matter how big or small, will create an elite ruling class. Burnham calls this the iron law of oligarchy. I created a whole video about it, which you can watch right here. But for now, suffice it to say that Burnham makes a very compelling case for...
Okay, this is too much rage bait. I don't think it. Too much rage bait. Ben, what do you got for us?
You may remember me from this video where I told you about 40,000 of these things that your tax dollars pay for that are tracking your every move and repurposing data collected about you every time that you drive past them. Upon further investigation, it turns out that there are over 80,000 of them. And we got some and we hacked them. You can press a button a few times on the back of these cameras and within a few minutes, turn them into your own personal spy device, or malware host, or honeypot that steals people's login credentials, or a cryptocurrency miner, whatever you want, really. Or alternatively, how you can point an antenna at them and decode the video stream using a technique used by the CIA during the Cold War. Or how another researcher found a Google search phrase that had the capabilities of showing you the real-time location of these cameras and police patrol cars. This isn't clickbait or an exaggerated claim with no payoff. Just the other day, weeks before this video will be released, US senators and representatives drafted an official letter to open an investigation that highlights the national security risks associated with our findings. And in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how they work and even demonstrate them to journalists. No f***ing way! And finally, we're going to take a deep data dive into the efficacy, misinformation, and straight up lies surrounding some private surveillance startups, and we're going to use that momentum to push for protocols and legislation that actually makes you safer. Wow, that's a lot for a YouTube video.
No, I can never act. Been trying to stack up racks on racks. Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track. Better chef, show you gun.
That's my favorite AI song.
Out here getting this beer. If you work for the devil, better retreat.
The meat and potatoes of this video will be mostly in parody with John Gainsek's white paper, and that's linked in the description below. Many of these vulnerabilities were recently published with the National Vulnerability Database or are in the process of publication. And to prevent the average viewer from getting lost or falling asleep, I'm going to keep many of the formalities and extensive details to a minimum, but if you find yourself wanting more details at any time in this video, just check the description for a whole bunch of links. Welcome to the world of responsible disclosure. And while I'm up here, let me tell you that to the best of my knowledge, any of the cameras or hardware seen in this video were acquired legally. I have not shared or redistributed any of the data on them, and as long as they are in my possession, they will not be placed into the wild. At no point in time have I knowingly accessed or interfered with any server or service related to or owned by Flock Safety. There is a chance that all of the devices that you see in this video, or all of the devices that we have acquired from multiple different sources, are unique and do not have the same hardware or software that the devices in the wild have. I have no idea how or why that would be the case, but it is technically a possibility. And finally, at the time of me recording this, there are 47 security issues covered, with the vast majority listed in the white paper. In this video, I'm going to be showing you 6 of them. Over the last summer, when doing research for my first video on this topic, I started poking around to see if anyone had done an independent audit of Flock Safety or related services. This naturally led me to the dark web, where I have access to some semi-private communities dedicated to hacking and open source intelligence. Some of these communities have well-organized marketplaces for breached data, credentials, exploits, and all that stuff. And that is where I found this. Please excuse the poor English translation, but these were law enforcement flock safety accounts for sale with escrow protection by a reputable vendor. And a few days later, the listings were removed in a way that suggested that someone had bought them. Not long after that, I got in touch with a professional security researcher regarding other things on this list, and what do you know? He found something very similar on the dark web.
So in the cyber industry, there are things called
The web is so dark where this guy's at. Holy shit.
access brokers. And some people specialize in government agencies or maybe local law enforcement.
I started digging more to find out where these accounts could have come from. Were they bought or stolen off of a police officer or a Flock employee? Or just maybe Flock Safety had some security vulnerabilities. The most significant and troublesome and mind-boggling vulnerability on this list was discovered nearly a year ago.
Late 2024, I stumbled down a rabbit hole, and then probably a few nights later was messing with the buttons and the dip
This guy's AI, by the way. That's the big twist at the end. I can already predict it. He's going to say this guy was AI the whole time.
switch, and then was able to figure out how to get a shell on it. Yeah, so I'm John Gainsek Gaines. Professionally, I've been in the offensive security field for over a decade.
Obtaining shell on a device means that you can remote control it, exfiltrate data, and escalate privileges, which is exactly what John did. As detailed on John's blog and formerly published paper, John had found a user named Cager on social media who was trying to recreate some of the disclosures. He reported that by merely pressing the button on a device in a particular sequence on a Flock Safety camera, a wireless access point is created.
Hey partner, don't do any of this stuff unless you can legally acquire a Flock Safety camera. If you do this to one of the 80,000 all over the US of A, you'll be put in the clink. First thing you're going to want to do is go ahead and press the button to turn on that police camera. Then press the button on the back a number of times I can't disclose in this video. There she is, the Flock wireless access point. Go on and connect. Send a command to enable ADB, connect, and now you can connect to the Flock Safety device and access its data, or install whatever the hell you want on it. Have fun.
This, along with John's previous discoveries, are encapsulated in an easy-to-use tool that he made so even a novice user could obtain full control of the cameras. We let George Cheedy from The Guardian do the honors.
The longest part actually is waiting for the hotspot to turn on, but realistically in about 5 seconds. And in fact, with the compute box, you don't need to hit the buttons because the USB-C ports are exposed, so you can just plug in a rubber ducky and then walk away.
A rubber ducky, sometimes referred to as a bad USB, is a USB drive that a computer or device detects as a USB keyboard and then executes scripts called payloads. One can make a device like this for as little as $5. This quite literally raises the limit of how one could use Flock Safety devices to their imagination. You can clone or decompile the apps. You could send the video stream data to a remote server. You could use it as a botnet client for malware. You could have it capture Wi-Fi handshake credentials and do middleman or honeypot attacks, or replace or modify captured footage or images. And if that is the case, this could bring into question the integrity of the data being used as admissible evidence in court, like in general, unless of course a prosecutor could prove that a security breach wasn't detected.
That's why you have to use the crypto hash that Jesus Pena tells us about, okay?
And about that.
The apps that are installed that are custom of the vendor all have debug enabled, which on these types of devices, on Android devices, means that you can pause them in runtime and modify the memory, right? Which gives you system injection. System can write properties, and in this case, there's one that you can modify, a cleanup script that is ran as root. You can consider it either a wireless RCE or a gated wireless RCE that goes from no access to root, which is the worst case.
This means that malicious code can be installed and
Who could even do this hacker shit? No, this is some nerd shit. No one would actually do this, okay?
executed outside of the operating system. So like when you first turn on a computer and see the BIOS screen where the system does its little self-check, it could exist right there, acting as a superior to Windows or iOS or whatever it is that you're booting into. Multi-factor authentication or two-factor authentication or two-step verification.
What are these cameras? This sounds like security, no offense, but I don't know why I just said no offense. I guess if you're working on this. This sounds like devices from the year like 2010. There was this time period where everything started to become a computer and there was wireless access, Bluetooth access to everything. And you could just use the most basic bitch exploits or vulnerabilities to literally gain root on any fucking device that had a Bluetooth chip in it. Like it was just the most retarded thing ever. And then even before that, in the 2000s, everything's password was just like admin and then nothing, or admin password or admin, and you could gain access to wireless access points, to routers, to whatever else. Like everything was just retardedly easy to get into. Having devices like this that are by default configured, one with a with a, what would you say, with an admin account, with a root account, with a shell access account or whatever, and then all these apps that are running with permissions to, you know, inject stuff as deep as you can go to give you, I guess, what would you say, kernel access, or basically, I guess, root on the whole machine. Like, this sounds like old shit that is never supposed to be made this way anymore. Who's making these? I feel like people generally don't make devices this insecure. Like, are Raspberry Pis by default even this insecure? I don't know. I guess that's just a computer. I actually don't know anything about it. I shouldn't say that.
Computer and see the BIOS screen where the system does its little self-check. It could exist right there, acting as a superior to Windows or iOS or whatever it is that you're booting into. Multi-factor authentication or two-factor authentication or two-step.
Is there a point in securing random outside cameras? Everything should be as secure as it needs to be. The point is not, give me a reason to make this secure. I think the concept of access control is, what are the minimum permissions this user needs to run whatever the user needs to run? Because when you start making shit that's just insecure, you're like, it doesn't matter, then as soon as you run into an issue where it's like, okay, I need to gate this or something, well, now you've got a whole line of insecure bullshit that's fucked. Why would you?
Verification is part of our daily lives. We use it when we log into everything from Gmail to TikTok to our banks and nearly everything in between. But not all 2FA is equal, and different types have their own strengths and weaknesses. For example, some 2FAs simply pop up on your phone or your...
The basic rule is, if you can get physical access to a device, pretty much any device you can hack it. That was true a long time ago, but that shouldn't be the case anymore today. With some exceptions, I feel like there might be some like social engineering aspect to it. Like if you can get physical access to somebody's computer, you could like install a camera or a phone to measure keystrokes and then steal somebody's password like that, maybe. But Destiny pretty much is, no, stop, shut the fuck up. No, that is not the case. If you have an encrypted drive, you can't just hack that because you have physical access to the device. Stop saying retarded shit. That's not true. Simply having physical access to a device does not guarantee that you magically have access to everything in the device. That's not true. That's not the case, okay?
Your desktop and ask you if you've just logged in from a certain device or region, in which you can approve or decline the new device. This is an excellent security protocol if you're sitting at home and can't...
Most software engineers suck shit when it comes to securing their products, especially with LOT devices. I don't even know what LOT means. IoT? Inception of Theodon devices? Oh, Internet of Things. Sure, but I mean, the software developers shouldn't have to be good at securing things, right? Shouldn't the platforms that they build on should like have that shit built in, right? Like you would expect, like I don't even know how the fuck app design works, but whatever environment you're working in or platforms, like all this stuff should be ideally like baked in automatically. So the software dev shouldn't have to know how to do like custom security implementations or proprietary security implementations or whatever the fuck you're working on. It would be my imagination, but...
Approve or decline the new device. This is an excellent security protocol if you're sitting at home in Kansas and see that somebody from Bangladesh just used your password. But if I'm sitting in your driveway in Kansas, or especially if I'm using your Wi-Fi using a device like this, I can clone your Wi-Fi signal and then send a deauthorization or deauth signal to your device's MAC address. Either you will notice this and decline the new if you've just logged in. For example, some 2FAs simply pop up on your phone or your desktop and ask you if you've just logged in from a certain device or region, in which you can approve or decline the new device. This is an excellent security protocol if you're sitting at home in Kansas and see that somebody from Bangladesh just used your password. But if I'm sitting in your driveway in Kansas, or especially if I'm using your Wi-Fi using a device like this, I can clone your Wi-Fi signal and then send a deauthorization or deauth signal to your device's MAC address. Either you will notice this and try to reconnect, or your computer or phone will automatically reconnect, and now you'd be accessing your own network through my device. I could use a script to clone the login page of whatever credentials I'm trying to get, and then feed it to you, capturing your session and, depending on the service, your username and password. Then, as expected, you would get a two-step verification asking you if you just logged in.
Shouldn't SSL certs prevent this type of what did you use? Was this called domain poisoning? I don't remember what this is called, or DNS poisoning. Yeah, I believe modern day like HTTPS or SSL certs, I don't know how those things work together or not, should prevent this type of poisoning. I think. This Ben guy is really smart when it comes to computer shit, though. Like even going through this video up to this point, he knows a lot of shit. And I've talked to him in real life. This is a smart dude.
And you would say yes, granting me access. This means that when it comes to credentials like this, even with 2FA or MFA, a police surveillance company's security can only be as good as the least security-minded person with access to that system. If you're wondering how low this security bar can go with clients, you'll be disappointed to know that Flock Safety doesn't require two-factor
This is not the same thing? Wait, hold on. Let me understand how this attack works. I'm curious.
and nearly everything in between. But not all 2FA is equal, and different types have their own strengths and weaknesses. For example, some 2FAs simply pop up on your phone or your desktop and ask you if you just logged in from a certain device or region, in which you can approve or decline the new device. This is an excellent security protocol if you're sitting at home in Kansas and see that somebody from Bangladesh just used your password. But if I'm sitting in your driveway in Kansas, or especially if I'm using your Wi-Fi using a device like this, I can clone your Wi-Fi signal and then send a deauthorization or deauth signal to your device's MAC address.
Okay, what is he cloning here? Wait.
Home in Kansas and see that somebody from Bangladesh just used your password. But if I'm sitting in your driveway in Kansas, or especially if I'm using your Wi-Fi using a device like this, I can...
Okay, if somebody's on your Wi-Fi, you're already pretty fucked, okay? If somebody's sitting on your Wi-Fi and somehow, it might be trivial to figure out the MAC address on a Wi-Fi, like a fellow MAC address guy, meaning people who have iMacs. MAC address is the unique hardware identifier. I believe it's the thing the DHCP uses, the software on your router will use to assign a local IP address to route traffic through, right? So if you have 100 devices connected to a router, all of them are given an individual, unique local IP address. I don't even remember what they are, 168.192. Whatever. Theoretically, if you can clone somebody else's MAC address, meaning you have the same one, the router should never send the internet pages to both connections. It should only be able to see one at a time. So I don't know if it would auto deauth the other guy or you send a signal to him directly. I'm not sure how that works. Or if the router would just recognize the new one.
Clone your Wi-Fi signal and then send a deauthorization or deauth signal to your device's MAC address. Either you will notice this and try to reconnect, or your computer or phone will automatically reconnect, and now you'd be accessing your own network through my device.
Oh. Wait, so does this device clone the hardware ID of this and the hardware ID of him? So what happens is this basically serves as it's like a access point or whatever, and then now he's connecting to what he thinks is his router, his internet, but it's actually his guy. And then this router still thinks he's connected through here, but it's actually connected to this guy. So he's trying to execute some kind of this is like a man-in-the-middle type attack, basically. However, there are so many different types of encryptions that I think should break this.
I could use a script to clone the login page of...
So when you talk about...
whatever credentials I'm trying to get, and then...
cloning the login page of whatever credentials you're trying to get, fuck, is this called DNS poisoning or am I making this up? There's... If you were to clone a thing so that when somebody goes to a given web page, I think the DNS is involved in resolving. When I type in www.bigdicks.com, it resolves that, translates it to some IP address. And I think one thing you can do is when people are trying to go to a certain web page, you resolve it to something different, and you could resolve it to a locally hosted page that's compromised. However, that I don't think you'll have a valid certificate such that when that page pops up on your computer, if it's not the one on the internet and it's the one that some dude is locally hosting, whatever, you're not going to have the SSL cert for the page, and it'll say warning, this is not safe, right? Wouldn't that be my guess, or am I wrong on that? I don't think you can just spoof a page like that, some locally hosted page, and your computer will interact with it in a normal way. It's not about a web page. I think it's showing a copy of the login page to enter your router credentials. Well, one, that's going to be a web page. It's a HTML web page. It's showing a copy of a login page and your router credentials. I think even the locally hosted shit on your router, I think these days, isn't that all HTTPS and has certs and everything? If you're on the route and the hacker's router, you can make them go anywhere you want, right? It'll start popping up warnings on everything because there are other ways to verify what's going on the website you go. The cookies won't match, so any session tokens or whatever aren't going to match what's being sent, and then there's going to be no cert. So oftentimes, I don't even know if the browser will let you. It might. It'll say like, warning, this seems like a not good website. If you want, you can click more information, and then you'll be able to click visit anyway. And if you do that, well, now you're fucked because you're fucking yourself. But
feed it to you, capturing your session and, depending on the service, your username and password. Then, as expected, you would get a two-step verification asking you if you just logged in, and you would say yes, granting me access. This means that when it comes...
I'm curious how this part works. So somebody else is trying to access the device, and then you get a thing that pops up and says, is this your device? And then you click yes. I don't know how that part works. You just send a bullshit website where they enter in plain text. They get the plain text and use it to log in for real. User. Oh, that's the part. Never mind. Okay. So I would, okay, so somehow, not somehow, so I would make a clone of Microsoft.com. I would host it. And anytime you try to go to Microsoft.com, I would make the DNS here redirect to my local Microsoft.com webpage that I'm hosting on Apache. I don't know what the fuck people use, whatever the fuck. Whatever web host thing. And then the login screen will pop up, and then they'll type in their login credentials, and then that'll be sent to me because you're locally running the copy of this page. If you want, you can go and type that into the actual website then as they're trying to log in, or you can even have this pass it through automatically if it's fancy or whatever. And then they'll get a two-factor authentication saying, hey, do you want to whatever? And then you click yes, and they'll be able to log in here, I guess, if you pass all that through to them. But more importantly, you now have a session token or the encryption or whatever. Now you have access to that account directly, right? Okay. Okay, I get it.
Their name and password. Then, as expected, you would get a two-step verification asking you if you just logged in, and you would say yes.
There's DHCP spoofing and ARP spoofing. What is ARP spoofing? I've heard the term before. I don't remember what that means.
Me access. This means that when it comes to credentials like this, even with 2FA or MFA, a police surveillance company's security can only be as good as the least security-minded person with access to that system. If you're wondering how low
the fake website idea doesn't necessarily work. The browser they are using will check that the website you connect to is a valid SSL cert for that website. If you man in the middle of the website, their browser will warn the user it's fake. True, but if they click like next or whatever, they could fuck themselves if you're, yeah. That's called phishing. I don't think you would consider this phishing. You would consider this a man in the middle attack because phishing is more like a social engineering only thing. And this is like you're throwing up fake pages for them to log into.
Would say yes, granting me access. This means that when it comes to credentials like this, even with 2FA or MFA, a police surveillance company's security can only be as good as the least security-minded person with access to that system. If you're wondering how...
That's kind of true, yeah, your weakest link, obviously. But this is why user controls or access controls are so important. If something gets compromised, if everybody's running a fucking root admin account or whatever bullshit, well, now you're mega fucked. But you should be able to limit data breaches or security breaches or whatever. Ideally, you've got good... I guess you'd call it what, access control, user control, whatever, to not have everything. Sometimes you can tell that this happens. So sometimes a company will get hacked and they'll send out an email and the email will be like, hey, we're just letting you know there was an account that was compromised and they might have access to like line item numbers of things that people have bought and like that's it or whatever, right? Now, obviously nobody should be getting hacked and that's not good. But like when you get an email like that, it's like, oh, okay, well, whatever got compromised, at least like everything is sectioned off well enough that somebody didn't get one account and get everything. That's good. And then every now and then something will get hacked and be like, hey, so we had an employee whose account got hacked and your social security number, unsalted passwords, email addresses, and secret pictures you're taking of your cock are all over the internet. And it's like, oh, okay. So you literally had everyone on like a fucking master key control, whatever, or the admin, or the whole network got caught, or what the fuck happened, right? Sometimes people have really shitty things where if somebody gets into one part of a system, they have access to everything. Although I'm pretty sure most modern practice, stuff like that shouldn't be happening anymore, I don't think. ARP spoofing, an attacker sends forged ARP messages to corrupt the ARP caches of another device on the network, linking their MAC address to another device's IP address, e.g. the routers. Okay.
person with access to that system. If you're wondering how low this security bar can go with clients, you'll be disappointed to know that Flock Safety doesn't require two-factor authentication with some police departments. Yes, you heard that right. The security process you go through when you log into Disney Plus is just too much to ask some police departments to do when accessing confidential information and the location of, in some cases, virtually everyone. When I first found this out, I simply couldn't believe it, and neither could U.S. Senator Wyden's team, which is why it's among the issues leading to a request for the FTC to open an investigation into the company on the grounds of national security. Fortunately, there's a super easy solution to this, a USB or NFC authenticator. It costs as little as $10 and you just plug it in or wave it in front of your device for the second.
Hold on. His stuff is very dense. Okay, I have to pay attention. I can't. It's too much information. Okay. Which is good. This is good. Okay.
Virtually everyone. When I first found this out, I simply couldn't believe it, and neither could U.S. Senator Wyden's team, which is why it's among the issues leading to a request for the FTC to open an investigation into the company on the grounds of national security. Fortunately, there's a super easy solution to this, a USB or NFC authenticator. It costs as little as $10 and you just plug it in or wave it in front of your device for the second layer of authentication. And if this is too much hassle for an able-bodied police officer or employee to use, then maybe they shouldn't have access to secure information. It's really frustrating to spend this much time talking about a problem when a very simple and common sense solution to that problem has existed since day one. A concerning amount of hard-coded information is stored inside Flock Safety cameras, and we'll hear all about it in the next vulnerabilities on this list, but within this information is a list of Wi-Fi network names. So I set up a dummy network with one of these Wi-Fi names. Then, when removing the SIM card or when the device couldn't find an LTE signal, some of our Flock Safety cameras happily connected to the dummy network and routed upstream traffic through it. Others seemingly prioritized my dummy network by default, regardless of if it had a SIM card in it or not. So I captured the PCAP data being transmitted from one of these cameras for a little while and analyzed it with Wireshark and Unblob, which is an open source extraction suite. And sure enough, there were clear text credentials in the data. These exact vulnerabilities were originally disclosed by John in April, another in September, and with another pending. This attack requires knowing the name or credentials of the Wi-Fi networks the camera is looking for. But what concerns me more is that this information wasn't in an encrypted upstream to begin with, which means that by using a professional-grade SDR or IMSI catcher, which is more or less a DIY Stingray device, a malicious hacker could just hijack the LTE connection and then do the exact same thing without needing.
The reason why your computers and shit run so slow these days and everything's so fucked is because people do this cringe thing called encryption, okay? So when you type the password on your computer, there's like, I think the hash happens on, does it happen on your end? Or does it just maybe just happen? The data is supposed to be sent in an encrypted manner. So if somebody, back in the day, with using things like Wireshark or whatever, you could do things called like packet sniffing. So like if I can intercept traffic between two systems, I can literally see everything that's being typed between two systems. If you type a message on AOL Instant Messenger, or if you type a password to log into your Yahoo Instant Email or whatever, I can literally see those requests, or I'll see them like in the request, and you could just like open shit on Wireshark and be like a fucking master hacker. These days, they waste all your resources encrypting stuff, and it's cringe. I don't think there's any reason to embed information like this in plain text. So plain text just means that if somebody can read the data stream, they don't have to have a key or an encryption thing. They could just literally read the request or whatever. Although at this point, if he literally has root on the machine, he can probably see or read anything anyway, because he's sitting at one end of the, I don't know if you'd say encryption tunnel or whatever. I don't know the words, but
to know these network names or even being physically near the camera. This could also allow a more modern version of a Tempest attack, which I'll demonstrate in a few minutes, and that's where a hacker could decode the motion JPEG video stream. I actually tried to accomplish this as I love puzzles, but unfortunately time forced me to choose between decoding the pixel sequence or finishing this video, and here we are. When I recreated John's research on these devices, as previously shown, it was as clear to me as it was to John when he first discovered it that they inadequately protected credentials, API keys, passwords, and more. As I mentioned, the GameTech blog and the papers have a lot more details on this for the technically minded, but I'm going to use this segment to talk about some of the other troubling things that were found stored in the camera. On Flock Safety's website, it is stated that they do not capture or record data of people, but only vehicles. They also state that data and footage is encrypted throughout the entire life cycle, and that data is automatically removed from devices after 7 days. Speaking for myself, when I recreated John's research across multiple devices, I confirmed.
Sorry, when I'm trying to be serious, I shouldn't say retarded shit. Encryption won't be why your computer's slow. That's true. I was just kidding when I said that. Encryption doesn't make your computer slower. That was a little joke. Okay.
Exactly what he was seeing. If Flock Safety's cameras in the wild are operating like the ones we researched.
The irony is that most hacks are always on the inside of encryption, by the way. Encryption is only good when I'm in your house stealing your physical drive, but it makes people feel more fuzzy. Yes, in my opinion, encryption is one of the biggest, I don't know if you say misnomers or people conceptually just don't like. Encryption doesn't, funnily enough, actually, the expert witness in my case, Jesus Pena or whatever, makes this mistake when he talks about like encryption or unencrypted. A thing is encrypted, a thing's unencrypted. If you have credentials to log into an account, At that point, it doesn't matter. Your shit could be encrypted 50 million ways to Sunday. It doesn't matter. They have the password to the account, so they'll have the whatever sort of certificate or de-encryption key, whatever you'd call it, necessary to decrypt anything. You can encrypt it 50 million different ways. It's going to be decrypted if they can access the account. Encryption matters at certain stages of things, depending on how people are reading stuff. But if somebody has access to a thing, that generally functions as the decryptor thing. Yeah.
This would be a clear contradiction to their statements. Firstly, when I moved in front of the camera, the radar module triggered the camera module to take a picture of me. Then the onboard AI looked for a license plate and didn't find one, but it stored the image anyway to a separate folder. Now this doesn't seem to target people. It will also take a picture of my hand if I move in front of the lens, or a picture of my desk if I move the device. But what I observed were the devices intentionally saving the footage, not erasing it. Secondly, throughout the entire process of verifying John's research, I didn't crack or decrypt a single thing. Any of the information, footage, or data that you see or hear about in this video was unencrypted at runtime. And finally, when going through the files and temp folders of the Falcon cameras, we absolutely found images older than 7 days. In fact, John found stored images that were captured when the camera was triggered inside the factory where the device was made. So hypothetically, this suggests that if you had a camera deployed and...
God damn! Sorry.
research, I didn't crack or decrypt a single thing. Any of the
Encryption matters with data in transit. If you're on either end of the communication, you already have access to the unencrypted data. Yeah, kind of. It depends. I don't know if you... That's not... Well, I might be using the terms incorrectly, but like, you could, for instance, encrypt a hard drive, which would mean that without being able to log into the drive or provide the password or decryption key, I don't know if that would be considered in transit, but the data would be encrypted until somebody knows the password to log into it, and that would be valid. You'd want to encrypt that data on the drive. And then encryption in transit means that somebody should need to be at either end of the data transfer with the password to log in, whatever credentials to decrypt the thing, yeah. Would that hold true for RDMA as well? What is that? Rotund, dapper, moody ass. I don't know what that means.
The information, footage, or data that you see or hear about in this video was unencrypted at runtime. And finally, when going through the file...
Fuck, I'm sorry. I can't skip through this. I have to listen to everything you said. Sorry.
If I move the device. But what I observed were the devices intentionally saving the footage, not erasing it. Secondly, throughout the entire...
Wait, let me go back more. Sorry. Fuck.
When I moved in front of the camera, the radar module triggered the camera module to take a picture of me. Then the onboard AI looked for a license plate and didn't find one, but it stored the image anyway to a separate folder. Now this doesn't seem to target people. It will also take a picture of my hand if I move in front of the lens, or a picture of my desk if I move the device. But what I observed were the devices intentionally saving the footage, not erasing it. Secondly, throughout the entire process of verifying John's research, I didn't crack or decrypt a single thing. Any of the information, footage, or data that you see or hear about in this video was unencrypted at runtime. And finally, when going through the files and temp folders of the Falcon cameras, we absolutely found images older than 7 days. In fact, John found stored images that were captured when the camera was triggered inside the factory where the device was made. So hypothetically, this suggests that if you had a camera deployed and pointed at your front door, one could access this data and figure out when you entered or exited your house. For about as long as modern search engines have existed, so has dorking. So Googling looks like this, and dorking looks like this. And if you're really well versed in dorking, you'll start finding things that weren't necessarily intended to be public. I'm a pretty solid dorker, and I use it constantly for researching videos like this one. Josh, however, is a legitimate expert at dorking.
So I'm Joshua Michael. I'm technology obsessive, and I founded Nextnet AI, which is a all-source intelligence firm focusing in privacy and personal cybersecurity.
This is the exact Google search I used to find an exposed flock safety demo site. They reveal how their system traces cars, maps patrol vehicles, and can soon build full investigation profiles on people. At first glance, it was a UI demo site meant to just show off how cool their buttons look. But as I looked deeper, it contained 5,000 lines of source code for a search platform, and buried in the code was a live API key.
And an API stands for Application Programming Interface, which basically allows a computer to contact another computer without having to deal with all the clunky things like user interfaces and buttons.
This is master coding efficiently is never make somebody log in or do anything, but hard code all of your passwords, hard code all of your API keys into everything, and then you just fucking run it and be good.
The clunky things like user interface.
Sometimes if you're ever using certain websites, I don't think this should happen for any modern site, but you should be mindful of this. I think it probably could. Sometimes if you copy and paste like a URL to a friend, you have to be careful depending on the site, because sometimes it sounds really stupid, but sometimes in the URL, they might have something where it's like API key equals blah, 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 blah. And if somebody has this unique key, it'll be whatever, as many digits, 3264 to be unique. If somebody sees that embedded key, they can use this key, plug it into whatever surface you're operating from, and theoretically gain access to stuff that you would normally want them to have access to. Some websites will have this in the URL, so you should be careful sometimes when taking screenshots of your browser or sending URLs to people. But I think ordinarily, I don't think it generally should happen, but
faces and buttons. The confidentiality of API keys and tokens like this are sometimes more important than things like usernames and passwords, because in many cases, the token alone grants you the same access but without front-end security measures like CAPTCHA or two-step verification.
And it had access to over 50 private layers that I didn't dare touch because I'm too handsome for prison. I used open source intelligence to see what data is stored on ArcGIS. Let me show you some of the things I found. Police departments and Flock Safety are storing on ArcGIS. This Flock Safety map, it's obviously a demo, but it shows that they'd store registration data. So names, emails, how many cameras, and a field to attach files, whatever that may be. Carrollton Police Department, this is no good. The exposed API key may have granted us access to track live patrol car locations. Also on the naughty list is Aurora, Colorado, or maybe Flock Safety. I don't actually know who owns this map. It's Flock Safety, leaking another ArcGIS layer with officers' names, phone numbers, emails, and even their expected patrol areas. This is the worst one coming out of Dallas, Texas. A map layer with 6,000 records of hot list alerts containing license plates, the reasons why they're on that list, the exact location detected, the camera that caught them, and the time that they went by.
So like if I'm understanding this, I don't know anything about programming, so I can't use like the programmer words, but like, let's say you're like making a program, and in a program, you might have, you might have code, ooh, well, let's put fancy brackets, code. And you might have like a login, can I say like function? Call to login information or something, right? You might have like, in your real program, you might have like this is going to make a call to some other function that helps you log into some fucking bullshit or summon some other microservice, some bullshit or whatever. But if you're working on a demo, then maybe for the demo, you just like, you hard code like credentials here. Pretend this is like better pseudocode, okay? Which, like if you're making a sloppy, or if you're just making like a quick MVP, like if you're just trying to show a product off real quick, or you're trying to do something, this might be okay. But it sounds like what happened is they're hosting like demo code online to kind of show it off. But within the demo code, you can very quickly and easily open it up and take a peek through the code. Ordinarily, well, I don't know why I said that. Generally, well, I shouldn't. You shouldn't have access to code that will show you like login credentials. That should be making calls to other things that are part of a program that are like encrypting stuff. If you're lazy or if you're just working on some like quick product, you might throw some hard-coded stuff in there. But it sounds like they left a bunch of hard-coded API keys or credentials logged in here that work on other systems that are deployed using the same code, which should never happen. Somebody said that's ultra retarded. It's trivially easy to just use environment variables. Yeah, I'm sure there's like a best practices for coding where you don't hard code credentials like this, and there's like a standard way to just make calls to whatever. But I don't fucking know.
Why they're on that list, the exact location detected, the camera that caught them, and the time that they went by. Anyone could Google, find this map, and trace these people's movement patterns for 5 months. Also going to note the reason category has someone in there for just suspect, and a bunch of others literally have no reason and are blank.
So let's back it up for a second. If you call 911 and the dispatcher deems it an emergency requiring police, most modern police cars have a GPS module installed that reports back to dispatch. That way they can efficiently contact the police nearest the event and expedite the response time. Flock Safety and many of its clients use third-party services that make sense of this constant stream of data, and all of that data is handled with an API. Just a few weeks ago, 2 security researchers, Alexa Feminawa and James Zhang, wrote a report discovering that ArcGIS had been compromised by a Chinese state-sponsored hacking group called Flex Typhoon. The report from InfoSecurity magazine states the hackers allegedly targeted a legitimate public-facing ArcGIS application. This is software that allows organizations to manage spatial data for disaster recovery, emergency management, and other critical functions. This is just a very recent example of what could be compromised with sensitive...
Wait, was that me? Oh, no, never mind.
Emergency.
Wait, is this Florida? This is not Florida. This is some other bullshit. Treasure Island. What the fuck is this?
Management and other critical functions. This is just a very recent example of what could be compromised with sensitive API information for geospatial platforms.
Tampa.
This is probably, in real-world scenarios, the least concerning vulnerability in this video, but one of the most fascinating ones, and very few consumer or security cameras, displays, or network manufacturers have the means or know how to test for it. At some level, this device that you're watching this video on is leaking non-ionizing electromagnetic radiation, and if the R word is unsettling, non-ionizing means no DNA damage. Phones leak it, monitors leak it, microphones leak it, camera modules leak it, most modern electronic devices leak it. But some of these leaking electromagnetic waves are resonating and modulating in parity with the signal, and if you can isolate the resonating frequencies, you can, with a lot of trial and error, decode the signal, or in other words, spy on the device. The Tempest attack is something that the CIA and NSA used and experimented with ever since World War II, which is how it got its cool-sounding name. Back when we all used CRT televisions and monitors, there was generally a whole lot more RF leakage, so it was a much bigger risk to national security. These days, a practical Tempest attack would involve some time finding and decoding the signal, and then placing an RF bug on or near the source, which could transmit the data remotely. You need a software-defined radio with a lot of bandwidth, RF probes, a directional antenna, and a spectrum analyzer. On the newer Flock satellite cameras, I noticed that there was an unusual amount of RF leakage coming from the camera module itself, the proprietary coaxial port, and the 8-pin DIN port on the back. Initially, using an RF probing kit, an oscilloscope, a spectrum analyzer, and a hack RF, I was able to isolate a few various ranges of modulated signals. Then I brought the camera into another room to rule out localized interference and tested these signals as well as common integer quotients of those frequencies. Using an RF probe, I found
You can still do this type of attack on keyboard, so you know, or so you get to know what people type. That's using like accelerometers and measuring the air pressure or some bullshit, I think. This is a different thing having to do with measuring the actual signals that are transmitted, I think, or leaking from devices based on what the underlying stuff that's going on, I think, on the boards or whatever, right?
An exploitable leak between 592 and 594 megahertz. Then, using a periodic log antenna and a 20 decibel low noise amplifier, I was able to point the RF gun at the device as far as 6 feet away and make out what the camera was capturing. In this case, me. Obviously, the quality and lack of...
So I was going to say this type of stuff should never work or matter, assuming you are encrypting something in transit, but these RF signals aren't about data they're transmitting, right? This is just literally electromagnetic leakage that is not necessarily even being transmitted, or
megahertz. Then, using a periodic log antenna and a 20 decibel low noise amplifier, I was able to point the RF gun at the device as far as 6 feet away and make out what the camera was capturing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
In this case, me. Obviously, the quality and lack of color leaves a lot to be desired, but that's just because the software-defined radio I was using to pick this up just didn't have the bandwidth for that kind of quality. If someone were to use a professional-grade multi-channel SDR board with higher resolution sample rates, the quality of the Tempest attack output can...
Well, it's being transmitted just by different means. Yeah, when I say transmitted, I mean, is this part of like a Wi-Fi signal or like a 5G network we're sending, or is this just like a leak where they'd prefer for it not to happen at all? It's not like being used by something. I don't understand the concept, I guess. I don't even know why those signals would leak. I guess just as a byproduct of the natural computational things happening on the printed circuit boards and the stuff that's going on them, maybe, I guess.
Be nearly as good as it's so.
Here is a paper on what he is talking about. Using deep learning to eavesdrop on HDMI from its unintended electromagnetic emanations. Jesus. In this work, we address the problem of eavesdropping on digital video displays by analyzing the electromagnetic waves that unintentionally emanate from the cables and connectors, particularly HDMI. This problem is known as Tempest. Compared to the analog case, the digital case is harder due to a 10-bit encoding that results in a much larger bandwidth and non-linear mapping between the observed signal and the pixel's intensity. As a result, eavesdropping systems designed for the analog case obtain unclear and difficult to read images when applied to digital video. The proposed solution is to recast the problem as an inverse problem and train a deep learning module to map the observed electromagnetic signal back to the displayed image. However, this approach is still requires a detailed mathematical analysis of the signal, firstly to determine the frequency at which to tune, but also to produce training samples without actually needing a real Tempest setup. Jesus. So I think the concept is like if you have a cable plugged in, I guess everything is like emitting some kind of radiation or whatever. If you've got an HDMI cable plugged in, there's some like signal leakage that just happens naturally here. And what this is saying is that based on the signal that's leaking, if we capture all of the signal that's leaking and we have the correct algorithms to analyze the leakage, we should theoretically be able to map that leakage. Essentially, like when we say map, I think we're really basically just saying like decoding this leakage to create like some visual image that hopefully resembles whatever image the user is seeing here. which is pretty interesting.
Source. But due to the high cost of equipment and the
This is why
knowledge
you
and
should
time
always use $500 diamond-plated monster cables.
the attack output can be nearly as good as its source. But due to the high cost of equipment and the knowledge and time required to execute an attack like this, most consumer device manufacturers and owners do not need to be super worried about this. However,
Wi-Fi is RF. It's not leakage. It's just a stronger signal than necessary from what it sounds like. Wait, this sounded like the thing that made it sound like was that it was literally just, it was not intended. Actually, wait, hold on. Never mind. If I understand this better, I guess every single connection in the entire history of the universe will always leak some signal, right? Like even in a world where we're not trying to broadcast something, if you have a cable that has connectors and this cable is plugged into this, you will never have, I guess you would probably need like in a vacuum frictionless world, you'll never have a perfect connection where you have a 100% efficient transfer of stuff down the cable. Some of the stuff is going to be lost and radiated, I guess, and as it radiates off, it's going to radiate off based on what's being transferred on the cable, and then you can go, okay, I got you. So everything technically, so the way that you would counteract this is through some form of like shielding or whatever, right? Ideally. You can't 100% shield a cable because then you have antenna. I don't know what that means, but okay. No, just eavesdropping on Wi-Fi is not the same as Tempest. That one is specifically for things that aren't intended to broadcast over the airwaves. Yeah, that's because of these signals. So the signals that you're reading on Tempest here are signals that are just digital data streams that aren't encrypted, right? So hypothetically, this kind of attack wouldn't work against like an HDR? No, what's the name of the thing? HDCP? Digital rights managed this. So like this is something that theoretically would protect against that type of attack, right? Could you not just have an audio device that shits out signals that mask these ones in a way that makes them unreadable? No, even though we draw them the same, sound waves are differences in air pressure that's being created when you blast a noise. When you sound is just the vibration of stuff. Electromagnetic radiation is, I guess, it's excitation in fields, something QFT. I don't know, but it's not sound waves are not on the same spectrum as, or shouldn't have much of an impact on electromagnetic radiation waves, I think. Okay. Sorry, so, but HDCP would protect theoretically against that kind of attack or read, right? I think it should.
if a device is being used for something related to national security, government use, or the knowledge and time required to execute an attack like this, most consumer device manufacturers and owners do not.
HDCP is not too complex. You could always decrypt it in practice, but okay, gotcha. Okay.
Need to be super worried about this. However, if a device is being used for something related to national security, government use, or public surveillance, this absolutely needs to be protected against.
Wait, HDCP is not encryption. It's just a handshake. Oh. Oh, well, in that case, never mind. No. Wait, if it's just a handshake... Before sending data, a transmitting device checks that the receiver is authorized to receive it. If so, the transmitter encrypts the data to prevent eavesdropping. Are you sure? The Tempest attack was premised on the idea that you could decrypt the signal, so any encryption is irrelevant. It sounds like even though you're saying the word decrypt, It doesn't sound like you're talking about decrypting. It sounds like you're talking about mapping, which sounds different to me. Like when you're mapping a space, you're just saying that one thing will always translate to another thing, whereas decryption implies the need for some cryptographic access, some key or whatever. I think mapping is different than decrypting. Decrypting implies the need for a password or credentials, whereas mapping just says you're going to get a bunch of stuff that looks like noise, but if you can appropriately assign, this to this, you'll be able to make sense of it. Oh wait, demodulation is the term to use, not mapping. Gotcha. Read the specification section right below. Authentication prevents non-licensed from receiving content. Encryption of the data sent over a display port prevents eavesdropping of information. Yeah, so this would. HTTP should theoretically prevent an attack like this. I think. That's what it sounds like. He should just try it. No, you wrong, you right. Good.
Manufacturers and owners do not need to be super worried about this. However, if a device is being used for something related to national security, government use, or public surveillance, this absolutely needs to be protected against. This is just my opinion here, but most of these things are entirely preventable and the result of prioritizing growth over painfully obvious industry standard security measures like multi-factor authentication. Another really obvious low-hanging fruit here is using mobile phone operating systems and hardware for a government surveillance camera. The Falcon, the Sparrow, and likely here, but most of these things are entirely preventable and the result of prioritizing growth over painfully obvious industry standard security measures like multi-factor authentication. Another really obvious low-hanging fruit here is using mobile phone operating systems and hardware for a government surveillance camera. The Falcon, the Sparrow, and likely Flex LPR devices, or the cameras you most commonly see all over the country, were running Android Things 8 or 8.1, which was discontinued in 2021, and that includes security updates.
Yeah, I was going to say using... Also, if I disagree with this guy ever, you should just believe what he says over me, okay? But I was going to say using like mainstream software or whatever is not necessarily bad because you run the benefit of having... the downside is that there's a lot more people looking for exploits, meaning if an exploit is found, or especially 0-day, meaning somebody has a discovered exploit that the manufacturer doesn't know about or isn't disclosed to the public, then now your system is vulnerable because you're running that. But the upside is now you have a whole proprietary network that is like super invested in making sure their software is secure. All of that goes out the window if you're using out-of-date versions, though. Now you have the worst of all worlds. And out-of-date, the reason why it's important to keep, especially like firmware, operating system, really any software up to date, is that when the software falls out of the security support period, any new exploits that are discovered on the software, unless it's really bad and people are retarded and kick up a huge stink and make a lot of noise, are not going to be patched anymore. So now that's just going to be a permanent attack surface, I guess, that somebody can always use to gain however much access they can get into, depending on what that software is.
Running Android Things 8 or 8.1, which was discontinued in 2021, and that includes security updates. At this time, there are over 900 published vulnerabilities for this OS. Like, someone please explain to me why there are even cameras in the wild recording public activity that aren't even running on supported software. If your phone or your computer or your home security system stop being supported and you want...
Even if HDCP encrypts the digital HDMI stream, the analog electromagnetic emissions from the display panel's pixel switching or cable EM leakage occur after HDCP has already been decrypted locally. I disagree. I think that if you are capturing EM leakage from the cable itself, like where it connects, it sounds like that would still be encrypted. I guess if you could capture what's going on inside the monitor, then that would be post decryption, and that you could probably just demodulate that for some useful data, I think. Would be my guess.
Understood how bad this could make your life, you'd probably be inclined to throw them in the garbage.
Destiny, it's not that wild that these companies can create their own security patches for Android 8, though. Well, yeah, but I mean, like, now you're talking about forking your own version of... Well, I mean, this isn't necessarily the worst idea in the world. I guess you could, but now it's just on the company to do it. But then also, oh, they were talking about the monitors, not the not any connection. Okay, sure.
The way this is supposed to work is when you discover a vulnerability.
Yeah, the problem is if the company goes out of business or whatever else, I don't know.
You attempt to reach out to the company and you give them a 90-day window to release a patch. No shout out, reward, compensation, or bounty is required. However, after those 90 days pass, the discoverer can then post a detailed write-up. Alternatively, some go the bug bounty.
You also have but then it depends on how complex your systems are. Like, you remember the Mimi, what was this guy? Fuck. What did he call this?
One feature. It doesn't which means Wingman won't know how to talk to anybody.
This guy's a Kino channel. But like, imagine you have some sufficiently large-scale project, and now your particular service has fallen out of support or whatever. I feel like, depending on how complex your shit is, if you're going to fork and create your own custom thing, you would have to keep so much stuff out of date, or you would have to be... I feel like that could be a nightmare. I guess it would depend on how complex or sprawling the project is, if you're going to fork and create your own version, because now you have to update so much shit. Maybe, I don't know. This seems like I don't know.
Required, however, them a 90-day window to release a patch. No shout-out, reward, compensation, or bounty is required. However, after those 90 days pass, the discoverer can then post a detailed write-up. Alternatively, some go the bug bounty route, where you report it and get a monetary or reputational reward. However, as explained by John and Josh, this route has commonly started to include non-disclosure agreements. This means that even if the company decides not to pay a reward, the discoverer cannot legally disclose the issue publicly.
So they did offer me a bug bounty. It wasn't very...
I don't know why. It just sounds like the most retarded thing in the world. But apparently you have to be really careful when you do this bug bounty shit, because if the... I guess companies can just fuck you over. They call the police on you and get you arrested. It's just like really not good, I guess. I don't know why some companies fuck you over in that. And it's bad then because people aren't incentivized to turn in exploits to your company. Now people will just publish them or exploit them and make money selling data and expelling shit from your systems.
Legally disclose the issue publicly.
So they did offer me a bug bounty. It wasn't very specific, and it included an NDA prior to knowing anything more. I don't think you're going to improve cybersecurity as a whole through not talking about it.
Early February, I reached out. I disclosed, I want to say 7 to 12 vulnerabilities maybe for the license plate reader and the gunshot detection. They responded within like a day and a half and immediately asked for a video chat, in which, I blocked.
The biggest issue in bug bounty hunting is getting banned by a CDN. What does that mean? Wait, what do you mean? Can you expand on that? I think you were super wrong, but I might have misunderstood. Something that I've heard happen before, I don't know how common this is, but like, let's say you're messing around on your bank's website and you remember, hey, I remember when I used to log into my bank a long time ago, there used to be a there used to be an old login page that only Android phones would go to. I wonder if that works. You go to www.mybank.com/Android phone and you find out, oh, hey, they have a really old public-facing page that is like 15 years old. This page has a huge issue where their inputs aren't sanitized or whatever, right? Or I can start issuing commands to their database or whatever through the login. And let's say that I discover this, okay? Well, in the evil hacker world, maybe you publish this somewhere online, you sell this, you use this to infiltrate their system to gain access to shit, sell data, whatever. Or if you want to be a good guy, a white hack, white mage, nice person, you might email the company and say like, hey, you're a nice company. I see you have a bug bounty program. Well, I have a revenue-related, enterprise class X Delta. I don't know what the fuck they would call it. Some high-level bug. If I disclose this to you, will you pay me for this? Right? I'm disclosing it to you first. I'm not giving it to anybody else. I'm disclosing it to you, and then you pay me because I did a good thing, and I'm not going to make a bunch of money off of fucking your company over. And I've heard that sometimes what will happen is companies will go, they don't say anything. They don't really respond to you, and you're like, oh, okay. And then all of a sudden, like, you go to the webpage and it's not there anymore. And you're like, wait, did you guys fix this? And then the cops show up at your house and like, were you trying to hack this? I was like, excuse me, what? I was trying to do the bug bounty thing. And they're like, oh, well, these people are accusing you of a crime. We have evidence that you tried to log into this thing. And now you're like, what the fuck? I've heard that, I don't know how often, that you accuse them of extortion. I don't know how often this happens anymore, if people still run into problems like this, but I think most reputable, huge software companies will have good, reputable bug bounty programs. Like I'm sure Google, Amazon will have things where you can turn in bugs if you find them and they'll reward you. Some people even have, I don't know what the website is, but some people that do this stuff will have like pages where they can display like rewards or bug bounty catches or whatever. I don't know what the fuck it's called. So ideally that doesn't have anywhere, but I've heard sometimes you can get fucked. I've heard stories of people, I've seen read stories of people getting fucked by trying to do, maybe HackerOne.com. Yeah, fucked by that.
Talking about joint PR statements for the license plate reader and the gunshot detection. They responded within like a day and a half and immediately asked for a video chat, which was
bounty. It wasn't very specific, and it included an NDA prior to knowing anything more. I don't think you're going to improve cybersecurity as a whole through not talking about it.
Early February, I reached out. I disclosed, I want to say 7 to 12 vulnerabilities maybe for the license plate reader and the gunshot detection. They responded within like a day and a half and immediately asked for a video chat, in which, I obliged, talking about joint PR statements and so on and so forth. What ended up happening was they released a PR statement about a month and a half before the 3 months ended, so fairly quickly, without telling me, without referencing me or referencing the issues that I ended up publishing. They also
so it sounds like he got fucked.
never gave me any confirmation that anything was fixed.
There's something really unnerving about going on record with legislators or media and talking about national security. I don't fully understand what defines a threat to national security, and it seems like the type of topic where you don't want to make any mistakes. So I just didn't mention it and kept that term out of my mouth.
The getting fucked is only if you go outside of the scope of the bug bounty program. Ideally, use sites like HackerOne to find your bug bounty programs. Yeah, maybe. I thought that there was somebody that tried to disclose something to Starbucks. Wasn't there a famous one where a guy found, was it like a login for a card and you could use it to get free Starbucks forever? Am I wrong on this? Was it Starbucks or something, or some card thing? And you could just get infinite money on it? And he tried to disclose this for like 3 years and they just didn't listen to him. I think, does anybody know what I'm talking about? I thought there was like years of emails and they just never responded to this guy or gave a fuck about anything this guy was saying or anything, so.
And I just provided our research to those who could. And according to Oregon Senator Wyden and Illinois Representative Krishnamurthy, well, in their words, Flock has unnecessarily exposed Americans' sensitive personal data to theft by hackers and foreign spies. Part of my research was trying to figure out just how effective the adoption of Flock safety and similar ALPR services have been at reducing crime rates or increasing crime clearance rates, and this is a deceptively difficult task. For example, let's do what most people concerningly do these days and ask Google and let AI answer it for us. Well, hey, there you have it. Let's maybe look at those actual sources, though. By the way, I want to take a moment to congratulate Flock Safety on their search engine optimization skills. It's so good that even services that only exist to help companies improve their SEO are like, bro, sorry, it's literally impossible to improve beyond your elite talent. This means that whenever you want to find information about Flock Safety or ALPRs or police cameras, Flock is going to be the most prominent and influential force in your initial results, and subsequently, so will the AI assistance answer. More on that hellscape in a future video. But hey, look, some studies. Let's check them out. Okay, so only 2 of these studies took place after Flock Safety was even incorporated, and they tell us nothing about the efficacy of surveillance or data collection. Flock Safety's website claims that 10% of all crime in America is solved using their services, which is a pretty impressive thing to brag about. However, the source that they cite this claim with was a research paper created by 2 Flock Safety employees that doesn't really outline regional analysis. In other words, crime has been dropping nationally in America since 2021, even in the last year. The first thing that I personally would want...
This guy is like a random, I think he did music a long time ago or something. I don't think he's credentialed in this area at all, but he's like that Peter Miller guy. He's very smart. He's got a good mind, but it's also like he knows things. Like he does a lot of research and he'll learn like discrete facts and everything. For 99% of people making a YouTube video like this, they would say, they sourced something published on ResearchGate, and when I opened it up, both the researchers were from Flock Safety, so I knew it was bullshit. But notice he doesn't say that. He points out that they're citing a paper. It is done by 2 employees. Now, that's not the most uncommon thing in the world. Oftentimes, you will fund your own research because you want to get the positives of your thing out there. But then he goes on to also give a big issue, a methodological issue with the paper, saying, while they say that some percentage of crime was solved, using these things or whatever, we also see that like overall crime rates, we're falling in the United States as well. And like, is there actually some correlation here? Are these cameras actually helping solve more crime than other cameras would? So it was. See how he walked through that whole process? All right. Okay.
By 2 Flock Safety employees that doesn't really outline regional analysis. In other words, crime has been dropping nationally in America since 2021, even in the last year. The first thing that I personally would want to look for is a crime rate and clearance comparison between cities that use Flock Safety services and cities that do not.
Oh, and he's even giving a suggested composition for a new study, or a suggested approach for a new study, a suggested modeling, how to model a different study. What do you like to see? How nice.
When you do it that way, it's extremely difficult to find any meaningful changes related to surveillance technology in general. But there have been other studies not directly related to the surveillance industry. The National Policing Institute did a multi-site evaluation and said that license plate readers can improve public safety, but the technology's impact depends on its implementation. It could just be me, but this sounds quite a bit different than what Flock's CEO is saying.
Over 5,000 cities leveraged Flock to solve north of 14% of all crimes in America. But Flock's story is an Atlanta story. We can now rest assured that if a crime happens in South Downtown, it will be solved.
It wasn't.
What?
In 2023, the Berkeley Police Accountability Board did some data diving and found that ALPRs in other California communities were sometimes more correlated with increases in vehicle theft and lower crime clearance rates. In the case of Bakersfield, California, it was only after ALPRs were installed when the city rose to have the highest motor vehicle theft rate in the United States. The board also noticed that Flock Safety had claimed their services were responsible for a 33% decrease in motor vehicle thefts in Vacaville, California, but were citing data from years before the cameras were even installed. Which brings us to Oakland, California, and in full transparency, I've been informally consulting with and sharing some of this research with their city council Council, who had just delayed a vote on a $2.25 million expansion to its flock safety network. Flock Safety's public website claims that their services have helped Oakland's violent crime clearance rate rise by 11%. Not bad. Well, actually kind of bad, because they failed to mention that violent crime decreased by 19% in that period, which is on par with the FBI crime stats for the entire country. They also conveniently failed to mention that in 2023, Oakland had a violent crime clearance rate of 3%, and that was later acknowledged as an error by the police department themselves, and this was a pretty big news story last year. And the Oakland Police Department were the ones to acknowledge and confirm the error in the first place. So how are so many cities like this failing to call bullshit on these types of claims that may result in millions of tax dollars being spent on these services? This is what I keep running into again and again when researching the efficacy of police surveillance technology. A private business will cite statistics that are often misleading, and somehow nobody from these cities or police departments seem to have actually validated the information quoted in the sales pitches. So all of this aside,
a few videos before this, he developed a method to create a method that creates small changes to music or images that is not noticeable to humans, but makes AI freak the fuck out. Well, that's super cute. When I went to, when I did a show with him, when I was at his whatever house thing, I don't know if he says where he lives, he was talking about research he was doing for that video, unless this was like 2 years ago, in which case it was the same one. But some of the ideas that he was talking about is there's a hearable range. I think humans generally hear from 20 hertz up to 20,000 hertz, from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. And that theoretically you can embed sound depending on the type of encoding you use for the audio file, but you can embed sound at higher frequencies, or you can embed sound in certain ways where you don't really hear it as a person, but when the AI hears it, and then tries to extrapolate from it to make new stuff, it goes fucking crazy. So you could theoretically like poison data with with stuff that wouldn't impact a human reader, but it would impact somebody that was using AI to try to like parse a thing. I'm sure that AI is sophisticated enough to get around it now, but like imagine you create a website where you write a whole essay on the importance of freedom in America, and then in the margins of your paper, you just put child porn, but you like make all the text white. Well, a human reader might open this, and because the text is white, same color as the background, they never see it, but an AI parsing it might see that, and then when you're like, AI, tell me give me a summary of this essay, they might say, this essay is all about child porn in America, or whatever. You're like, wait, what the fuck? And so it's like, I'm sure there are a billion ways to do way more sophisticated data poisoning, but there's ways to hide data or embed data and stuff that a human reader wouldn't really perceive, and it wouldn't impact your experience, but it would mindfuck an AI because the AI doesn't have the same sensory organs that we do, you know?
Even if we're not considering all of these questionable data sources in marketing, sociology is an incredibly chaotic field of study, one that typically requires decades of adeptly sourced data to accurately suggest whether a technology or a policy change reduces crime. For decades, we've been trying to figure out if an increase in police can even reduce crime. So at the very least, there should be an independent, robust meta-analysis to figure out how effective private surveillance and data sharing is before we take money away from other resources to pay for it, right? And without getting too philosophical here, it is worth considering for a second that catching people committing crimes is very different than total antisocial or criminal events. Like a thief or a serial killer or a drug dealer or a drug addict is not going to see a bunch of police cameras and then just tap out from crime and become a plumber. They're just going to commit crimes in a more obfuscated way, which more often than not complicates the process of finding a reformative solution. By the way, what an exhausting amount of sociology studies have figured out over the last 50 years is that high levels of surveillance drastically decreases well-being, morale, and even workplace productivity. If you think about that for a moment, it shouldn't really surprise anyone. If you have a job where you think your superiors are constantly watching you and judging your every move, you'll be concerned with appearing to be productive instead of learning and developing your skills at your natural speed. Or consider this recent study that strongly suggests that high levels of surveillance causes a steep decline in voluntary visual.
Do you remember your redacted interview prep? Jesus. What was the frequency cutoff for FLAC versus MP3 320? I don't know if they asked you the frequency cutoff. My guess for MP3 320 is it's probably 20 kilohertz, right? That'd be my guess. Or it might be higher. Is it 24? I'm trying to think of where FLAC would cut off. There must be some answer, right? Does there need to be some answer? I would have to think about this a little bit. I'm not sure.
Processing, meaning that it quite literally impairs the brain's ability to process and recognize human faces.
Depends on the sampling rate? Well, it shouldn't matter. The sampling rate should never go above don't remember any of these numbers. Is it 48 kilohertz? That would make but that would mean that the cutoff or whatever is going to be 24. What the fuck am I thinking of? Why am I retarded right now? Hold on. Your stereo it's either 44.1 or 48, right? Or am I making this up? Yeah. If your sample rate is 48 kilohertz, then FLAC should cut off at 24, and cutting it off at 24 should still allow you to perfectly reconstruct the 48 kilohertz wave, right?
And once again, this is one of those things that you hear and you're like, what? But when you think about it, it's not all that surprising. When you feel like you're in an environment where you are intrinsically not trusted, you're going to be far less likely to make friendly or meaningful social connections with others.
Not me. I like it when everybody's being monitored.
And I'm sorry, but that just doesn't sound anything like a safe environment to me. And that's on top of an exhaustive amount of studies outlining exactly how and why increased surveillance decreases well-being and mental health. But some people seemingly only read the studies conducted by companies trying to sell them something. Meet Mike Johnston, the mayor of Denver. At first, it seemed like he had the same careful agnosticism.
Wrong way around. Oh, wait, do you have to double the sample rate to reconstruct it bit perfect? So the perfect sample rate would be 96 hertz, 96 kilohertz then. Sorry. Fuck you.
Meet Mike Johnston, the mayor of Denver.
Hi,
At first,
Mike.
it seemed like he had the same careful agnosticism about flock safety cameras that many researchers have.
Our flock cameras are shut off to every federal agency, everyone outside the state of Colorado, everyone outside the city and county of Denver, and no one can access them other than Denver Police Department officers.
You could interpret all of the research that I showed you in this video however you like, but the way I interpreted it was that it technically demonstrated and proved that statement to be false. But guys, don't worry about this.
Could a federal law enforcement agency use this database to track someone down on an ice hold and arrest them? No, because the system is not designed to do that.
In just over a year of data of usage of Denver's flock safety services, queries openly admitting to be used for immigration services amounted to over 1,800. Mike even warns us of the grave dangers of cutting this data off from external communities.
I want to be clear, this is a risk on public safety. If you have someone that commits a crime in Lakewood and flees into Denver, they will not be able to find that person in Denver. You know, we had a trans woman who was kidnapped and murdered, picked up in Denver, murdered in Lakewood. We solved that crime because Denver and Lakewood could talk to each other across a flock camera database.
Except that didn't happen at all. He's referring to the death of Jax Grafton, which was not a solved murder. Jax's mother was more than happy to speak her mind about this.
I'm shocked and appalled that a public official would use my daughter and claim that flock had anything to do with her being found.
Fortunately, as a result of all of this bullshit and citizen backlash, the Denver City Council overwhelmingly voted to not renew the flock safety contract. And in their council letter on the issue, they went as far as calling out flock safety's ethics and credibility. And I quote, "We do not believe that the city and county of Denver should continue doing business with a company that has demonstrated such disregard for honesty and accountability." Whoa, now hold on before you celebrate your renewal of faith in humanity. Mayor Mike Johnson sidestepped City Council and signed the flock safety contract anyway, which council members are now calling a backroom deal with a known bad actor. And all of this shit happened just in time for police to drive out from Columbine Valley, Colorado.
You hear up to about 20 kilohertz sound, so you need 40 kilohertz sample rate. Not me. I hear up to 36, bitch.
To knock on a woman's door in Denver with a summons wrongfully accusing her of stealing a package off of someone's porch. Any guesses on what technology?
Oh, and that one guy is correct. He said the video quality is bad because the SDR didn't have the bandwidth. Digital video doesn't slowly degrade as noise gets worse. They just drop it entirely, which would imply it's a purely analog signal being picked up. If there's a signal and as you get further and further away, it's degrading, that means that you are picking up, that must be an analog signal and not necessarily a digital one, because a digital one will probably drop out completely. It'll come in and out. It won't just degrade, right?
They're citing as evidence?
Flock cameras.
You know we have cameras in that town. You can't get a breath of fresh air in or out of that place without us knowing, correct?
Whoa. Agent Smith.
To be fair, that seems like a pretty safe prison city. While the officer refused to look at the overwhelming dash cam, porch camera, and Google Maps evidence exonerating the woman, fortunately, the police chief eventually did. But this makes one ponder. What's the result when this happens to a 19-year-old black dude? Notably, this year, people in communities across the United States have been increasingly concerned about or opposed to the rapid expansion of private surveillance in their communities. A lot of people have been noticing more and more of these little black cameras with the solar panels and just assumed that they were innocently monitoring traffic flow or maybe giving a dispatcher a better idea of who or what to send to deal with an accident. But now they're finding out what they do and what they're capable of doing, and a lot of people are just like, yeah, f*** that. And
You know what? I have a theory on this bullshit, okay? My theory is that people are not actually that upset about surveillance stuff. My theory is that all of us agree that the rules as written is bullshit. It just gives somebody an excuse to get you if you're doing some real fuck shit. So like, for instance, at work, you know that you're not supposed to be goofing off. You're not supposed to be on your phone. You're not supposed to do whatever, right? You know that. And you even accept, yeah, that's probably a fair rule. But you know you're going to goof off. You know you're going to waste time. And your bosses know you're also going to goof off. You're going to waste time. Like, it's part of this social contract, social fabric, okay? That that's just like an agreement that we all kind of have. Speeding, I think, is a really good example of this, right? The speeding laws written at 70 miles per hour means that, like, the reason why we write it at 70 is so that if somebody's going 95, they get really fucked, right? Now, maybe it's safe to travel on this interstate. Texas, whatever, 85 is probably safe. But if some guy's going 95, now he's only going 10 over? Well, 95, 100 miles an hour, only 15 over, right? I feel like we write these laws knowing that we have like this social agreement, right? Like, get the fuck off my back, manager. I'm working hard. I'm not going to be on like fucking 24/7. You're paying me fucking $7.25 an hour. You think I'm going to be 100% plugged in and engaged like an automaton? You don't own my brain. But as soon as you start sticking cameras in, that selective enforcement becomes mandatory compliance. And now we're looking at these things and it's like, bruh, really? You're going to fucking ding me every single fucking time I step out of line? I thought these lines were blurry. For instance, and I'd be curious if there was some way to like sociologically or psychologically study this. Imagine there was a city and they said, here's what we're doing. We're going to put in cameras on all the interstates to write speeding tickets, but it's only going to write speeding tickets. Let's say the max speed limit of the state is 70 miles an hour. It's only going to write speeding tickets for people going over 105. I wonder if the citizens would care anywhere near as much as opposed to like stop sign cameras and like pure speeding ticket cameras. Like if you go 72, they're writing you a ticket. I wonder if it was like, we're only writing tickets for over 105 with the cameras. I feel like the acceptance rate would be significantly higher because people would be like, you know what, that's fine to enforce. You know? I'm curious. I don't know how true that is or if it would or wouldn't, but yeah, I'm curious about that.
Now, every few days, I hear about another city pushing back and deciding to take down flock safety cameras. However, in some cases, a city formally deciding that they no longer want flock safety services or cameras somehow doesn't result in them going away. After finding out that ICE was using their cameras without their knowledge or consent, the Chicago suburb of Evanston decided that they wanted them removed. So flock safety then reinstalled most of them. And since you can't own a flock safety device, only lease it, the city or police department would be handling and potentially damaging private property when removing them. So now Evanston, Illinois is spending tax dollars on legal expenses for cease and desist letters and covering the cameras with plastic sheeting to protect residents from being tracked by them. But my previous video about this topic came way too late.
The red light cameras had to go because they couldn't defend them, at least in Florida. Defendant court, to be clear. I mean, now that I know more about law, maybe I should read those cases and feel like I'm vibing this hard. But my vibes truly feel that even a judge, every attorney, that anybody looking is like, bruh, a full stop? You want me to come to a full motherfucking stop at every stop sign, at every red light? Fuck that. Fuck no. And fuck this. And even the judge saw it and he was like, fuck this. I need to confront my accuser. Fuck you. I don't know. But I could be wrong. Maybe the legal argument is actually really solid against those types of cameras. Another good example, people that have personal devices in collateral areas that don't actually matter. Everyone knows, no one cares, but you can't say everyone's doing it or you're fucked. What do you mean personal devices in collateral areas? What does that mean?
And covering the cameras with plastic sheeting to protect residents from being tracked by them. But my previous video about this topic came way too late. Organizations like Lucy Parsons Labs and Sassy South have been pushing back for years. Another great example, Will Freeman, who's a software engineer who started DFlock last year.
Around a year ago, I was taking a road trip from Seattle to Huntsville, Alabama, and I ran into so many of these along the way in these like really small towns. I wanted to do what most cities weren't doing and actually tell people what these things are, where they are, and how many there are.
Will is more or less simply trying to keep a map and publicly accessible record of deployed cameras. I think this is something that both local governments and flock safety should already be doing, and you'd probably have a hard time finding anyone who disagrees with that, right?
I'd never gotten a cease and desist before. But luckily, before this even happened, the EFF reached out via email and just said that they were there if we needed anything. So I reached out to them, and then they were able to send a response, actually 2 responses, because their lawyers sent another letter back saying basically like, we don't care, we think you're wrong anyway.
Flock's cease and desist here was pertaining to trademark, which in my opinion seems like an absurdly frivolous way to try and bully someone to take down a website that simply provides the public with some transparency about surveillance that their tax dollars pay for. But Garrett Langley, the founder and CEO of Flock Safety, doesn't see it this way.
And then unfortunately there's terroristic organizations like DFlock.
I'm so sorry. Did I misunderstand something here? How can you call it torturous interference if the information is like just publicly accessible? Now, if these guys were like hacking your company and like invading your, like doing some crazy shit, but if it's all like publicly accessible shit because your software sucks. Also, hold on. Hold up. Does this guy look like a slightly happier version of Carl Tanner from The Wall? The guy who kills the one dude? I think I get this one. You got to give me this one. I think you got to give me this one. You got to give me this one a little bit. A little bit, right?
Primary motivation is chaos. They are closer to Antifa than they are anything else.
I mean, what? Are you okay, bro? Also, that was a good pause.
Where do you even begin with this? Firstly, if you're going to live action roleplay The Dark Knight, at least watch the movie up until the point where Lucius Fox and Batman both agree that their mass surveillance system is grossly unethical and intentionally destroy it. Secondly, using buzzwords like Antifa doesn't exactly invite rational or good faith discourse. You trolled this guy with legal...
Excuse me, stop. The Trudgelmer. You are spamming my YouTube chat. Stop spamming. Stop spamming my YouTube chat. Stop spamming my YouTube chat. Thank you.
To the point where Lucius Fox and Batman both agree that their mass surveillance system is grossly unethical and intentionally destroy it. Secondly, using buzzwords like Antifa doesn't exactly invite rational or good faith discourse. You trolled this guy with legal demands and then publicly accused him of being a terrorist. But the key takeaway of this interview for me...
But that's why we have a democratically elected process, right? Like, we're not forcing flock on anyone.
Let me make something clear. My little farm here is not exactly in a dense urban environment. We don't even have sidewalks. I literally cannot leave my neighborhood to go get groceries or ship out a package without passing a flock camera and having my activities logged into a database that is shared to a much larger regional database. I am not allowed to know who has access to this information, and the people sharing my local information regionally or even nationally most likely do not know exactly who has access to it. I didn't sign up for flock safety. I never consented to it. I've never had an opportunity to vote for it. I do not have the option to opt out of it. And then after researching and taking some pictures of the cameras that are constantly photographing me and seeking more information about them, I coincidentally get cops in my driveway waking my family members up, asking weird questions, and freaking my neighbors out. Now I'm shelving educational video projects to pay attorneys and constantly have to make sure someone is around to take care of my animals because every day I'm not sure if I'm going to be f***ing detained for literally not breaking a single law. We're not forcing flock on anyone, lacks so much perspective and is packed with so much delusion and cognitive dissonance that even Forbes senior editor can't manage to keep a straight face through the sentence.
We're not forcing flock on anyone. May I help you?
Here are just a few of the many strange events regularly happening at Ben's home and lab this month that may or may not be associated
God, I've been
with
there.
this video.
It's somebody being like, what the f*** are you doing? Literally all the neighbors are freaked out.
Wait, who walks around with with a wireless headset from 1999 on their head? What is this?
I think it's just recording video. Would it be illegal if I took my out? Let's just be honest for a second and state the obvious.
Ooh, we had that debate.
These cameras aren't exactly little impenetrable fortresses. They're plastic Android cameras and compute boxes mounted 7 feet off the ground with hose clamps. And in many cases, they can be found in semi-rural areas where one has trouble finding a stop sign that doesn't have bullet holes in it. And there are a whole lot of people who absolutely despise these cameras, but we're being patient and we're taking the high road. We're asking our local, state, and federal governments to not throw our tax dollars at a fast-scaling tech startup before adequately researching the risks and rewards, and especially before vetting the hardware and software services that are harvesting our information. It might seem like my research and videos on this topic are anti-flock, and to some degree, because of delusional shit like this, they are. But we also should...
Wait, what did I say? Hold on.
Research and videos on this topic are anti-flock, and to some degree, because of delusional
AI startup Flock thinks it can eliminate all crime. What? Well, this is stupid. Oh, I understand. Ben thinks this is stupid because Trump already eliminated all the crime.
shit like this, they are. But we also shouldn't deny that there's a long list of companies trying everything they can to take flock safety's place on the leaderboard. If somehow we all woke up tomorrow morning and flock ceased to exist, another startup would quickly be in their place promising to help police solve crime in exchange for taxpayer money. But do you want to know what I find absolutely outrageous? That over 80,000 surveillance cameras were installed all over the country. And
Fuck, somebody typed something in chat a little bit ago that I wanted to point out that's kind of funny. I wrote in the beginning of my abortion thing that sometimes when you're getting like very intellectual about a thing, sometimes it's good to take a step back and just think about what you're saying in the macro. I've used this example several times, but like in music, when you're doing analysis of passages and you're trying to analyze like key changes, or you're trying to analyze some piece, the chordal structure, you might look at a piece and you're starting to write like really crazy chords that aren't real chords. You're writing like major sevens and you're looking at like classical era music, or you're writing like just crazy like stuff that just doesn't make sense. And sometimes it's good to put the pencil down and then play the song and just listen. It's like, what the fuck am I hearing? And you'll realize as you listen, like this sounds very normal. If you play and you back up a little, it's like, okay, there's a key change here. You can hear it. It's obvious. You hear it. It's like a sanity check on like all the crazy shit you're writing. Somebody in chat made a good point earlier about reading electromagnetic radiation off of the camera in order to decrypt it and put together an image. That in a way, that's kind of an argument of futility, because if you're ever in a case where you can read EM radiation from like the lens of a camera or something, you can also just look at what the camera's looking at. Now, there's an argument to be made that a more finely tuned sensor could pull different types of information off or whatever. But that's technically it's a good point, right? Like, holy shit, if I aim this device at this camera within 6 feet, I can see exactly what the camera's seeing. And it's like, that's true, but you could also just look at what the camera's seeing, and it's effectively the same thing. There are other factors that would augment that same, but it's an interesting point.
Absolutely outrageous is promising to help police solve crime in exchange for taxpayer money. But do you want to know what I find absolutely outrageous? That over 80,000 surveillance cameras were installed all over the country, and I'm not aware of a single public audit of the devices, the services, or the technology. And if there was, they would have found the exact same low-hanging fruit detailed in this video. And that's the big difference here that we need to constantly be acknowledging. Your government supposedly exists to keep order, security, and safety for society. Flock Safety exists to make money. They're not a charity, they're a $7.5 billion tech startup reportedly preparing to launch an IPO. And by far, their biggest investor is
No, wait, Ben said the plan would be to attach a dongle to the cable on the camera that transmits the decoded signal to wherever you want. Yeah, sure. Like I said, theoretically, there's other applications as well. Wait, somebody said, yeah, these vulnerabilities are going to be aware, but realistically are only going to be exploited by Stuxnet level operations. So the reason why that's not necessarily true is that if one of these vulnerabilities, never, ever, ever underestimate in ingenuity and capitalism, okay? If there's a lot of money to be made by exploiting camera systems like this, then what you saw earlier in this video where he was like, if you have this device and you take this device and you plug in this device to the blah, 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 right? If somebody realizes, oh shit, if I do all this, there's a way that I can make money. All of this shit in 6 months will be on a USB dongle and it'll just do it automatically. You'll plug it in and it'll do whatever you need it to do and somebody will be fucking your shit up. So if there's an exploit out there and it can be used to make money, there will be an investment of time, talent, money, resources into figuring out how to mass produce it.
80,000 surveillance cameras were installed all over the country, and I'm not aware of a single public audit of the devices, the services, or the technology. And if there was, they would have found the exact same low-hanging fruit detailed in this video. And that's the big difference here that we need to constantly be acknowledging. Your government supposedly exists to keep order, security, and safety for society. Flock Safety exists to make money. They're not a charity, they're a $7.5 billion tech startup reportedly preparing to launch an IPO. And by far, their biggest investor is Andreessen Horowitz. So this is pretty simple stuff. Should we trust civilian data with a company who is partially controlled and funded by Andreessen Horowitz? Well, let's see. Mark Andreessen was a board member of Facebook during the Cambridge Analytica scandal and was one of the people on the hook for over $8 billion in privacy violation settlement. A16Z's portfolio company, Coinbase, exposed sensitive information of 69,000 customers. Even the A16Z website itself had flaws allowing hackers to view sensitive information about their portfolio companies. There's so much. What else? LendUp was shut down in 2021 for repeatedly breaking the law and cheating its own customers. TELUS deceived their customers into thinking that they were putting their money into FDIC-insured savings accounts. Wise was involved in funding Hamas and pig-butchering crypto schemes. But no, I'm sure this time it'll be fine. I'm so sure that it'll be fine that I'm not even going to look under the hood. I have an idea, and it's a pretty obvious conclusion to all of this, and I think it's an idea that anyone watching this can agree on, well, except for maybe the people invested in government surveillance, but hear me out. If a private company wants to offer services to the government that are related to national security, public surveillance, or processing data that will be used within the public justice system, they will have to pay an application fee and provide access to any hardware or software that they intend to put in public. This application fee will hire a small team of independent security researchers who are vetted and unaffiliated with the services or products that they're researching.
One of the big issues here, I know Ben knows this, I'm just fleshing this out more. I know for a fact he knows this, okay? But one of the issues here is when you say the government, we're really talking about very different things. If you're trying to sell something to the federal government or to state governments, depending on the state, or to city governments, really depending on the city, sometimes they don't have the resources for fucking any of this. If I go to like hodunk towns in Nebraska, Iowa, Arkansas, Louisiana, whatever, like these people are not going to have the resources or even the know-how to hire an independent team of forensic experts to validate or verify some sort. Like they're just not going to be able to do it. If I was selling some shit to New York City or like LA or whatever county, like sure, maybe these things could, or state governments for larger states or the federal government they could, but this is an opportunity where the government could step in and be involved. Like the federal government could step in and make an approved list of vendors or something. Ideally, they would have to comply to some set of standards. I would say.
Small team of independent security researchers who are vetted and unaffiliated with the services or products that they're researching. This team will essentially do exactly what we did in this video, but with adequate resources. If problems are discovered, CVEs will be published and responsible disclosure will be followed, which would presumably help the company tighten things up without having to pay bug bounties. And if no major problems are discovered, then the company will receive a rating that will be valid for 1 year until they have to renew their vendor license and get a less intensive inspection. This is not too much to ask. You can't open
Also, just as a quick random aside, just because I will be forever triggered by Republicans saying that Signal is an approved app. The reason why SCIFs are important is this video covers one of 50 billion different types of attack surfaces, like some place that people access data or some shit from that could be exposed to some attack, right? The reason why SCIFs are important is because they try to control for a lot of this bullshit. You're in a secured, compartmentalized environment that is protected by a lot of these unknown things. So you're not going to have shit that you didn't even know had an attack vector or had some exploit or vulnerability, or that you didn't even know you were using it is being used to leak or expel data from some thing that you're working on. This is why the argument that like, oh, well, Signal is a good app, I should be able to do whatever I want. You have no idea if the room that you're in is tapped or if the like there's if somebody's outside your door listening, there's a trillion different reasons why that might be a stupid that would be a stupid thing to assume, and why we have secured environments to operate in.
Things up without having to pay bug bounties. And if no major problems are discovered, then the company will receive a rating that will be valid for 1 year until they have to renew their vendor license and get a less intensive inspection. This is not too much to ask. You can't open a hair salon without a license. You can't keep a McDonald's open without a health inspection. You can't legally drive a car past a flock safety camera without taking a routine driver's test and having a vehicle that passes basic safety requirements. This is an apolitical, common sense solution to a really big problem. I'm going to formally propose it to legislators I'm in contact with, and I think it'd be really useful if you wrote, emailed, and called your representative senators and state attorney generals proposing the same thing. I don't believe that humans are intrinsically right or left, but if you haven't noticed, finding objectivity in the media right now is like being a grasshopper stuck in the middle of a football field. I'm very familiar with Ground News. I've been a paying customer of the service for years. It's an app and a website that collects news articles from around the world and organizes them by political bias, reliability, and potential conflicts of interest, such as media ownership. Ground News themselves are independently owned and funded by subscribers like myself, and they're vetted by 3 different independent news monitoring organizations. So here's an example. Here we have this AI-generated drone illustration.
A problem with Signal, for example, is if you're a fucking retard, a journalist can take a picture of your phone. Yes, people sometimes will get so in their mind about security that sometimes they forget about the simplest attack, vectors. Like, I'm on the most secure fucking device on 52 fucking layers of blah, 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 blah. But you're like on a podcast entering your password and a camera just caught you typing in a thing. It's like, oh, right. Or yeah, on an airplane, some journalist is behind you with his iPhone 7 zoomed in, just recording your screen. Like, oh, well, looks like none of the encryption, none of that shit fucking mattered. They literally are reading your messages, right? It didn't seem to help at all, yeah.
Hovering over protesters, and it's warning them that they're being monitored by predator drones orbiting over Los Angeles. Yes, orbiting. I suppose if people could believe that the Earth is flat, then people could believe that LA is a celestial body. Okay, so I head over to Ground News to see if this is even a thing, and kablam, it is. And then you can see these bias filters, which you could use as a sort of political compass or an amusing joyride to see how cooked we all are. Or I can easily see who owns the media source, and then their factuality score from 3 different news monitoring organizations.
The XQCD comic about a group of muggers beating up a crypto guy until he spills his password. Yeah, I'm aware that there's stuff... yeah, torturing people or whatever is a thing, but like That's like such an out there thing. You're like, well, that's, you know, I'm not going to get tortured. And you're 99% you're not. But don't think about just like that. That's like an extreme example. There are a billion different ways that your information could be found if you're not like being fastidious with your passwords or data or whatever, right? Like it could be as stupid as, like theoretically, somebody could access your device and unencrypt everything on the drive with your swipe code or whatever, right? It could be as stupid as somebody knows that I go to eat at a restaurant a bunch. They go to visit that restaurant and they make friends with whoever they need to make friends with, and they are in an area where they can view like security footage, and they just see you on a thing, right? Like if there's security camera footage of you ever going to this restaurant and you open your phone, all they would have to do is see that one time on video, and now they have the decryption code for your phone. So if you're ever around them, I'm giving you this is like a hyper technical scenario. It could be just as easy as standing behind you at a party and watching you, swipe your phone. Like there are services, there are ways, there are vectors or whatever like this for attacks that all the protection in the world, could theoretically not help you. Like this is why, in my opinion, I say in my opinion, I'm pretty sure these are common security practices. The best types of security are securities that can't be, you can't make a mistake. This, at the beginning of my stream, ironically enough, we were talking about like, oh, why do you like two computers? Because I can't leak from one to the other. It's impossible. Yeah, I can't drag it over. It's literally not possible. The nice thing I imagine about SCIFs are the way that the room is set up or whatever. A person, even if they make bad decisions inside the environment, they can't fuck it up because it just doesn't work. You can't do that. One of the reasons why my little DDoS protection guide so long ago that utilized PuTTY and VPSs to connect to Skype so that you wouldn't leak an IP address. One of the reasons why that was such a good solution was because the way that it worked was in the Windows Defender files, you would you would localhost you would ban Skype from connecting to the internet ever. And then you would go to the Skype program and you would enter into Skype. The only proxy I ever want you to use is 127.0.0.1. And so since Skype is banned from ever going on the internet, it would look to your local host to see if you're hosting your PuTTY tunnel that's connected to your VPS to hide your IP address. If for whatever reason you fucked up something, if you didn't open PuTTY or you forgot, or you didn't pay for your EC2 micro instance on Amazon, whatever, if something wasn't working, then it would just not connect because Windows is literally borrowing it from borrowing it from making any connection. Things should theoretically be impossible to fuck up. If you ever have a security measure that relies on a user doing the correct actions to make sure that the security is working, my guess is that in all modern security implementations, that would be considered not good, bullshit. You would just plan for that to be it's not even real. I don't even think it's a real security. You can't do that, right? If it requires some action on the user's part to ensure the security.
Organizations. And then if I'm feeling brave, I can use the blind spot feature to see the news stories that my own personal internet echo chamber isn't showing me. And as usual, when I have a sponsor on this channel, any profit from that sponsorship will go to UNICEF Ukraine. Russia is actively targeting Ukraine's infrastructure, and nothing spoils the holidays like knowing that you didn't help children freezing to death. If you're into this, you can subscribe to get 40% off the Vantage plan by scanning this QR code or using my link, ground.news/Ben. In my last video on this, I talked a lot about ethics. I talked a lot about how ALPRs and AI cameras could be misused and how they already have been misused. I outlined how I believe it easily violates Americans' Fourth Amendment rights. And here is some feel-good information that you probably don't get to hear much of in 2025. This is a completely nonpartisan issue. One could use this type of surveillance to track people that ICE intends to capture or deport, or one could use this type of surveillance to track ICE.
Social engineering can only be countered with education, which is tough, and even then your institutions can be social engineered. True. But your counter to that is just compartmentalizing information as much as possible. That's like access controls. The most retarded human beings should have the access to the least amount of data, right?
To sabotage and warn people about raids. It could be used to track a woman leaving her state to get an abortion. It can also be used to track someone driving around during a lockdown during a pandemic. There is no civilian anywhere who is always 100% aligned with their government throughout their entire life.
I am.
If mass surveillance sounds good to you today, then it probably wouldn't have sounded good to you 5 years ago, and I guarantee you that it won't sound good to you at some point in the future. This isn't a right versus left thing, or a Republican versus Democrat thing, or an empathy versus logic thing. It's an authoritarian versus individual thing. Privacy is a form of power that increases your control over your own destiny. And right now, you're at a junction where you're made to be so scared of your neighbor neighbors that you might be willing to give up that power. Or you can simply say, no, I refuse to pay for my every movement to be tracked by my government through a for-profit company that hasn't even been adequately vetted to protect my security. But for this to stop, you need to use your voice and you need to get involved. There are links in the description to show you exactly how to do that. This video is by far the most time-consuming, impactful, expensive, and collaborative product I've done on this channel or with this nonprofit. Obviously, it would have not been possible without John Gainsek's incredible and thorough research or Joshua Michael's determination, ethics, and skill set. If you work in government and listened to that part a few minutes ago about setting up a research team to verify technology vendors courting for government contracts, both John and Josh's websites with their contact information can be found in the description. I also need to thank the exhaustive level of work from Ed Vogel, Sassy, Lucy Parsons Labs, my legal counsel, Albert Sellers LLP, and those incredibly brave individuals who trusted me with information that could get them in a lot of trouble for sharing. They put the safety and common good of society above their own interests, and I want to acknowledge how meaningful and frankly beautiful that is. I want to thank all the legislators, police officers, and commissioners who, instead of calling me a terrorist, participated in a civil discussion on how to serve their communities better. But most of all, I want to thank my Patreon members. It might not seem like it, but this video and the associated research, the fact-checking, the legal counsel cost tens of thousands of dollars. And quite literally, without the support of my Patreon members, independent research like this would be impossible for me. If you want to join the community and pitch in for more content like this, as well as a whole lot of dorky and sciencey and artsy content, and be part of an incredible Discord community and forum full of like-minded folks, and a monthly songwriting challenges, you can join for as little as $1.
Wow.
Thanks for watching. Keep creating. Bye.
Thanks. My professor used to say, no security is 100%. Cybersecurity is about making data take more effort than the payoff is worth. I mean, I feel like that's strictly true when you talk about like how long it takes to decrypt stuff. But I mean, there's a lot of different ways. Yeah, someone in one of these cybersec guys in my kick chat, there could always be a crazy 0 day, some exploit in fucking Windows that fucks or some crazy shit theoretically. At that point, I think, yeah, compartmentalizing stuff, having good practices, like forcing resets on passwords every 30 days or some bullshit, like stuff like that is probably... Yeah, it's very rarely, though. Actually, I shouldn't even say that. I almost talked some shit. I was going to say very rarely is it 0 days. It's usually just like phishing and stuff. It wouldn't surprise me if it was like phishing attacks and ordinary social engineering that were corrupting systems. But it could be that like a lot of the massive hacks maybe that China and shit were doing, maybe those were 0 days. I'm not sure. I don't know. Did you see the Game Awards nominees? E33 got nominated in every single one of them. Yeah, cute. Password rotation isn't recommended anymore. I don't think Destiny. Good, fuck you. Maybe not. Password resets every 30 days is so 2000 and late. It's all about enabling MFA, enabling conditional access policies to block sign-ins from untrusted devices and geofencing sign-ins to your Zscaler / Corporate tunnel. Wow. In my mind, doing the expiring passwords... Okay, hold on. Before it says anything, there are two huge reasons why I feel like this is a bad idea. The first reason is that users will just simply increment their password in a highly predictable way that makes it worthless, number one. And then the second reason is that passwords become so obfuscated that you end up using some secondary, probably plain text or like off-system reader for a password. Meaning you write it on a fucking sticky note, or you just write it in a plain text notepad or something. The password becomes far more accessible because you just can't remember it. Those would be the two biggest mindfucks, would be my guess. Regular password expiry is a common requirement in many security policies. However, in the password guidance published in 2015, damn, how old is this article? Published 2016. Okay, it's been not recommended for a long time. Let's consider how we might limit the harm that comes from an attacker who knows a user's password. The obvious answer is to make the compromised password useless by forcing the legitimate user to replace it with a new one that the attacker doesn't know. Also, yeah, this doesn't even make sense because then, so what? They had access to the system for some period of time? What does changing a password even tell us? What information does changing a password confer to us at all? I don't even know what that. I don't even know why you would actually. Actually, I don't even know at all why you would do this. Yeah, I don't know. Because if somebody had access to an account at one point, who's to say what? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know why you would ever do this, I guess. Let's consider how we might limit the harm. The obvious answer is to make the compromised password. The problem is that this doesn't take into account the inconvenience to users, the usability costs of forcing users to frequently change their passwords. The majority of password policies force us to use passwords that we find hard to remember. Our passwords have to be as long as possible and as random as possible. And while we can manage this for a handful of passwords, we can't do this for dozens of passwords. I can. We now use in our online lives. To make matters worse, most password policies insist that we have to keep changing them, and when forced to change one, the chances are that the new password will be similar to the old one. Okay, so there's one. Yeah, you just increment the number. Attackers can exploit this weakness. Destiny, it's to mitigate effects of potential unknown data breaches. That's basically it. I mean, I feel like when it comes to security, I feel like it's a binary, it's a binary. This has either been exposed or it hasn't been exposed. And you would never operate on some percentage basis. So like, for instance, let's say that there is, let's say that your computer system forces you to change your password every month. Let's say that 2 weeks into the month, a huge database goes live with a bunch of leaked passwords. And let's say then that your computer forces you, thank God, to change your password at the end of the month. Well, let's say that you find out later, let's say you didn't know, let's say you find out later, oh wow, my password was exposed for 2 weeks, but at least my computer made me change my password. Like, that's so cool. While it's true that you're technically more secure in that it was only exposed for 2 weeks for somebody to have unauthorized access to your system, that doesn't really matter. Like, if you would still wipe everything and restart, because you would assume that good data practices, or you would just assume that everything was compromised, because it could have been. So I don't know what the fuck the point would ever even be of having, a 30-day or week-long or whatever expiring passwords. You would just assume whatever was exposed has to be wiped and you start over anyway, New password may have been used elsewhere, and attackers can exploit this too. The new password is also more likely to be written down. Oh, yeah, there it is. New passwords are also more likely to be forgotten, and this carries the productivity cost of users being locked out of their accounts and service desks having to reset passwords. One of those counterintuitive security scenarios. The more often users are forced to change passwords, the greater the overall vulnerability to attack. What appear to be a perfectly sensible long-term. Okay. Witkoff retard OPSEC moment from just now. Steve Witkoff's initial reaction to the article, the comment has been deleted. Scoop, U.S. secretly drafting new plan to end Ukraine war. David Lawler and me report for Axios. Steve Witkoff. He must have got this from K. What am I supposed to... Look at the comments? People are guessing. Oh yeah, it was a stupid tweet, I guess. I don't know what this is with OPSEC. It's just retarded. I've seen, there's a lot of like memes like this. You entered Joe Smith's password. Maybe your email is joe.smith@gmail.com. This is like a programming humor subreddit thing. Palpatine trying to pick up what's left of gloopy Anakin on Mustafar. I don't know why. Thank you.
See this every day, and my prediction.
Would a $2,000 dividend check be inflationary?
Every day, and my prediction is that first quarter, second quarter, what we are going to see is we have brought the inflation down. It is curving down. And real income, the other side of that equation is real income growth, and we are going to see this from all this investment.
Wait.
Down, and real income, the other side of that equation is real income growth, and we are going to see this from all this investment.
Would a $2,000 tariff dividend check going to people be inflationary?
Well, there are a lot of things that are going to happen next year.
Is that one of them?
And that could be one of them. And again, maybe we could persuade Americans to save that, because one of the things that's going to happen.
Here's your $2,000. Why don't we just give them fucking treasury bonds or whatever? Just give them that then. Just give them like, here's your $2,000 bond. It's what's the kid you get like I don't know how I don't think I think I bought treasury bonds a long time ago as a meme. Can you buy like a 3-year bond or a 5-year and just make them there? Boom.
Next year, the Trump accounts, every child who was born from January 1st for the next 3 years is going to get a government account that goes into the stock market. So every American child born for the next 3 years, starting January 1st, is going to have that. They can take it out when they're 18. They're going to learn the power of compounding, and there's going to be a lot of financial literacy around that. And I think the reason that we saw kind of the disastrous election in New York is young people don't feel like they have a stake in the economy. So we want to give them a stake in the economy.
We know that.
Sounds like socialism to me, Chief. What if Gavin Newsom quietly pushed for the trigger language to be removed from Prop 50 because he knew that the Texas map was a racial gerrymander and he would be struck down? The reality is, and the reason why I would never, ever, ever have trigger language, ever, is because I would never in my life leave it up to the fucking Supreme Court to make some bullshit-ass interpretation of what a trigger thing means. Fuck that. If you put trigger language and they're saying, if they racially redistrict, blah, 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 then I don't want some bullshit challenge. And then it goes to the Supreme Court like, well, actually, we looked at Texas and we found out that they didn't actually use trigger language. I actually spent like a week before I made this tweet. Fuck. I don't even remember what it was. How much money did I say I would give if Finkelstein could prove that I got paid by Israel? What was the number that I put? Does anybody remember? Did I put 100K? Did I actually? Oh, there it is. I actually thought a long time. Wait, was it a week? It wasn't a week. It was a full day. Why did I think it was? Oh, no. I thought about issuing this challenge a long time ago for a while, and I didn't do it. But then I saw this. He made the same claim again. And the reason why I didn't do it in the past, but then I saw him make this claim again, I'm like, fuck, is because I'm trying to think. He says that it turns out that an Israeli lobby group actually paid to get Destiny debate. So this is his claim.
I'm a book person, old-fashioned. And then he gets back to me about 3 weeks later, and he says, how would you like to debate Benny Morris? I said, sure. Exactly. It was so strange. I then thought to myself, if I refused, sorry, I'm very smart. He knows his stuff, for sure. And Benny Morris, this thing, I said, I'll debate with my good friend, very smart guy, Muin Rabbani, top of the line, and we have the same political outlook. So why do I mention it? A few months later, I'm having a conversation with a friend of mine, and he says to me, Destiny was paid to be on with you. I said, no, nobody told me that. He said, yeah, he described it, because he was discreet. He described it as a Israel advocacy group, had groomed him to debate me, and had, I'm using the words he said, paid him handsomely to debate me. And it's an unimpeachable source. By the way, the person who told me this is not political at all. Just by coincidence, he could say with absolute certainty, and I know it,
So I finally bet him this time. I was like, fuck it, why not? But in the past, the reason why I didn't issue this is because I was thinking, like, what if I issue this bet? Now, like, now, obviously, I am who I am, so I know that this is a false claim. I know it's 100% false. But, like, what if I issue this bet publicly, and then it turns out that, like, the one Australian dude, Eddie, that owns Kick is actually an Israeli-Australian citizen, and it posts on an alternate account talking a ton of shit about the Palestinians. And then one of the guys who emailed me for like research related to Israel-Palestine ended up being like him on another account or something. And then all of this comes out or whatever. And now everybody's like, oh, well, it looks like you actually did get funded by Israel because and I'm like, are you serious? Like, I thought about this for all. So all that to say, because people who are not operating in good faith will always try to redefine shit or be sneaky or some dumb shit like this. All that to say that trigger language absolutely should not be in there, because somebody will find a way to reinterpret it or do some different bullshit to say, well, actually, what you have in here doesn't actually qualify, blah, blah, blah. So fuck that shit. True. But this is correct. The first version of that amendment into the Article 22 or whatever, or 21 of the California Constitution, did have language that would have required it to be to change the redistricting way, the map, only if Texas did a thing first, and they got rid of that trigger language. Thank God. Chinese fan gave Hassan a booklet that contained a handwritten note from Mao Zedong. Press X to doubt.
By the way, while I was doing a Bilibili Q&A, I discovered that one of the fans that gave me a booklet actually gave me a booklet that has an incredible artifact in it, like a historical artifact. Yeah, I think one of the artifacts that someone gave me has a handwritten note in it from Mao Zedong. It literally has his signature in it. And it's not. I'm not even kidding. And I found it out because my translator was like, do you know who wrote that note?
Somebody gave you a handwritten note from Mao Zedong and you didn't even know until the translator pointed out? They wouldn't make a big deal about this? What, was this motherfucker just writing notes to everybody? Are there 50 million handwritten notes from Mao Zedong? What? Oh my God.
And she was like, that's Mao's signature. I mean, it'll be on.
That's his signature, dog.
The video will be on Bilibili. Yeah. I'll show you guys later. By the way,
it's not been felt yet, but the last week has been horrible for Republicans. Where do you think they go from here? Lost redistricting, lost MTG, and lost in the shutdown. Well, I mean, MTG can find her way back. We'll see. It's been pretty hard. The redistricting is just a thing right now. The Circuit of Appeals has to hear it. I think that Fifth Circuit is generally fairly conservative. I don't know if there's any indication for how we think they might vote, although it doesn't sound like a good case for defendants in there, the state of Texas. But then, yeah, the health insurance premium is going up. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know, bro. The Supreme Court hears the appeal, no? Well, no, that the decision came from district court. So it's appealed to the First Court of Appeals federally, which is the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, and then it'll go to the Supreme Court after. I don't understand why I feel so repulsed by Hassan. Like, I wish he didn't make me feel so uncomfortable. Yeah, it is worse than Asmongold. It's because he feels like incredibly fake. It's such a crazy doppelganger personality. Like, I feel like I pointed this out before. I liked Chernobyl, but I would say that Chernobyl was a very good miniseries. It was definitely very, I would say, propaganda-y, though, in like very stereotypically hard on Soviet-style management. Not to say that like the Soviets obviously had their problem with shit, and there were good people in the Soviet Union that tried their best, especially scientists and everything. But like the whole like, in this room we will lie for the people, and all the people lie, blah blah. And they also included a lot of stuff that was probably not true, like the Bridge of Death and all these people that died. Like, it's stuff that there's no good evidence that any of this ever happened. But that, I feel like Hassan is a kind of person that I would see in a very propaganda-heavy movie where it's like, this is the socialist. By the way, he's a wealthy frat boy with dual citizenship that lives in a gated community in California and makes millions of dollars as an idol, wearing $10,000 outfits, unique ones, every single day, who dates another popular movie star, who travels the world talking about, espousing the evils of capitalism while he gets hand-guided tours from the Communist Party of China. It's like, okay, like, Jesus Christ, like, it's so heavy-handed. We get it, okay? They're a hypocrite. Like, you can be so much more subtle. You're so on the net. Like, that, and it's, yeah, it just feels like super gross weird about it, yeah.
Heights by formally. That's why tonight I'm pleased to announce that we're taking our military cooperation to even greater heights by formally designating Saudi Arabia as a major non-NATO ally, which is something that is.
Have we done this before? We did this with Qatar as well, where we have like, we're giving security guarantee. I think we did this with Qatar. I don't think I heard anybody talk about this, but I think we told Qatar we basically have like an aggression pact with them to where if they get attacked, we said that we'll step in and defend them. It was like a NATO promise almost. Like, wait, what the fuck? We're doing this with Saudi Arabia as well. Okay, that's interesting, I guess.
Formally designating Saudi Arabia as a major non-NATO ally, which is something that is...
Same status as Israel? Do we have that status with Israel? Hold on, let me check. Major non-NATO ally. Let's check. Current major non-NATO allies. The following countries are listed in chronological order. Oh, okay. We do have these. Australia, Egypt, Israel, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, Jordan, Argentina, Bahrain, the Philippines, Taiwan, Thailand, Kuwait, Morocco, Pakistan, Tunisia, Brazil, Colombia, Qatar, and Kenya, and then Saudi Arabia. Qatar was under Joe Biden. Wait, what does this mean? Are countries that have strategic working relationships with the United States while not being members of NATO? Oh, no, wait, hold on. This is not a mutual defense pact. Didn't we establish something more with Qatar? Didn't we establish Qatar, United States agreement? Somebody can tell me if this is a different thing than the, because the United States shall regard any armed attack on the territory, sovereignty, or critical infrastructure of the state of Qatar as a threat to the peace and security of the United States. In the event of such an attack, the United States shall take all lawful and appropriate measures, including diplomatic, economic, and, if necessary, military, to defend the interests of the United States and of the state of Qatar, and to restore peace and stability. I don't think we have this. Do we have this with other countries, non-NATO countries? Who? Can you show me this, or... Qatar explicitly doesn't have military protection. Biden designates Qatar and Colombia as major non-NATO. Well, yeah, this major non-NATO ally thing seems like it explicitly is not. It says it here, at least in the Wikipedia, does not automatically constitute a mutual defense pact with the U.S. It does confer a variety of military and financial advantages that are otherwise unobtainable by non-NATO countries, and it denotes strong diplomatic and economic ties. Japan and Korea. Oh, we have a special trilateral pact with them. The Qatari Defense Pact was via an EO, so it is only really worth the paper it was written on. In a way, I understand what you're saying, and I would ordinarily agree with that, because executive orders are not law. They definitely don't constitute new law. However, it's the president who signs an EO, who is the commander-in-chief. So I wouldn't say this like in a legal sense, but I would personally say that an executive order that's concerning military power, I would say, is probably something to always be taken quite seriously, right? Maybe more so than other types of executive orders. I don't think we have this type of pact with Israel. I'd be very curious if somebody could find out. I don't think we give security guarantees to Israel like that. I don't know if we do with anybody else. We do. We have this trilateral pact. So maybe there are a couple specific pacts we do, but this is a pretty exceptional thing when I saw this with Qatar. But somebody can, maybe we do with our Five Eyes allies. So it'd be Australia, New Zealand, obviously Britain, and Canada. But, yeah, I don't know. Why are you guys putting... Oh, never mind. We also have them with the Philippines. Oh, collective defense arrangements. This only goes to 2017. It is unprecedented with Qatar. Oh, they say unprecedented security guarantee. Kind of weird. Jacob Collier. Slop. My favorite slop. I hate this guy so fucking much. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh, man.
Very important to them, and I'm just telling you now for the first time because I wanted to keep a little secret for tonight. I just heard him say, oh, that's nice. That's another point you won today. And signing a historic strategic defense agreement, which we just signed a little while ago. So congratulations. It's South Carolina. That's what...
Like, it's an EO, I guess, right? This isn't ratified by the Senate. Like... What are we doing here? Is a bribe? Like, is he personally enriching himself because of business dealings that Witkoff, like, again, this is stuff I'd normally say that's kind of conspiratorial, but like, I don't think you can't really do, like, you shouldn't be able to do huge security guarantees like this via executive order, although it's Trump, so he can, right? Because he's the president and he commands the military, but like, this is bullshit. He's selling F-35 to Saudi Arabia, so to go through the proper channels. Remember, anything that can be granted by an EO can be rescinded by an EO, so... Destiny, I'm glad you hate this fuck even as a musician. I don't hate Jacob Collier, okay? He's just... He's just the embodiment of the fedora. Okay. At Destiny, the relationship we have with Qatar Trump created is the same we have with Taiwan, which is an ambiguous defense blanket via executive arrangements. Wait, I thought, do we not have a formal treaty with Taiwan? We have a Taiwan Relations Act. which is, what does this do? The TRA does not guarantee or relinquish the U.S. intervening military if the PRC attacks and invades Taiwan, as its primary purpose to ensure that Taiwan policy will not be changed unilaterally by the U.S. president and ensure any decision to defend Taiwan will be made by the consent of Congress. The act states that the U.S. will make available to Taiwan such defense articles and defense services in such quantity as may be necessary. So I feel like this is like a it's a congressional thing. It's an act. Jesus. What? Sorry. Oh no. When you meet a guy who's also interested in history, what kind of history guy are you? I just think that World War II is the... Oh, wait. I clicked this earlier. Researcher says Starbucks threatened him over gift card exploit. The expert acquired 3 $5 Starbucks gift cards to conduct tests. He exploited the security bug to make 2 simultaneously $5 transfers from one card to another, which resulted in the recipient card having a $15 balance. To ensure that the money he obtained using the exploit was real, Homakov used the $5 and the $15 cards to make a purchase at Starbucks. The researcher then deposited $10 from his credit card to avoid legal problems. Once he made sure the exploit worked, Homakov attempted to report his findings at Starbucks by sending an email to information security services at starbucks.com. He sent an email on March 23rd, but didn't get a reply until April 29th. We're trying really hard to find anyone who cares. I managed to get this bug fixed in like 10 days. He explained in a blog post. Starbucks addressed the vulnerability, but the researcher says the company wasn't too happy with the way he tested his findings. The unpleasant part is a guy from Starbucks calling me with nothing like thanks, but mentioning fraud and malicious actions instead. Sweet. Did you see this? Hitler had a micropenis according to geneticists. Here's a 2-minute, 43-second video explaining it. What? New study reveals Hitler had a genetic sexual disorder.
A new DNA study is shining a surprising light on one of the history's most infamous figures. Yes, Adolf Hitler. Researchers...
Is this an AI channel? NDTV. Okay. This guy has his own blog. I think my favorite customer service meme of all time. This is an old one. Does anyone else born in the 80s or early 90s? Is the is it Verizon or was it AT&T?
Looks like you're...
This guy was he was going to travel, and mobile data back then was so expensive. But the quote for mobile data, the written quote was for, I think it was like 0.02 cents, but per megabyte or something. But it wasn't 0.02 cents. It was $0.02. Wait. Somebody said, is this fake? Hold on, wait. You're making me paranoid. Now I have to check real quick. I think it was real.
You're questioning some kilobyte usage that was done while in Canada. $0.002.
Do you recognize that there's actually...
0.002 cents.
Yes. Do you recognize there's a difference between those two numbers?
No. $0.002 and $0.002 cents.
Yes. Is there a difference between...
They're both the same if you look at them on paper-wise.
No, they're not, actually.
So if you take $0.002
Cents, remember, it's cents.
times 35,896, $71.79.
No, that would be 71 cents. How much should I be charged?
By the way this is calculated, $71.79. You're paying 0.2 of a penny per kilobyte.
2/10. Hold on. 2/10 of a penny would be 0.2 cents. You quoted me 0.002 cents. So which is the real rate?
0.002, sir.
0.002 what?
Cents per kilobyte.
So you just said it was 0.2 pennies. And then you also said it's 0.002 cents. Those are two completely different numbers. They're 100-fold different.
George, hold on 1 second for me, okay?
This is Andrea. I'm a manager on the floor. How can I help you today?
Hi. Do you recognize that there's a difference between $1 and 1 cent?
Definitely.
Do you recognize there's a difference between half a dollar and half a cent?
Definitely.
Then do you therefore recognize there's a difference between $0.002 and 0.002 cents?
No.
I'm teaching math here.
And I mean, I'm trying to get what you're saying here, but it's just not.
And we're talking about cents, right?
Right, 0.002. If we multiply that by the amount of kilobyte usage that you have,
35893
35893, that comes out to what you paid, 71.79.
cents. You never did the conversion from cents to dollars.
I don't know. I'm not a mathematician.
0.002 cents times my 35,893 is a number, but it's still in cents.
We're not quoting $0.002. We're quoting $0.002.
Oh, God. Honestly.
Well, I mean, it's obviously a difference of opinion.
It's not opinion. Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to post this recording on my blog.
My blog.
And
that's what you want to do. That's fine.
that's what I'm going to do. And then you guys all at Verizon can learn.
Jesus. Stone, Parasite, Grape, Joker. Cringe cutie clip about the girl.
She's going through a lot, man. And shout out to Cutie. She called me off stream after that whole clip shit and was like, yeah, I'm sorry about that whole situation. My clip got, she didn't get the clip, obviously, bro. She's mad busy. I knew that too, but initially I just got mad, bro, because that was crazy. That was crazy. I told her it was crazy. But she called me, apologized, and was like, yeah, the guy that got the clip, I fired him. He thought that that girl in the first clip was one of your big collabs. Vinny, they were the 50 Gifted, one of the Haas sisters.
The what? One of the
50 Gifted, 50
one of the hostages?
Gifted, one of the Haas sisters.
Haas sisters?
She's.
Why am I even linked to this? I don't care. Okay. Stone, Parasite, Grape, Joker, Roma, Berry, Riot, Needlepoint, Commonplace, Clown, Swank, Plum, Madison, Sunspot, Cherry, Laugh. Berry, cherry, grape. Is a plum a fruit? Fuck. Colored things? Like things that are colored purple, red, cherries, grapes, berries? Oh, I'm thinking eggplant. I don't even know what the fuck a plum is. Is this a real thing? I feel like I see plums on slot machines. No, you don't. You see, I don't even know. Okay, don't worry. Okay. Stop. Let's think. What do we got? What do we got? Let's think about this. Needlepoint. What the fuck? Parasite. Something is coming to my mind. There's no way that this is right, but if it is, I have access to all parts of my brain. But there's no shot. This is not real. Hold on. I don't even want to say it out loud because it's so stupid. I don't even know what this... There's no way. I'm cheating if I get this. I am cheating. Fuck. Are these actresses? Like Halle Berry, Hilary Swank, something Madison, but maybe not. I don't even know this kind of... Fuck. Something Plum, Riot, Grape, Joker, Parasite, Stone. Something Roma. That's only like last name it could be, right? Somebody Plum? Somebody Cherry? No. Fuck! Who are these people? Are they in a movie? Am I crazy? Madison. Sunspot. Stop. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Stop. Okay. Stone wall. Joker wall. Plum wall. Laugh. Live, laugh, love. Berry. Parasite. Cherry. Laugh. Plum. Riot. Riot. Riot gear. Clown gear. Stone. Fuck. A Joker. Oh my god, I don't have any of these. Wait, I'm sorry. I just need one of these. Hold on, stop. Sunspot. Grape. Movies? Like the Parasite movie. Needlepoint. Joker is a movie. Did these come out in the same year? Was Roma a movie? Tomatoes. Roma tomatoes. Grape tomato. Hold on. Oh my god, wait. Roma tomatoes. Wait, or is that spaghetti sauce? Roma? Am I making this up? Grape tomatoes? You can have the little grape ones. Cherry tomatoes. Are there berry tomatoes? Commonplace. Needlepoint plum. Emma Stone. Wait, hold on. No. Halle Berry. Are these in... I don't have anything here. I'm just gonna lose. I want to lose. I'm done with this. Oh my god. I don't even know who these people are. Hilary Swank is an actress. What have I seen her? I feel like I know the name. And then Halle Berry was in the legendary Catwoman movie, right? Emma Stone was one of the Spider-Man girls, among other things, right? She was the one in La La Land, Emma Stone. Madison? Square Garden? Somebody Madison? I don't know. Okay, whatever. Got it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. All right. A clown. A Joker. Wait. Something about it's funny. It was a riot last night. Or we had a laugh. He clowned on him. This guy's a Joker. Oh my God. Dude, my brain. I got it. Place, site, point, spot. Purple. That's the purple one. Boom. Easy. Whew. Okay, hold on. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Oh my God. Wait. We're there. We're going to get there. I don't think I've ever gone from one to getting all of them after. Hold on. These were tomatoes. Joker, clown, laugh, and... Oh, right. Okay. Roma tomato, grape tomato, cherry tomato, plum tomatoes? Are those real tomatoes? Clown, right. Oh my God. I'm just... Okay, who was the Madison? Madison actress. Mikey Madison? Who's Mikey Madison? What movie was she in that I would know? Better Things? Scream 6? Lady in the Lake? Okay, I don't know. Okay, why do I know Hilary Swank? Oh, this chick. Born in Lincoln, Nebraska, an hour south of me. Hell yeah. Okay. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Return to cappuccino, cappuccino. Catch you guys next. Stream right on. Be careful.